It's early stakes action on the Saturday card from Aqueduct. After a record-setting season for wins on the New York circuit last year, Linda Rice has picked up right where she left off. Her colt, Stolen Magic, impressed to get his first win to end his 2-year-old season. Can he take a step forward in his 3-year-old debut in today's Jimmy Winkfield? Rice also sends out a pair of contenders later on the card, where Hot Fudge goes for a 4th straight win and 2nd straight stakes score in the Innerborough at a distance where she is undefeated. Standing in her way, multiple graded stakes winner Dr. B, coming off a repeat win in the Grade 3 Go for Juan, who's faced the toughest competition of anyone lining up in that field. All that and more coming up on our Saturday coverage of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everybody. Welcome to South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf alongside the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, the MIG, Richard Migliore, and a couple of stakes on today's card. We'll start with that Jimmy Winkfield and Linda Rice with, it looks like, a talented sprinter in Stolen Magic.
Yeah, Stolen Magic showed that, steady progress, that progression we look for with young horses as a 2-year-old, and now hasn't been seen since November, but you gotta think you're gonna see a bigger, stronger version of Stolen Magic, and I like when you see horses make those incremental moves forward.
Horse actually started out on the grass, interestingly enough, then tried a mile race that came off the turf, showed some more ability, and then they've maybe figured out, hey, this is a dirt sprinter.
Well, and you know what was interesting about him turning back in distance was, all right, he showed speed going longer, but much more sedate fractions. The fact that he was able to set up position right in behind the leader when they went much quicker, 22-2, 45-2, and did it so professionally, I think this is a great starting off point. I'm not convinced he won't be effective going a bit further, but he's an exciting kind of prospect, the kind of horse that really can develop and throw his hat in the ring, whether it's in the sprint division or stretching out.
Campaign by Linda Rice set a record last year on this circuit, 165 wins on the New York Racing Association circuit, best ever in a single season. Looks like the main competition potentially is Bergen there for Brad Cox. Then later on, we have fillies and mares in the Innerborough, and Linda Rice again, pretty tough 1-2 punch with 2 fillies in this spot, both coming in on 3-race win streaks.
Yeah, in really good form, and Hot Fudge has really kind of found her form. This is a mare that always looks to try to drift out, and but she's been good. She's been going forward.
The main competition to try and beat those 2 mares actually for Linda Rice. Dr. B got the first win since she had won this race the year before, a Grade 3 Go for Juan, where she was able to go gate to wire. And a heads up right here from Jose Lezcano, taking advantage of track conditions that day.
Yeah, it doesn't get Jose Lezcano today, who's down in Florida riding, gets Miguel Sanchez, but I think she's effective when she's forward, and she's shown enough pace that she should be forward enough here. Even on the turn back a bit in distance, she's shown a propensity for off racetracks, and she's had a lot of time to recover from that big effort in the Go for Juan. So I think you're going to see an A effort from her today. And Butch Reed, her conditioner, he doesn't ship just to come pay a trip to New York. He comes in when he's got serious intentions.
Yeah, he is based in Pennsylvania. A lot of runners at Parks, but he is usually very successful when he comes here to New York, no doubt about it. So that is coming up on our FS2 coverage later on this afternoon. But this next hour here on FS1, we'll have that Jimmy Winkfield. Looking forward to that coming up. Here's a look at what's all ahead on the program. Presented by Claiborne Farm. Muddy conditions to start the action here in New York. Jimmy Winkfield coming up in race 3. We're about 10 minutes away from race 2 coming up next. Pick 6 carryover as well, double carryover of just over $73,000. That begins in race 5 in the Innerborough. Part of that, we'll have Paul LaDuca live at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Fast on their main track. We'll bring you races 1 through 8 on our dual coverage here on FS1 and FS2, and we have Tampa Bay Downs action early as well. They are fast and firm. Second here in New York, $16,000 claiming race, which we'll get to in a moment, kicks off at Pick 4. You can get involved with that by getting signed up with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members when you punch in that code, match200, and sign up again at nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Look at the field for this $16,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. It is a 1-turn mile coming up in this group, and MIG, huge favorite here for Again, Linda Rice, Keystone Field, taking a big drop down in class.
Yeah, I mean, it is a precipitous drop in class. This is a horse that Linda claimed at Churchill Downs for $62,500. Came here to Aqueduct, ran for 40, didn't run badly, ran fairly competitive. And now doesn't pass go, goes directly down to 16. That is a big drop in class.
Not that long ago, Keystone Field was competitive, yeah, and great at stakes races. Maybe this is the one that can spring the upset. Simply the 7 for Mark Hennig. Ran a good race off a lengthy layoff, but might need better against the likes of the favorite today. We'll have the post parade when we come back. Back with you on our FS1 coverage. Saturday from Aqueduct. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And if you play, a little bonus for you as well. Bet $100 each on Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park. And a $20 bonus in your account, whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in to take advantage of that bonus coming up. Again, this second race kicks off the early pick 4. So $16,000 claiming race. Everyone for sale for that price in this one-turn mile. And here again, Mig, a look at the big favorite for Linda Rice. Can that be a red flag, taking this big of a drop for this horse? 40,000 claiming down to 16.
Well, it is a big red flag. You know, here's a horse that had shown considerable talent, was, you know, competitive in stakes races. And then it's been not a slow, steady slide down to lower level, but an immediate drop to lower level. Now, in this day and age, claiming races aren't like poker games like it used to be. If a horse isn't good, it's returned to the original owner. So I think that's a little bit of a safety precaution for horses, that you're not running a horse that isn't in good enough form to compete.
4-5 favorite. You saw Kendrick Carmouche. He will hop aboard. He's getting a lot of opportunities lately for Linda Rice. In your day, did you meet anyone who was as positive on a daily basis as Kendrick Carmouche?
Now, he might be the benchmark. I mean, he absolutely loves his job, and he's there every day. And you could see he approaches it with the thought that he's going to be successful. Not what could go wrong, but what could go right. Here's
our post parade to kick off this pick 4. We start with 42 Ace for a very good trainer on the circuit, Charlie Baker.
Yeah, taking a slight drop in class back to the $16,000 level. He was claimed for 2 back, and you get Sammy Camacho for Charlie Baker, and a horse that has won on wet tracks.
And he's going to show some speed from the inside, too. Lord Gatling, 5-time winner.
His start 3 back when he was able to control things going a mile and 1/8. I don't know that he gets to control things today.
Centavo, long shot that before last time out put together 2 very good efforts.
Yeah, a couple good efforts. Stepped up in company, not so good. We saw his rider win a race yesterday for the Kentamasis.
Well named after one of the legendary voices who was on the New York circuit for so long, Tom Durkin. Durkin's call Blinkers On.
Adding Blinkers, a horse that has races good enough to be competitive here.
Hang tight, another big price, and one who's been in the money first or second, 10 of 27 starts.
Yeah, turning back in distance, actually stretched out to 1.25 miles. How will that work out?
Simply some really big efforts before going to the bench in March of last year, and today's second off the layoff.
Yeah, and he has the race under his belt for a horse, so it looks like he carries some weight, a bigger, stuffier kind of horse.
Here's Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice on the big class dropper, the favorite.
He looks terrific in the warm-up, and a horse taking a big drop in class. He could win this race on memory.
Alfio, big price outside for trainer Peter Walder.
Yeah, a horse that's 0 for 3 on wet surfaces and would have to run one of his best races to even be in the frame.
So 4 to 5 on Keystone Field. Let's take a look at Simply, however. Before Simply went to the bench, the 7 for Mark Hennig. And there's a look at the gray son of Lemon Drop Kid. This was the last time he was seen. It was a winning performance in a New York bred first allowance condition race.
Yeah, and he is a New York bred, so he has that option available to him. So that's why you go, well, get it in for 16 when he can always go back up against New York breds. He is a 6-time winner. And a very game, resolute type. I love the inside-out move he made here. A horse that showed he has no problem running through kickback, squeeze out, and then the gameness. This is the thing that we can't define in a racehorse. We could look at paper and go, well, they're capable of running this fast or that fast, but we don't know if they have the heart to fight for it. We don't have that problem with Simply. We know he'll fight for it.
Lane Luzzy going to be aboard, and recently Dad decided to sign on to be the man who books his mounts.
Doing a really good job for him, and what better person than your father to look out for you as your agent.
6 to 1 right now on Simply. We're going to head downstairs, check in for the first time on our FS1 coverage today with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll check in with the favorite. That's Keystone Field in here, who I can't really fault whatsoever looking at him physically in that he looks healthy in his coat. He looks very fit coming in here, second off the claim, warming up beautifully on track for trainer Linda Rice. Now, my main concern with him is, as you see, he's a bigger type. And, you know, making Kendrick Carmouche look somewhat smaller, and this is no slight on Kendrick, it takes a big horse. There's nothing not to like about this horse from the overall perspective. My problem with him, and it might be absolutely mitigated with the drop in class, which is a red flag, as you guys were mentioning, is the fact that I think he's better around 2 turns. I think the pace gets away from him a bit going this 1-turn configuration, and therefore a lot of times I just think it leaves him with maybe a little too much to do because he doesn't have that natural speed. But Kendrick doing right by him with this warm-up, aggressive, really framing him up and getting him into the bridle. He's most likely going to keep him moving throughout until they get right behind the gate. So, yes. I can't fault him too much, especially at this level, but there's some intangibles that I just put a little reason to be hesitant with him in my mind. Number 7, Simply, I'm going to opt to the other option in here, if you will. A horse second off the layoff, probably needed it, is a horse who, as you guys were saying, does carry that conditioning, kind of typical of the Lemon Drop Kid line. They tend to be more round types, but moving well out there, and sometimes that's my main criticism with him. So it looks as though he is enjoying this surface, which is listed as muddy, but it's firmer than what it was yesterday. It seemed to be a little bit more truly kind of boggy yesterday, and today it's got a tighter seal on it, so horse is able to bounce off of it a little bit better. As another horse who kind of caught my eye in here, who sometimes doesn't necessarily look the part, is number 5, Durkin's Call, who's been taking money, relatively speaking, with all the money going to the 8 here in Keystone Field. But Durkin's Call comes off a bit of a freshening, second off the claim for Rachel Sells, and he's carrying better weight than ever, looks really strong, great energy too. Just feels like, Greg, off that bit of a freshening, he's going to run a good race.
Maggie, thank you. About to load for our first live action here on FS1 on this Saturday card. Here is part of the speed scenario. This is 42A, so we'll load first.
And particularly from the inside, I think it kind of simplifies things for the rider. You've got to go forward and maintain and keep your inside position. You know, one thing we should talk about quickly as they load up, Simply is a 7-year-old taking a drop in class. Keystone Field, a 9-year-old. Father Time's undefeated. Maybe sometimes horses just lose a little bit of a step, and the drop in class is appropriate.
We did. We were off camera. Maggie was talking, and we did get a look, though, at Keystone Field, the odds-on favorite. He looks sensational warming up.
I was trying to maybe pick against him at a short price when he was warming up. He reminded me of those little Jack LaLanne commercials where somebody's kicking sand on the smaller guy at the beach. Didn't he look like just an Adonis out there?
Boxer ready to enter the ring. He looks like he's ready to go. We'll see if he runs to his looks. He's the one to beat. Keystone Field, big drop in Class the 8 with Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Slight bobble there for Hang Tight at the start. Speed from Durkin's Call right out to the front, and also there is Lord Gatling with some early speed, and 42 Ace at the rail. 42 Ace now puts ahead in front of Lord Gatling. They're 1-2. Centavo is joining them, pretty tightly bunched here, and there's Keystone Field. And the Winnie Moon Silks is going to be 5 wide here as they hook up with the back stretch. In between horses, Durkin's Call. Up on the far outside, Alfio. Centavo is in that group, tightly bunched on that front end. The 2 at the back is Simply, and it's another big gap there, about 7 lengths already to the trailer. At the back end of the field, that is Hang Tight. 42 Ace has got the lead. It's 42 Ace who went 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, and kicks on is up by a length and a half. Durkin's Call is stalking here from second. Keystone Field is being encouraged to move forward. The favorite up on the outside here, 4 wide as they get set to move into the far turn. Lord Gatling is at the rail. Centavo looking for room. Spotted up in between horses, losing ground. Alfio Simply starts a rally from the back, and far back still. Hang Tight, not keeping up. 48-1 for that half-mile time, and 42 Ace is still fending them off. Now Keystone Field at 44-5 is now ranging up 3 wide, dropping back in between horses. Durkin's Call at the rail under a full drive as Lord Gatling is 42 Ace and Keystone Field. Keystone Field has now put ahead, now a neck, now a full length in front, and Keystone Field is opening up. Centavo is in the clear on the grandstand side, is chasing this leader, is making up some ground. Keystone Field has got the lead. Centavo the only one with a shot inside the final furlong. Will Keystone Field wrap things up? Centavo catching with every stride. A 16th to go. Keystone Field, Centavo up on the outside, and Centavo gets up at 29-1. Centavo over Keystone Field, Simply, and 42 Ace in 1 minute 41 seconds flat.
Early in the stretch, it looks like this race was wrapped up with the favorite, but Centavo refusing to give up, picks up just the 4th win of this 6-year-old's career.
Keystone Field cruised to the leaders, turning for home, and under absolutely no urging from Kendrick Carmouche. Looked like he had the race sewn up, and then here comes Centavo under insistent and energetic handling. Now, this is a rider that has done very well in Turkey. The Cantor Massis have brought him here to ride some horses for them, and he showed why he's had success over there, because he absolutely snatched victory out of the jaws of defeat, and this was a very energetic ride. And forgive me, I'm not even going to attempt to say his name.
New face on this circuit, but not someone new to the game. He was averaging, I think, over the last 3 to 5 years, over 240 wins a year in Turkey. But coming here to the U.S., just hoping to get opportunities. As you said, Cantermachi barn giving him some shots, and a few other barns as well. Gokhan Kokakaya with the victory here, and I think many more to come. 29-1, huge upset, beating a 4-5 favorite here in the second.
Anytime a rider wins races in bunches like that, no matter what jurisdiction it is, they have ability. They just need opportunity. He's starting to get opportunity, and rides like this will pick people's heads up and get more attention.
3-8-7-1. And a 4-5 favorite defeated here to start this early pick 4 with a 29-1 shot. Had mentioned this horse that last start was curiously bad, but that was a very tough spot for this horse. Back in a more realistic placing, and starts 2 and 3 back. He had run very good races.
Yeah, he did. Listen, I am surprised that he was able to run down the favorite here, Keystone Field, who really had kind of a soft trip. I thought, yeah, he was a bit wide around, but that's what you're supposed to do when you're on the best horse, or, you know, allegedly the best horse, is give them their opportunity. He had his opportunity, and Centavo just came with the last run to nail it right in the shadow of the wire. And you can see a little bit of a different style from this rider, but very effective.
6-year-old which for just the 4th time in 40 career starts at a huge price. As we shift gears, head to Tampa Bay Downs, and they will kick off their Saturday card with a $12,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price, going a mile 40 yards. Coming up, we have a 4-5 favorite here, which we'll get to more in a moment. A little bit about Tampa Bay. Location, Oldsmar, Florida, 95th season of racing. And some big Derby preps that we're used to seeing and actually used to covering here on the network. Sam F. Davis coming up, and then the Tampa Bay Derby, their main event.
And they've really become important Derby preps over the years. Not so much, back 20 years ago, but we've seen really good horses kick off their campaign. It's a very safe racetrack and a very deep racetrack that I think puts a lot of foundation in horses.
And one of the best turf courses in the entire country as
Absolutely
well.
Beautiful.
70-70 Cat, 19-1 to start off this post parade, who's stepping up in class.
Yeah, decent effort last time, but that was for half the price.
Guillaume, second off the claim, a 6-time winner.
Yeah, now he's getting back to this level and stretching out to 2 turns. That could be interesting for this horse.
Bold Medication had back-to-back wins before a 3rd-place finish last start.
Yeah, it's been in good form. Won for condition 8, stepped up to 16. Now kind of in the mid-level, 12-5.
H.C. Holiday, second, beat less than 2 lengths last start here at Tampa.
Yeah, a horse that had raced predominantly on synthetic. Really took well to the dirt there.
Overwhelmingly, this is the horse to beat. One here taking a big drop to 5.
Taking that drop in class to 12-5. You get Sammy Camacho there, who is winning at 24%.
Speed with a 6, Change Jewel, who's a 15-time winner.
Yeah, get Antonio Gallardo, a rider who can go any place and do well, and this horse should be forward.
And Street Glide on the outside.
Yeah, the horse that hasn't been seen since September and was running on synthetic there, but his race 2 back on the sloppy track was big.
So it looks like a little bit of speed with Guillaume, I guess, as well. But it looks like Change Jewel, the 6. Obviously, that horse wants to be forward. But the big favorite here doesn't have to be that far out of it, does he?
No, I mean, he's coming out of a sharp pace 7 furlong race. They went 22-3, and he was a half length off the lead. So he could be the speed of the speed here. And sometimes when you're on the best horse, you just don't get in their way. Allow them to do what comes natural to them. If someone wants to go crazy, then let them outrun you, but don't take back. Let your horse hit his rhythm.
Even money on King of Hollywood. We'll get back to Tampa in a moment. All smiles for this young man as he's made the shift from Turkey here to ride in New York, and it's paying dividends. $60 winner with Centavo.
Yeah, real nice winner on an $8 horse for the Kentermasis. A $60 winner here, timed his run to perfection. And I like to see riders have success, get out of their comfort zone. It has to be so difficult to leave your country and all the things you have to deal with and then come here and start to showcase your ability.
Back to Tampa. Difficult, in your estimation, to look past this even money favorite, the 5?
Yeah, I think he's just very well spotted, on the drop and stretching back out where he's been successful at the distance and around 2 turns. 5 starts at the distance, 2 wins, 2 seconds. And it's roughly the distance. It's a mile and 40 yards, not a distance you see often at other racetracks. It's basically about a mile distance.
And when the 5, who's the even money favorite, has been, in these kind of realistic spots, he's been pretty consistent.
Absolutely. I mean, you can go back to August last year at Saratoga. He just was probably overmatched with what he was facing there. Gives back to Tampa, big effort last time off the bench, and should set him up well here for this at a short price.
Well, no question. Sammy Camacho on the best horse, the 5, the even money favorite. Will he try and take it to this field early with the speed this one possesses? Let's find out when we go upstairs. Jason Beam, the call to kick off the card from Tampa Bay Downs.
Turf Champions Day 1 week from today, and Sam F. Davis Stakes 2 weeks from today. So it's a couple of big Saturdays coming up, but a beautiful Saturday today. Temperatures right around 80 degrees, and a fast main track and firm turf course as we await Street Glide and Daniel Centeno to the outside draw. We are fast, we're firm, we're ready for a start. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Shane's Jewel broke sharply. Street Glide broke outward, and Shane's Jewel goes to the front. Guillaume down toward the inside, and King of Hollywood right there in between them, out third as they run toward that first turn. On the far outside, Street Glide gets over to about the 3-path. King of Hollywood there just merged over to the 3-path, and Street Glide now 4 wide. Between horses, H.C. Holiday and the pink colors came away in 5th. It's another 2.5 back to Bold Medication and 70-70 Cat at the back. as Shane's Jewel and King of Hollywood, the two favorites, now 1-2 as they work their way onto the back stretch. Shane's Jewel just in front of King of Hollywood, 25 seconds, a pretty modest tempo here as they start their long run down the back stretch. It's 2 more back to Guillaume and Streakline. They race as a pair, 3rd and 4th, 2.5 off the top. It's then a gap of 5 or 6 more back to HC Holiday, who's all alone in 5th. Another 2.5 after that finds Bold Medication in 6th, and still nothing yet from 70 Cat, who's 7th and last, and about 10 or 12 off the lead. The opening half at 48 1/5 seconds. They do have the wind at their back down the back stretch, so they did speed it up a touch. King of Hollywood and Shane's Jewel, those two continue 1-2. Here's Guillaume coming up to join the party out 3 deep. It's a length and a half, 2 more now. Back to Street Glide, who's pushed along but losing ground from 4th. HC Holiday starting to rally up a little bit closer from 5th as they wind around to the quarter pole. Up on the outside, here's Guillaume coming after the lead. Shane's Jewel back to 2nd on the inside, battling on. King of Hollywood is now 2.5 or 3 lengths back in 3rd. Up the inside, Street Glide trying to rally. HC Holiday down the far outside. A final furlong left to go. Guillaume on the outside, Shane's Jewel on the inside. These two battle past the 16th pole. Street Glide, HC Holiday in behind them. It's Guillaume just in front. Guillaume now a half length to the good, and Guillaume going away now. Guillaume at 5-1, 1 length and a half. Shane's Jewel was 2nd. 3rd might have been HC Holiday getting up over Street Glide. It is a photo for 3rd.
Guillaume with the win, 2-6. Did look like the 4 got 3rd. And 2nd off to claim victory for trainer Pablo Torres with his 6-year-old.
Yeah, horse getting his first win at Tampa Bay Downs and just ground down Shane's Jewel, who was able to set a very moderate pace under Antonio Gallardo. The 5 King of Hollywood was poised in good position, and you could see midway around the far turn, it was not his day.
Prices when we return. We're going to take a timeout. We'll tell you who took home top honors at the Eclipse Awards on Thursday night. What a White Arboreal, what an end of the year with the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic and the sentimental favorite, Cody's Wish. What a story he was. We'll be back with that next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there, 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75, 475,000.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Cody's Wish takes up the chase, and then Skippy Longstocking in 3rd. Top of the lane, National Treasure digging in, and he's tough to handle, has a length and a half advantage as Cody's Wish is all out trying to get by. Cody's Wish gradually getting the National Treasure, and these two cut for the wire together. Cody's Wish just in front. National Treasure will fight him all the way. Photo finish, Cody's Wish.
An incredible end to the year for Cody's Wish and the great story that he has been in that connection with young Cody Dorman, who passed away shortly after this, named after him. Back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Riley regarded, I believe, for most of the year, at least on dirt, as the best dirt horse in training.
Yeah, he tried to stretch out in the Whitney. Didn't work out well. They turned him back to what they think is obviously his strength, going a mile. And he got an outstanding ride from Junior Alvarado in the Breeders' Cup to save that ground and then tip out. And a horse that was a gem of consistency. And to me, the benchmark of greatness is consistency.
So he takes home older dirt mail, and he wins Horse of the Year in that contest between him and White Barrio, and a very popular decision with that as well. Meanwhile, not a lot of drama in a lot of these other categories, including Rider of the Years. We'll get to in a moment, but little love for White Barrio too. Put together a terrific end of the season with that Whitney and Classic double. This young man, though, it's becoming his award. 5th time the last 6 years that Arad Ortiz Jr. has won the Eclipse's outstanding jockey.
He's been dominant. I mean, he dominates both the win category, earnings category. Has produced consistently on the major stage, winning grade 1s and having tremendous Breeders' Cups. And to me, that was the one category that was an absolute slam dunk. There was no way Arad Ortiz Jr. was not going to be your Eclipse champion.
Again, broke his own record that he'd set in the past. Single season earnings over $39.1 million in earnings, and he led the nation in wins as well, getting all these premier mounts. 366 victories, plus the Shoemaker Award on Breeders' Cup weekend.
Yeah, one of several now Shoemaker Awards from Breeders' Cup weekend. And that's the thing that really impresses me about Arad. It does not matter if it's a 10-claimer or a Breeders' Cup race, a grade 1. He rides it with the same intensity, the same energy, the same enthusiasm. And that's a difficult thing to do as riders get more and more comfortable and they win bigger and bigger races. Those races become somewhat unimportant to them. And that's not the right thing, because they're very important to either the bettors, the groom, the owner, the breeder, the trainer. But it naturally happens. You don't see that with Irad. He shows up with that killer instinct every time.
Feel-good story of the night, though, was Cody's Wish and his connections, including his Hall of Fame trainer, who took home a 4th Eclipse Award as Outstanding Trainer, nearly 3 decades, Maggie, after he won it for the first time.
Isn't it incredible when you think about Bill Mott and the career that he's had? Youngest trainer to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and he just spans decade after decade, and in a way, he always finds a way to almost reinvent himself, reuniting over the past few years with Godolphin, who we've seen him have yet again so much success, as you mentioned, Cody's Wish, but then doing it with a homebred, another champion that he campaigned this year in Just FYI for George Krikorian. And you think about it's not like he's doing it with just older horses or just turf horses. Look at the 3 individual champions he campaigned this year alone. A 2-year-old filly, an older sprinter, and a very good miler who just brings so many happy smiles to people's faces with the story that went along with Cody's Wish. But the thing I loved most about Bill Mott in his acceptance speech that night is acknowledging that he wouldn't be able to have the success that he has had without the help of his assistant trainers and his entire staff, who many of them been with him for decades themselves. So it was really good to see Bill Mott pick up the hardware yet again. No more deserving than the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no question. And the family of the late Cody Dorman, who Cody's Wish was named after, a younger sister, Kylie, nice moment, was actually invited up on stage to read Cody's name as winner of Horse of the Year. And it was Dad Kelly who gave the acceptance speech on behalf of Godolphin, the owner and breeder of Cody's Wish. A really nice moment.
It to me was one of the classiest moments of the night, including Bill Mott's acceptance speech for Trainer of the Year. And I'm just really, really happy that the Eclipse voters were able to see past just who was leading the earnings category. Now, all 3 finalists would have been deserving winners, but I think what Bill Mott did, training multiple champions that were, celebrated on the evening, was the right choice. And I really thought his speech was spot on.
Got some still very good ones coming back again in 2024. Warlike Goddess, Casa Creed, and of course Just FYI. And now that 3-year-old filly division going to be a major player, it looks like. Up next, Jimmy Winkfield, 3-year-olds in stakes action, sprinting 6 furlongs, and there is Bergen for a man who was up for Trainer of the Year, Brad Cox. This one making his 3-year-old debut coming up. Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here on FS1 with stakes action. Coming up next here at Aqueduct, we're 10 minutes to post in the Jimmy Winkfield here on America's Day at the Races. Jimmy Winkfield, this race named after the last African-American to win the Kentucky Derby. Won it in back-to-back years, 1901 and 1902. Hall of Famer, had to wait a long, long time to eventually get in. Was inducted in 2004. What an outstanding career. So much adversity he went through as well, obviously riding back in the day, but started his career just as a 16-year-old.
And just an amazing, successful, but most intriguing character, and maybe in the entirety of racing history. After, you know, winning the back-to-back derbies, going to Russia, riding for the Tsar of Russia, having incredible success there, France, incredible success there, and then going on to an extremely successful career as a trainer. And finally, a injustice that was righted in 2004, and he took his rightful place in the Hall of Fame.
Long, long overdue. This is a look at Bergen right now, who is the even money favorite over Stolen Magic for trainer Brad Cox. Manny Franco will ride. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Brad Cox looking to remain undefeated in 2024 stakes races here at Aqueduct, as he has gone 3 for 3 so far with an attempt to win a 4th here in this Jimmy Winkfield. Let's start with Bergen, who in reading the article, Brad on DRF, Brad stating that he was hoping for a one-turn allowance race, mile allowance race for this horse, but had to settle for this spot. I'm okay with that, to be perfectly honest, with him turning back in distance to the 6 furlongs today. For Liam's map, he's actually quite typey, quite compact, and just ultimately built more like a sprinting type. I do think he is truly more of a closing sprinter, to be fair, but watching his debut win, which was at this distance, he really kind of pinned his ears down the lane and wanted it. He really extended his stride, kind of that exciting stretch runner that you like to see. He looks great here shipping in, and it's funny that both of these Brad Cox horses have shipped with those recent, worked with those recent stakes winners, and he with Comparative, who won the ladies, and Aircav, who worked with Drumroll Please, winning the Jerome, as it was probably tough to tell these two apart, Aircav and Drumroll Please. Very similar physicals, big chestnuts, and Aircav's done well since I last saw him for the Champagne. I thought that stretching out would be okay. He lagged behind early over a sloppy racetrack, probably not quite as wet today as it was that day, and rode the rail and just kind of was evenly there. Now he turns back in distance. I know he's a Matoli. I know he won going 5.5 first time out. He had enough speed that day. I'm not sure, though. He might be a little better with a little bit more distance. He was kind of acting goofy in the paddock that day. He has thought about being a little bit more studly, but has kept everything, you know, focused this time around. So we'll see what he does. I definitely do prefer Bergen, at least at this distance, Greg.
Public does right now as well. Thank you, Maggie. Bergen on the outside, the 5, the 6-5 favorite. He is a son of Liam's map, as Maggie mentioned. And that debut effort, sprinting, came from so far out of it impressively to get the win. We'll see him in a moment. We start with El Divino Nino.
Yeah, it took 6 starts for this horse to break his maiden. Been racing exclusively in the Maryland circuit at Laurel. It's going to have to improve.
Part of the speed picture here, iridescent for David Jacobson.
He certainly got races good enough, but I think he'll have some company up on the front end.
This is surprising to see 7-2 on Stolen Magic for Linda Rice.
Now, this horse was very good turning back to the sprint distance, and he might get a very similar trip to his maiden breaking effort, sitting right behind the speed.
2 from the same barn on the outside. Here's the first for Brad Cox, Aircav.
Yeah, well beaten in the Champagne, stepping up to grade 1 competition off of the maiden breaking score at Indiana.
And Bergen, in that debut, when he broke his maiden, he beat a horse named Linzer, who was second to Nutella Fella, who wound up winning the grade 1 Hopeful.
And I think he's going to get a proper setup as well. I think there's enough speed to allow him to get his feet underneath him. The outside post doesn't put him under any kind of pressure from horses outside of him. He's going to be tough to beat.
Let's take a look at Bergen. Back when he was going a mile on start number 2 at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and you saw it was an okay beginning. He got away clean enough, a little bit of bumping. He veered in away from a horse a little bit. His first start, he was drawn completely outside like he is today, albeit in a much bigger field. And so this day he had to take kickback. I think it backed him off the bridle, and then he came with a run. I think he showed he had quality and that he's able to overcome adversity. So I'm kind of, steady out of it there a little bit. Kind of, it looked like he got squeezed a bit out of the chute there, and he finished well. So at least he gave an effort. I like to post for him, and I like to turn back in distance for him.
Yeah, it was a horse who beat him that day too, who's a perfect 4 for 4 now, an Ohio bred, but horse who was a 2-time stakes winner against Ohio bred company, who might be pretty good, but showing that ability to finish and maybe cutting back, just maybe better for him at 6 furlongs?
I think it intensifies his turn of foot, and also he's not going to have to contend with the first eighth of a mile, eating any sort of dirt in his face, kickback. He's going to be able to get into a rhythm and may even put himself a bit closer sprinting than he did going longer, because I do think he was affected negatively by kickback, and it made him lose position.
And it's a compact field, but it seems like there is plenty of pace to set it up for him, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, you can go to the inside. El Divino Nino, who showed speed last time and went gate to wire. I'm sure they're going to employ those tactics again. The 2, Iridescent, has speed. Stolen Magic probably sits right in behind them. And Airkov showed no speed when overmatched in the Champagne, but did show some speed on debut, going 5.5. I think there's pace in here.
Price starting to come down on Linda Rice's Stolen Magic to 3. There is a look at him. 3-year-old debut coming up. With more, let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Stolen Magic, who, am I going to be surprised when he jumps up and gets the win here? No, not at all, because Linda opted to debut him on the turf, which she sometimes does, because it's a more forgiving surface. They can recover a little bit quicker coming out of, a lot of times, out of turf races than they do dirt, but I also thought he kind of looked more turf meant. Now, with that being said, his first try over a sealed racetrack, he might appreciate it, and he's kind of given me that impression watching him in the warm-up, really kind of, extending his toe nicely and pointing his toes, skipping over it. I wish he looked a bit better overall. The 2 from Brad Cox really looked the part today. He just looks a little dull in his coat. Looks as though he could be a little bit more fit. When he won that race in his 3rd start, he really looked solid and defined. And I'm just wondering, with the freshening, though, it does look as though he's been training well, but will he really need a start to find his best? As we'll check in with a horse who is, I know there's some pace on paper, but looking at Timeform US, it does appear that Iridescent is slightly faster than some of the others in here, and he was acting that way too today. At least when he first came in, he was feeling really sassy, really spunky. He settled down like he did last time, but I also noted that David Jacobson off the claim closed his blinkers in a bit more, which I think elicited a bit more speed from him. So he, at least watching these horses in the preliminaries, he gave off the impression that he might be the one playing catch me if you can, Greg.
Certainly seems like they want to employ speed and try and take it to this field early on. There is some other speed, though, to contend with. Iridescent, this was back on January 5th, and it was a gate-to-wire win.
Gate-to-wire win, kicked on nicely. This horse has terrific gate speed. Sometimes you see a horse has speed, but their first step or 2 aren't their best step. He has very good gate speed. He leaves there on time, and he found more and kicked away after setting comfortable enough fractions on the day. He's a major player. I just think it depends on what the 1 El Divino Nino does as far as speed out of the starting gate.
That one, especially being drawn inside, seems like has to go and be aggressive early, right?
Well, and particularly coming off a win where he went gate to wire, usually connections and riders, when they've had success doing something with a horse, they'll tend to fall back to that game plan. And especially from the rail, I don't see how you would decide to not show that kind of speed today.
Just about everybody in here, with the exception of Iridescent, we showed you that gate-to-wire win. That was January 5th. Everyone else turning the page here, making that 3-year-old debut. So you expect improvement, but you don't always get it. We'll see who takes that step forward.
Yeah, and that's a big question here with young horses. I talk about it a lot. Kids starting high school might not be the best athlete, but they develop and they change, and horses change at a different rate. And you'll see a lot of changes in 3-year-olds, fillies and colts, from January 1st till the first Saturday in May. I think that's when you see a lot of development, growth, and changes in them.
leading trainer on this circuit last year. It was a record-setting season for Linda Rice with the 3 Stolen Magic. 3-year-old debut coming up off that impressive maiden win, but it's Bergen for Brad Cox, the favorite on the outside at 4-5. It's the Jimmy Winkfield from Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Air Cav and Bergen. Last to load to the outside. Here's Bergen. And in. All set. And they're off in the Jimmy Winkfield. Broken a very even line, and they all want the front. Hard set El Divino Nino down towards the inside with Iridescent, trying to split rivals. Here comes Stolen Magic to join them. 3 wide, 4 wide. That's going to be Bergen. Air Cav is now settled off the leading quartet as they work up the backstretch on the inside. El Divino Nino. The big price is a neck in front of Iridescent, and Iridescent comes right back at this leader. They're head and head with less than 4 furlongs to travel. They went 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Stolen Magic is under a drive. Here comes the run from Bergen. At 4-5 is 4 wide. Just behind that, Air Cav and Dylan Davis watching the action here from 5th. They've had some pace to chase and looking for a way through. It's Iridescent who's taken the lead. Iridescent, but looming up on the outside is Bergen. Air Cav is following that move as well, is going to range up on the outside, losing some ground. Stolen Magic dropping back there. El Divino Nino. Here's Iridescent continuing to battle on towards the inside. It's now Bergen who's in pursuit, and Bergen has kicked away. It's Bergen who's up by a quick length and a half now, and 2 out in the center of the racetrack. Bergen is just opening up on this field. Iridescent is hanging in there for second. Air Cav no better than third. It is going to be all Bergen. And Manny Franco, they do it impressively in the Jimmy Winkfield. Bergen gets the victory over Iridescent. Air Cav in 1 minute 12 and 3.
No question about it. Here in the Jimmy Winkfield, all Bergen in a dominant performance.
Yeah, I mean, he was sitting out there poised 4 wide throughout, always traveling well and kicked on nicely. And he did it in a style that makes you feel like he'll get more ground, being a son of Liam's Map. And he certainly has that Liam's Map influence. You got to give Iridescent high marks here. He was the horse that was involved in between horses, between El Divino Nino and Stolen Magic, who was under a hard ride early by Kendrick Carmouche. And he was game. He hung around, but no doubt about it. Bergen was best and sat the right trip and got it done.
A lot closer today than when he broke his maiden at Keeneland in that debut.
I think the outside post in a small field certainly helped facilitate that. He was able to get in a rhythm very quickly.
4-5 favorite takes the Jimmy Winkfield. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with assistant trainer to Brad Cox here in New York, Dustin Dugas. And Dustin, you've had both of these horses, but Bergen, he was so impressive today, powering away from this Jimmy Winkfield field.
Yeah, he's a very cool horse. He really loves to train. He's a very aggressive trainer. You know, even his breezes have been that way, and we've just had to really just rein him in a lot, just keep him under control. But no, he's a really cool horse. Loves his job, loves to run. So
you can see it. You can see it. He pins his ears back and says, "I'm gonna win."
Yeah, he really did. You know, I heard you talking about that in the paddock, and I noticed it more so today around the turn. I'm like, man, he really does just get very gritty when he needs to.
And Brad saying that, not really sure what his best gig is. Looks as though he's a really nice one-turn horse no matter which distance you're at.
Exactly. You know, I thought he galloped out huge, but you know, like you say, he can sprint. He can do a one-turn, whatever it be, one-turn mile to, you know, 6 furlongs. I mean, he likes it. So, like I say, one turns. You know, it's his gig.
Well done. You. Congratulations here. Go get your picture taken.
Thank you.
All right, Dustin Dugas doing the work here for Brad Cox, and the team gets the win with Bergen, guys.
Maggie, thanks. Successful 3-year-old debut for Bergen, and lightly raced horse who's now undefeated sprinting.
Yeah, did it well today, but I agree with the assistant trainer. The gallop out was very big. I know some people discount that. I'm not one of them. I think they matter, and I think I'm looking at a colt that still has a look that he can develop into more. I thought this was a very impressive performance.
Ran away from this field. Big effort from Bergen. Manny Franco collects another stakes victory. Led all riders in wins last year on this circuit. $3.80 for the win.
Yeah, as the favorite and was best, sat out wide, but it seems like it's okay. Horses are doing well out towards the center of the racetrack, and Manny Franco, just such a strong finisher and getting opportunities on live horses like that, will continue to beat a steady path to the winner's circle.
Back to Tampa Bay Downs, and race 2 starts off an early pick 4. Mile and 40 yards, $10,000 maiden claiming her. She's all trying to get that first win here coming up, and it seems like, looking at the board, it's really between 2 runners in here, the 3 Tashima and the 7 Princess Tenko.
Yeah, well, they're horses that have run the most consistent higher buyer figures that kind of point them out. But we've seen very often in these lower level maiden claiming races from Tampa Bay Downs, we've seen chaos. We've seen some huge prices jump up and surprise.
Now here's now the 7-5 favorite. So Princess Tenko dropping from 25,000 to 8,000 maiden claiming. And, you know, last time we saw this filly in dirt, she was out at Del Mar running on the West Coast.
Yeah, but I will say this, and this was my experience when I was riding, Greg, is that the maiden claimers at the bottom, and the bottom is maiden 20 in Southern California, they're just not very good. Those races are just not very good. We've seen a lot of horses, you know, come from California that ran for maiden 20 and ran competitively, show up at parks at their maiden 20 and go off at very short prices and get drowned.
She actually did, you know, staying with the 7 in here. I know we're looking at the 2 briefly. She was at Gulfstream, major circuit, in against straight maidens, and then actually put in against winners as a maiden.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what was the thought process there? I mean, to me, that's just not great management. You know, you have conditions for a reason. And even if a horse is good enough to win above their condition, why wouldn't you take advantage of the conditions set forth for you? It's building a horse up physically, mentally, making it as easy as possible on them. I've always contended, Greg, that horses have so many A efforts in them. Obviously, your better horses have more A efforts. Your best horse trainers, your best conditioners, win races with horses B and C efforts before they have to go deep inside themselves, deep into the well, and come up with those A efforts.
She was 49-1 that day, for what it's worth, when she was in against winners. Did beat a couple of horses home, for what it's worth. You know, pace-wise in this race, it looks like probably Tashima, the 3, and then Marigold, the 6, are the 2 quickest. Is Tashima maybe the speed of the speed?
Possibly, but I'm going to throw something out there, just something to think about. What about the 5 Always Connected coming out of sprint races where the pace is considerably faster? This horse was a length off of 22-4, 46-3.5, where these other horses are showing long speed, meaning, you know, races where they're going 2 turns and the pace is more moderate. Do you think that the 5 Always Connected with Sammy Camacho winds up being a part of that pace too?
You would think. Gone long before, though, and has not been on the lead, but it hasn't worked before, right? Trying those tactics and coming out. If there's ever a time to try and go to the front, it's when you were close sprinting, stretching out, isn't it?
Well, and particularly in lower level races, you know, part of the reason why some horses get down in these lower levels is they're easily discouraged. So my philosophy on it was never take anything away that comes easy. And if I'm in a position to discourage a rival within the boundaries of the rules, that's what being a jockey is, right? You jockey for position.
That 5, Mig brought up, stretching out here, 7-2, third choice on the board. As you look at Tashima, wants to be forward as well, moving in 0 for 13. The loss is racking up, but we'll see if today's today. Princess Tenko remains the favorite on the outside. Lowest level this filly has run at yet. We'll see if that equates to a win. Jason Beam with the call. Here's the second from Tampa Bay Downs.
Second, the early pick 4 on a Saturday. Marigold coming up. Princess Tenko and Angel Arroyo to the outside draw. And she goes in. They're in the gate. And our race is on. Always Connected in the green color, shoots out to the early advantage. Tashima moving up down toward the inside of Marigold to the outside. And those 3 right across the course as they run into that first turn. Up from the outside, Princess Tenko away a joint 4th, along with Exaggerador toward the inside. It's 2.5 more back to Gladiatora, who is the early trailer. But Tashima cuts the corner with Daniel Centeno just in front now. Tashima a length to Marigold, who covered some ground there on that first turn, up to a clear second. Back in third is Always Connected in the green colors. Princess Tenko stays toward the outside 4th, about 3.5 off the top. It's 2.5 more back to Exaggeradora, another 2.5 back to Gladiatora. 24 seconds the opening quarter mile time, and Tashima is the leader. It's Tashima with 4.5 furlongs remaining, leads at 3/4 of a length to Mary Gold. In behind that comes Princess Tenko, who moves up on the outside of Always Connected. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. They're about 4.5 clear now of Exaggeradora, and Gladiatora trails. They have just over 3 furlongs left to go. 48 seconds was the opening half-mile time, and Tashima to catch. Tashima by the 3/8 pole. Princess Tenko now starting to launch up after her. And here's Princess Tenko within 3/4 of a length. Tashima still traveling pretty well up front, though. In behind them, Always Connected. Starting to rally up Exaggeradora and Gladiatora, both trying to come up from the back as they wind around to the top of the stretch. Tashima the leader, the lead's down to a neck, though. Here's Princess Tenko right up alongside. These two past the 3/16. Princess Tenko forges to a narrow advantage. Tashima battles on toward the inside. 3 more lengths back to Always Connected, but a final 16th to go. Princess Tenko edging clear. Princess Tenko and Angel Arroyo into the final yards, a 3-length lead. Tashima Always Connected, Princess Tenko to win it. Second ended up very close there between Always Connected and Tashima, long way back to Gladiatora and Exaggeradora.
Princess Tenko takes the second at Tampa Bay. It was all about Bergen in the Jimmy Winkfield dominant performance. Our coverage continues on FS2. Coming up next on FS1, it's Big East basketball, Seton Hall at Marquette.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Fasig-Tipton Digital presents the Lothenbach Dispersal of Horses of Racing Age, offering more than 75 horses of racing age from Lothenbach Stables, a leading national stable that produced more than $30 million in earnings and over 800 wins since the year 2000, including a large selection of Kentucky and Minnesota breds from one of North America's top owners. The Lothenbach Dispersal of Horses of Racing Age, online only. Bidding opens on digital.fasig-tipton.com January 29th and closes February 2nd. Let's get digital.
Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races Saturday card at Aqueduct. Action from Oaklawn Park out in Hot Springs, Arkansas coming up as well. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Muddy conditions here in South Ozone Park, New York. We'll get to Hot Springs. They are sloppy out at Oaklawn. We'll have Paula Duca with live coverage. Greg Wolf joined by Sarah Elbadwi. Good to have you on set as we get set for a double Pick 6 carryover. Race away where we start that, and a good feature part of that in that Innerborough.
And a tough sequence as well. I mean, there's really no horse to lean on within those 6 races. It's a healthy carryover, 73,000 plus in that double carryover, and not the easiest to hit or lean on anyone specifically.
That kicks off in race 5. Again, part of that sequence, the Innerborough fillies and mares going 7/8 of a mile. Linda Rice has a nice 1-2 punch of Hot Fudge. Ain't Broke. Both come in, having won 3 in a row. But the main competition to that duo, probably Dr. B, who just became the back-to-back winner of the Grade 3 Go for One.
And she was helped by the racetrack this day. It was a heads-up, very smart ride by Jose Lascano to guide her to the front, be the one setting those early fractions and able to take this field all the way over a surface with some moisture in it. I don't know that she necessarily ends up being your pace setter today, but she might not need the lead to be successful. And even though she hasn't run the same kind of numbers she had around this time last year, she's a classy individual, and she was much, much the best in this last race.
Yeah, even figure for this race, not dominant at all against this field, but she is the class of this group with what she's accomplished on the resume. Multiple graded stakes winner. Meanwhile, Ain't Broke, one of the outside posts, part of that duo for Linda Rice, has won 3 straight and came from dead last to get the win last time out at 7/8 of a mile.
She's just gotten incredibly good since she's joined this barn to be able to go from that first off the claim win for Linda Rice, a 91 by her speed figure, going a little bit further, the mile distance, and then really back that up with such an easy win going the 7/8 last time. Even though she regressed ever so slightly, from a numbers standpoint, she still is kind of the horse to beat based on last races in
Other
this spot.
numbers have her moving way forward. It depends where you look. Eric Cancel, you see how quiet he was too in the stretch. He was not moving an inch. It was as easy as could be. So Ain't Broke, Hot Fudge, both for Linda Rice. Both have won 3 in a row. And then what about, just quickly, and we'll get to it later on, obviously, self-isolation coming out. How dangerous does that make White Chocolate as potentially lone speed in the race?
I don't know that Dr. B is going to let her get too far away, but White Chocolate is a horse that has appreciated a track with some moisture in it in the past, and from the rail, she's got to go and be your early pace setter.
Look forward to it. It's a good one. Coming up later, 4:01 Eastern start time for that Innerborough. Take a look at what's ahead on the program. Presented by Claiborne Farm. We've got a busy day on this Saturday afternoon. Again, wet conditions in New York and in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Muddy at Aqueduct, races 4 through 10 ahead. 5th race starts that double pick 6 carryover for over $73,000. That includes the Innerborough. Get to Paul LaDuca in just a little bit. Sloppy going in Hot Springs. Bring your races 1 through 8 at Oaklawn. And we'll have that 3rd from Tampa Bay. They are fast and firm at Tampa Bay Downs. You can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets. New members, go to nairabets.com. The offer right there, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus, that's the code to punch in at sign up, match 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with a little extra money in that account. 4th race, as we're a race away, get those final tabulations in for that pick 6 carryover. This race, 7/8 of a mile, maiden special weight. And Sarah, it's a first-time starter taking a lot of the money here.
Only first-time starter in this field is the number 3 Quando, and bettors seem to think this one has a live look. The works have been pretty solid coming in.
There he is for Bruce Levine. Maggie Wolfendale joining us. What's all the hype with this first-time starter, Maggie?
Yeah, little shock to look up and see Quando number 3 in here as the favorite, Greg. But given not lower profile connections, but just connections that don't necessarily get bet that heavily first time out. But then now that I've seen him, I'm not that surprised. This is a big, good-looking son of Not This Time, but that's kind of the best thing going for him with the pedigree. There's not that much on the bottom side, but he is such a good sire and influence when it comes to getting horses to win at first asking, or at least early on in their career. Now, he is wearing blinkers first time out, so is that an indication of showing speed? I don't know. Sometimes when it's 7 furlongs and they're on a horse, it's kind of like they might need them just to kind of get in the game. But with the works coupled with that, I'd say that this guy has enough early foot to keep him honest in this field. He is very laid back, though, in the paddock, but physically ticks every box. Big, strong, looks fit, and ready to go. Horse that I'm going to give another shot to is number 4, Cool Operator, as I liked him first time out in the race that took place back on Cigar Mile Day, and El Capi wiring the field. But Cool Operator did break quickly that day. He sat second until the turn, and then he stopped quite badly. He's dealing with the same track on this occasion yet again, but I'm just wondering if he needed a start. He was a touch green in the paddock that day. He seemed so much more focused here, just nicely bowing his head. Like he's come over here like, okay, I get it now. I'm ready for this. And physically, he definitely looks ready. Just a total ball of muscle. I think he's a little bit intriguing, and I do want to give him another shot here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. 6-1 right now. Cool Operator faced a monster in that debut. El Capi for Rick Dutrow ran a 99 by her speed figure in his debut. This is a contender as well. Have You Heard for Bruce Brown? Distant second after trying to go gate to wire last time out. Post Parade for this fourth from Aqueduct when we come back on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. As we get set for the fourth here at Aqueduct, our program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. And a little bonus for playing this afternoon. Get a $20 bonus when you bet $100 each at Aqueduct and Oaklawn today. Win or lose, do have to opt in to take advantage of that and get that bonus money in your account. It is still, Sarah, this first-time starter, Kwando, surprising at 5-2 is the favorite on the board.
Seems like the word is out on this one. It's not as though he was a huge price on the morning line, being regarded as some no-shot, long shot. But as far as the price that he is right now, it is a big jump from where he originally was. And perhaps people think that he's a runner and he's going to show some of that early speed. Certainly could be possible. His last work was sharp, coming in fourth best of 44, 48 and flat for 4 furlongs. Expect him to be forwardly placed if he breaks well.
There's the 5, Ridgewood Runner.
They're putting blinkers back on. He had them on his second start.
Kick off our post parade with Sounds Like Fun, whose only race to this point has come on turf.
A lot of changes for him. So now he's going a little bit further on the dirt, switching surfaces from that turf race. We'll see if he prefers this surface.
Muazara. I wrote it down. I still didn't get it right. For Todd Pletcher, Kenner Carmouche.
Switching back to the dirt. His best number was an off-the-turf race, 2 back at Keeneland behind Spirit's Mischief.
I believe Muazara is how it's pronounced. Kwando, the first timer at 2-1 with Dylan Davis.
The one taking all of the money has those sharp workouts coming in.
The second dam actually won the debut in a maiden special at Monmouth as well, Kwando. Here's Cool Operator for Danny Gargan.
And he just comes out of a very live race. We even saw the third place finisher Conquest Warrior come back and win impressively.
Yeah, for Shug McGahee, $1 million City of Light offspring. Here's Ridgewood Runner at 7-1.
It seems like his best races are when he's forward or on the lead. Blinkers go on. Maybe they try that tactic again today.
First Trumpet, 0 for 5 for this point, moves to a new barn.
He'll have to improve on the trainer switch. He's kind of going the wrong direction in terms of his numbers.
Shortening up in distance, middle market for Chad Brown.
Possible he just didn't want to go 1 mile and an eighth last time. His debut wasn't as bad as it looks on paper.
A lot of changes too. Blinkers on, gets Lasix, as we mentioned, shortens up. And then Have You Heard, who we saw going to break for Bruce Brown, was second last out.
Of the horses with experience, he's just run 2 of the fastest numbers, both last time out and the start before that in the 70s. Kind of the horse to beat based on what they've done on the racetrack so far.
I'll take a look at maybe the most impressive performance from Have You Heard. It was the first time adding blinkers, career start number 3, and just missed from a stalking position in this race.
He kind of had to wait a little bit to angle for that clear running room. You can see he got off the inside. Now he has clear sailing. He's going right by Ridgewood runner who he'll have to face again. And this was a close finish. He just misses, breaking his maiden and graduating to the next level in here behind Stratmomatic, a horse that was favored in that race. And he sort of backed that up with his race after that, where he ran into a Pletcher horse, a horse that named Tuscan Sky, who ran extremely impressively in his debut. So he's kind of the horse to beat based on what we have seen from these runners on the racetrack thus far, but it's your first-time starter that's taking all the play.
And, you know, back to the 8, we stick with him for a moment. We saw speed from him last time out. He tried to do it on the front end. Is that what you expect to see tactics-wise from him today?
Potentially. I wonder, because that didn't work out for him last time, if they might try to rate him off the pace a little bit. But I do like that at least he's drawn all the way towards the outside to give them options of what to do early.
With more on the field for this 4th, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And let's check in with 2 horses coming from high-profile barns, and number 2, Muwazara, who will switch back to the main track after trying the turf. They tried to get him on the turf 2 starts ago, and which arguably was one of his better efforts, showing speed that day. We'll see if he does the same here. But he's kind of a horse that, well, he wears atypical equipment for Todd Pletcher, a shadow roll. Todd never runs horses in shadow rolls with blinkers. He looks fit coming in here. I can see where they wanted to try him on the turf. It did not go particularly well. You might appreciate the going out here with this sealed surface, albeit, but just kind of lacks a hind end. I'd like to see him a little bit more developed, a little stronger overall in the face of several other foes in here. As we'll move on to Chad Brown's horse in number 7, Middle Market. Kind of feels like he is a work in progress. That he still doesn't look quite as developed as I think his full potential will ultimately be. Little unfurnished, kind of keeps going through growth spurts where his legs have shot up, but his body's yet to catch up with him. And the 7 furlongs might be a little on the sharper side, but I will say that Manny Franco did give him a nice big gallop over to the backside, so that's a good thing. He does look fit coming in here off a bit of a freshening since October 27th and adds those short cup cheater blinkers. But I feel like both of these horses, these connections are kind of grasping at straws and not really sure which peg or which hole these pegs of horses fit into. So we'll see. Number 8, Have You Heard, Greg? Looks great out there. Not going to be surprised when he's able to get the job done.
All right, Maggie, thanks. That is the 2-1 favorite from the outside. Have You Heard? And, you know, even though he did get beat last time out, as you mentioned, it was a very good horse that beat him. He ran the biggest speed figure he's ever run when he was forward. So interesting to see if that's what he's going to do with Eric Cancel today.
And it was kind of funny. Tuscan Sky really let him sort of have that lead, took back a little bit, went outside of him, and still was able to blow right on by. But it remains to be seen if there's a Tuscan Sky quality horse in this field.
That 3 horse, though, that is significant money. You know, on this circuit, we see Chad Brown barn, Todd Pletcher barn, you know, Rick Dutrow, Brad Cox bet down with first-time starters to take a lot of money. And Bruce Levine, we don't see a lot from a horse who was 8-1 morning line. Significant money.
And I think it's even more significant when you have those connections in this race with other contenders as well.
Good point. 4th race away from start of the double pick 6 carryover. And it's outside this one right here. Have You Heard, the favorite? Chris Griffin, the call.
Have You Heard? Last load. And in. All set. And they're off. Cool Operator has early speed from in between horses. There's Ridgewood Runner right towards the outside, and the red cap and Ridgewood Runner is now a quick length in front. Cool Operator is taken back to 2nd. Moving forward, that's First Trumpet in 3rd. At the rail, that Sounds Like Fun. They're followed by Quando, who's now taken 5th. In between horses, that's Muwazara. Towards the tail end of the field, as Middle Market is back there with Have You Heard? And they're chasing Ridgewood Runner. 23.35 for the opening quarter mile Here comes a challenge to the outside here from First Trumpet. Cool Operator has lost some ground, is in between horses at the rail. Sounds Like Fun is right in behind the leaders as they move into the far turn. Quando is on the move, and here comes Quando, who's now taken third. Muazara is there with Have You Heard, and they travel as a pair from the back with Middle Market still the trailer. They're well into the far turn right now, and Ridgewood Runner is hounded by the big long shot in First Trumpet. Here comes the run from Quando in the 3-path. Muazara is making a 4-wide move, and Have You Heard is going to be 5 wide. 5 of them across the racetrack, and Ridgewood Runner still kicks away. 47-3 for the half-mile time, and Ridgewood Runner and Luis Rivera Jr., they're up by 2 lengths. Ridgewood Runner, Quando is in pursuit. Muazara on the center of the racetrack, Have You Heard, battling on towards the inside First Trumpet as they approach inside that final furlong. Ridgewood Runner, a 16th to go, and Ridgewood Runner isn't stopping. Ridgewood Runner, Luis Rivera Jr., his second on the afternoon, and Ridgewood Runner at 8-1. Quando for second, then came First Trumpet, and it was Muazara trying to hold off an oncoming Cool Operator and Middle Market in 1 minute 27.50 seconds.
Luis Rivera Jr., he took the opener on a first-time starter for the James Bond Barn and wins here on Ridgewood Runner at 8-1.
The blinkers experiment, they didn't work out the first time that they tried them on this horse, but the second time, and that forward aggressive position that he was able to hold in this race, his better races had been on the front end, and I think that they figured that out and wanted to do that again today. And he was pretty comfortable out there alone. Looked like he had a host of pursuers going into the top of the stretch, but he had enough to open up on the field, and nobody really had any answer for him.
And meanwhile, Have You Heard, not just not on the lead today, he was second last early in this race.
He was so far back. He maybe hopped a little bit at the start, but he had no early position whatsoever. He's never really been so far out of touch early on in a race.
So 2 victories today through the first 4 for Luis Rivera Jr. Wins for Carlos Martin, Ridgewood Barnes, and we had a 29-1 shot earlier in the card. We still have the final race of this early pick 5 coming up now, an 8-1 upset. This is going to be a tremendous pick 5.
It is, and I think some people very, very glad that some of these races were not a part of that double pick 6 carryover sequence. Tough to come up with some of these prices and put them all together, but you're right, this early pick 5 is going to pay very well.
So 8-1 here with Ridgewood Runner. Breaks his maiden 7th career start. Well, the prices for you set up the pick 6 double carryover over $77,000 when we come back. It's been a terrific first full-time season in Hot Springs for Julian Leperoux, and he is primed to add another early on and a likely favorite to kick off their card when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales by the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guy charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. Mystic Guy. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races with the Saturday card from New York, Oaklawn, and one more race coming up we're going to see on the turf at Tampa Bay Downs, Ridgewood Runner. And it's Luis Rivera Jr., his second win on the Saturday card, teaming up with Carlos Martin for the victory.
Nice aggressive ride, and they added the equipment, the blinkers back on for this horse, and they've kind of tinkered with what he really wanted to do, and it took them a little bit of time to figure that out. But if you look back, one of his better races was going 7 furlongs over a surface with a little bit of moisture in it when he was forwardly placed, and that's a day when he was second to Bilal. So going back to some of those tactics, it ended up working out for them.
At 8-1, give you an idea of the prices we've seen today. Pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4, over $600 for a dollar pick 3.
And you only cashed, what, 5, 6 tickets?
Wow, incredible. I wish. We'll give you the pick 5 will pays when we return here. Let's go back to Tampa. On the turf for this third, mile and a 16th, it's $16,000 claiming race. Non-winners at 2 lifetime in this spot. And the 2, the 8, taking the majority of the money.
You have a situation where a lot of these horses have been trying to run on the grass for quite some time, either 1, 2, or more starts over their past couple, and they've just had some bad luck in getting rained off. So you have a lot of them returning to their preferred surface, like Pasta Salad Ronda, the number 2 horse whose better numbers are on the grass, as well as a horse like the number 8 Spirit of Power, who ran okay in that off the turf race last time, but just seems to prefer the synthetic and turf surfaces. So the logical horses in terms of the current wagering are the ones that kind of make sense just getting back to this surface.
Now for the 2, who now becomes your 2-1 favorite, if she is going to win, and she's yet to win on grass in 4 prior starts, she comes from so far out of it.
And you kind of never really wanted to be in that sort of position where you are so far back as one of those late closers that you're at the back of the field, and she does get the Timeform US late pace rating, and this race does project to have a little bit of speed. The number 7 should go, as well as the number 6, the number 9, maybe a horse that you don't consider necessarily a major win candidate, but could muddle some things up on the front end early. She might get that kind of setup, but she gives herself a lot of work to do.
So 2-1 favorite, the closer, the 2 Pasta Salad Ronda, and then the 8 at 5-2 Spirit of Power. Maiden win came on the grass for that one. And then the 7's taking a little bit of money too, Glorious Wave.
You know,
lightly
you read
raced.
my mind. She's a little bit interesting, isn't she? I mean, clearly she doesn't like the dirt, so you can forgive the last race. Best numbers so far on the synthetic, going a 5 furlong sprint at Gulfstream and breaking her maiden, but the race before that on the grass could compete here. I think she's a little bit interesting, stretching out back out in distance here.
Could see her somewhat forwardly placed too, and yeah, maybe can progress. 4-year-old debut coming up. We haven't seen her since July. Jason Beam, the call. Here's a 3rd from Tampa Bay Downs.
Got in. Winning on Syllabus and Pedro Cotto Jr. to the outside. Starter Eddie Booble's going to send them on their way here. As Syllabus goes into the outside. And they're in the gate. And the race is on. Gomika in the yellow cap, shot out to the early advantage. Up from the outside, Glorious Wave is quicker, though. Glorious Wave up to Poconos in front of Gomika. Up from the far outside, Syllabus. These 3 are quickest through that opening furlong as they bend into the stretch for the first time. It's Gomika who cuts the corner just in front of Glorious Wave. Out wide, Syllabus. War Museum in the purple colors just in behind the top trio is sitting in 4th. Another half length then. Back to Empire Girl, who's 5th. Beastie Girl down toward the fence is 6th. In the blue colors between horses is Newton Star in 7th. Spirit of Power a little bit wide in 8th there with Susie Saver 9th to the fence. And Pasta Salad Ronda is the trailer early on, about 9 lengths off the lead up front. As Syllabus takes over, pokes a nose in front of Gomika. Those 2 through an opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. They've gone a length and a half in front of a tugging War Museum. Glorious Wave right to her outside. They're right together, 3rd and 4th, just a length and a half now off the top. It's a length and a half more then. Back to Empire Girl, who's 5th in the yellow colors teal cap. In behind that one comes Beastie Girl. Spirit of Power starts to advance up on the outside. As now back 3rd last is Newton Star. The 2 at the back are Susie Saver and Pasta Salad Ronda. 49-1 for the opening half mile, and they're lining up on the front end now. 4 of them across the course there. Between horses, Syllabus just in front. Go Mika tries to stick with that one toward the inside. Glorious Wave 3 deep, 4 deep. Here on the outside is Empire Girl. Spirit of Power starting to warm up, 5 wide on the far outside. The closers all starting to rally on now as they come to the top of the stretch. Empire Girl, here's Spirit of Power. Pasta Salad Rhonda, who was so far back, is now up on the far outside and gaining as they have 3/16 of a mile left to go. Spirit of Power, Pasta Salad Rhonda. Those are the 2 that go on past the 8th pole. They're 2 clear now of Newton Star and War Museum. A final 16th to go. Pasta Salad Rhonda in front. Kevin Gomez and Pasta Salad Rhonda from last to first, win at a length and 3/4 in the end. Spirit of Power was second. Third looked to be War Museum over Newton Star, and Susie Saver got up for 5th.
Slow early, fast late, though, from last to first. And Pasta Salad, Rhonda gets the first win of her career on the grass.
And she got that pace setup that we were wondering if she would be able to capitalize on. Plenty of horses wanted that forward early position. They all started to back out of there, and she was making her move and able to get the win.
Hot Springs, Arkansas, first look at Oaklawn on this Saturday card. They're going to begin things with a maiden special weight at 1 mile and 1/16. And Ben Franklin, we talked about Julian Leperoux going to break. He'll be on board for Kenny Peak here on the likely favorite.
A horse that's making his 4th overall start, that 90 Beyer speed figure last time, makes him awfully tough.
Things always get better when we bring Paul Duca on the program. Paul, how are things going out in Hot Springs?
Well, it's a little rainy, Greg. Although the sun, I don't think it's going to peak out. It's a little bit. It's gotten a little bit warmer over probably the last hour. It's been raining since I would say 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and it continued all the way to about 10 to 11 o'clock. I would say Central Time here locally, and when you see the racetrack right behind me, it's completely sloppy. You could label it as wet fast, whatever you want. So it is a tremendous card here today, but you have to have your mud handicapping shoes on. And when you get to this first race, you know, you guys talked about the 2 choices in here with Ben Franklin on the rail and the 5 in here, you know, Nyquick. And, you know, this is a little post-parade on tape delay. When you look at this race, you know, it does look like those 2 horses are the horses to beat. You know, Ben Franklin, if you look at his resume, he's run 3 really good races. You know, his second start when he stretched out, he kind of got left in the gate that day. It says slow start, but he kind of got tangled up a little bit early. And then after that, he has shown speed in his other starts. He actually showed a little bit of pace in his first start. So he galloped away from the pony. The assistant for Kenny McPeak, they have the 1 and the 4 here. He instructed Julian to get away from the pony to get a good warm-up with Ben Franklin, and he actually told Emmanuel Esquivel, who is riding on Southern Street, to stay with the pony. He can get a little anxious every once in a while. Now, Nyquick, you know, the other horse in here, takes the blinkers off for Brad Cox. It was only a 1-race experience with the blinkers on. This horse has been a favorite 1 time, and usually when Brad has horses like this, you know, they usually break their maiden, you know, pretty soon. So, you know, Brad's one of those type of trainers that when he's so good, you always wonder, you know, after 3, 4, 5 starts, are we starting to see a horse that might want to run second or third in here? I do think they're the other horses to beat. I thought Game Keeper looked tremendous on the racetrack. The one muddy racetrack effort was at Saratoga, here at Oaklawn. This horse has run at Saratoga before. I just don't know, you know, whether he wants to go the distance to ground, although his best number was last time going 1 mile and 1/8. They put the blinkers on, and the coach, always pretty good off the layoff. So, you know, I hate to endorse anybody, but I'd actually take the 1 at 8-5 over the 5 at 3-2. I just think it might be a chalky first race in a card, Greg, that I think you can get some good value with a lot of prices.
All right, Paulie, we look forward to it as we kick things off on this sloppy going. So Ben Franklin, where Paulie's going to wind up, 8-5 on the board right now for trainer Kenny McPeak. That's where Julian Leperoux will wind up. And this was the last time he was seen at Churchill, how he ended his 3-year-old season running second in a maiden special.
And he got a high remark for this race. He was finishing second to Alexander Helios, that horse who won. It did return to win at Tampa. He did regress slightly in his Beyer speed figure to an 87 from the 93 that he earned here. this horse is still a little bit green, still figuring things out, still shying away towards the outside a little bit. A couple more things that he can build on and improve. And with that inside post at the short price that he is, I understand if you want to play elsewhere or look elsewhere at somebody else, but he's the horse to beat, and he just makes a lot of sense if he runs his last race.
I got a big speed figure for that performance. Did you see it as the 1 and the 5 and difficult to imagine someone else in here?
If I wanted to take a shot with somebody else, it'd probably be the other McPeak, Southern Sunset. Off that layoff, he faced some good horses early on in his career, needs another step to compete with the recency of his stablemate in the 1, Ben Franklin, but maybe a price to use in your exotics underneath.
Yeah, it's a 4 at 13-1. He had 3 pretty good efforts. He wasn't that far behind Nyquik. 2 starts back, but then he did not appreciate his last start, although went to the bench. Maybe something happened. Maybe give a look at a price, double-digit odds, as we get set to kick off this card in Hot Springs. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
2 more runners to round out the field. Nyquik. And to the outside, Vigano. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Ben Franklin a little bit slow to go. Crossing goes right to the front from Artwell, who's playing catch-up right now moving up alongside, and Artwell strides clear. Crossing takes a hold. Will track from the 2nd spot. Southern Sunset 3rd as they charge into that turn. Gamekeeper back in the 4th position, just 2.5 lengths off the pace, 1.5 lengths in front of Nyquik. Ben Franklin, the 2 favorites, 5th and 6th, approaching the backstretch run, and there's 2 runners at the back. DeLuca is one of them, and Vigano as well. They approach the backstretch. Artwell's on top by 1 length and a tail. Crossing right behind, tracking intently from 2nd. Southern Sunset in the 3rd spot. Gamekeeper right behind him in the 2 path. And Nyquik in the clear. He's 5th. 5 lengths off the lead, approaching the half-mile pole. Length in front of Ben Franklin. Vigano still has 1 runner beaten. He's towards the rear. DeLuca is the clear trailer with a half-mile to go. Artwell lets it out a notch. Strides 1 3/4 lengths ahead. Crossing 2nd, Southern Sunset joining him. Then comes Gamekeeper. Nyquik being asked to pick it up now. Ben Franklin shaking up just a little bit on the fence. Vigano still 2nd to last. DeLuca has yet to pass a runner as they round the 4th turn. Artwell on top. Now it's just 3/4 of a length, maybe even a 1/2 length. Crossing's gotten closer. Southern Sunset waiting for room. He's got some run here at 12-1. Southern Sunset staying on the rail. Can he find a way through? He's going to get that seam. Southern Sunset explodes to the lead and puts 2 lengths on the competition at once. Now make it 3. Ben Franklin up into the 2nd position. There's a 16th to go, and Southern Sunset has put this race to bed. He's gone 4 clear of his stablemate, Ben Franklin, and it's going to be Southern Sunset. 2nd home, Ben Franklin gives Kenny McPeak the exacta. Gamekeeper checks in 3rd. Artwell 4th.
It is, yeah, the other Kenny McPeak with the win. Southern Sunset, double-digit odds up the inside, runs away from this group. Nice call.
Thanks. What a difference of trips, right? For Southern Sunset to save all of that ground, sit in that nice catbird seat right off of the pace, get the split right up the rail. Everything went his way, whereas Ben Franklin, he was towards the back early on. He rallied on to finish 2nd in this race, and you have the McPeak exacta with the bigger price on top.
And nothing from Nyquik today at a short price for the Brad Cox barn. You see this horse just put more and more ground on the rest of this field here in the stretch. Southern Sunset loving this wet track today.
Yeah, I mean, he really relished the slop and off-going, and maybe Nyquik not the case for him. He'd never been on a track with moisture in it like this, so just maybe didn't handle the surface, but overall, you have to be pretty disappointed at the short price he was.
12-1 start to the Saturday card out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We'll see if there's more chaos to come with these wet conditions. 7-5 and 3-2, both defeated to kick things off. We're going to take a break. When we come back, former Eclipse Award winner's outstanding apprentice, Jose Gomez, adjusting to life as a journeyman. We'll see him coming up on Messi the Magician, and he's likely on the lone speed in the feature later today in the Innerborough. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Forget Valentine's Day. The date to remember in February is the 15th. That is the date the tickets go on sale for this year's Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Purse raised to $2 million this year.
And after the historic moment last year with Jenna Antonucci becoming the first female trainer to win any Triple Crown race, how could you not want to be a part of another history-making moment with the Belmont held at Saratoga?
Incredible what she accomplished. First female trainer to win a Triple Crown race, and concludes the year, too, as the first female trainer to have a 3-year-old champion with Arcangelo. So, again, tickets go on sale February 15th. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga this year. Rooms, if there are any even left, they are going for a pretty hefty price.
And they're going fast as well.
So we hope to see everybody there. It is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see if there's a Triple Crown on the line. Picture on that road to the Derby, still just sort of taking shape early in the year. So we get set for the final leg of this early pick 5. And some monster payouts. We had a 29-1 shot win earlier, beating a 4-5 favorite. 8-1 shot we just saw in the last race. So the numbers astronomical to this $9,500. The smallest payout, the pick 5, just shy of $8,000 to the 7 Lightman.
And the highest, almost $300,000 to the number 2 Bourbon's Hope. So anywhere in between, you're going home with a pretty hefty score.
So obviously, yeah, you had to get involved when the card kicked off, but we have a pick 6, double carryover in the pick 6 that begins in this race coming up as well. And this is a look at the sequence and how big the fields are in each of them. And you felt, in terms of looking at this card here, tough to find a race to lean on someone?
I think so. I think there are several logical horses in each race where you can kind of hang your hat, but perhaps not on one in particular. Even in the race coming up, you have a decision to make of who do you trust. There's a tough maiden special weight after that. A very tough allowance race coming up in race 7. Maybe you think you can go with a horse like Suerte or one of the Todd Pletchers in the 8th. The Innerborough, tough field in there. And to close things out, that race, I think, is the toughest of them all, the final leg.
Good luck. 143,000 and growing. Meanwhile, the 7 in this race to kick off this double pick 6 carryover. Bruce Levine, Lightman, whose debut win came at Saratoga back in July of 2022. We have not seen him since. Comes back off that long layoff now as a new gelding and will get Lasix.
A lot of changes for this horse and that time away from the racetrack, but this was an impressive effort first time out for him. And while he was the speed of this race and able to control things pretty comfortably, he still earned a very respectable Beyer speed figure for his debut, earning a 76, going that 5.5 furlong distance. And you have to think that kind of number at that stage, that now he's able to really improve upon that going forwards into this 4-year-old debut.
Year and a half away. And there's a look at him. Central Banker out of a Freud mare. If there is some natural progression, you'll see. But, I mean, being away for that long, never easy to come back. But I guess a good sign that Bruce Levine, off that long away, is bringing him back into a spot where he's protected and going through his conditions.
Exactly. You don't want to see a horse like this come back and automatically be entered for a claiming tag, because that could look like more of a red flag that he's not going to return with the same kind of numbers or a sort of progression off of that coming into this race. So clearly he's hinting that they should have some confidence in him that he can either replicate that number or be taking another step forward.
He was quick early in that debut. He went to the lead. He went gate to wire that day. There's plenty of speed, though, in this race, including this one right here. Icy Flavor, 4-1 right now. He will add blinkers as well for a rider who already has 2 wins on today's card.
Exactly, and maybe it'll be a repeat of the last race where he went to the front and never looked back, and that's what Icy Flavor likes to do. He is a forwardly placed type of horse, and while he hasn't been able to seal the deal over his last couple of races, with those second place finishes kind of adding up, at the same time he's so consistent. You know where he's going to be early, he can take some pace pressure and still hang around, and he got caught by a horse, the Institute, who got a very good ride from Trevor McCarthy and came from off the pace that day. But that was a solid field, and he looks to just be a horse that you can rely on, and you know what you're going to get.
Yeah, he shows up. He's raced 8 times. He's been first or second 6 of those 8. And there's the man hopping aboard. Luis Rivera Jr. is going to try and win his 3rd on this Saturday card, and we'll see. I mean, Messi the Magician next door, Jose Gomez, we talked about going to break. That horse looks like he wants to be forward. Certainly Lightman, Flowing River, not slow as well. Who's going to be the speed of the speed in this race?
I do think it'll be Icy Flavor. I think that even blinkers on or not, he would have been the horse that they have the most intentions with to be forwardly placed and get that lead, because that's what he does best. And even a horse like this that he's shown that dirt sprint speed, he even had turf sprint speed. So you know how quick he is early.
Here's our post parade. We'll kick things off with Kaz Sugarbank, who had won against a lot easier two back at Penn National, tried this level at a big price and was unsuccessful last start.
If things really heat up on the front end, he is not without a chance. He will be coming from off the pace.
Bourbon's Hope 24-1 for Eduardo Jones next door.
He's outrun his odds a couple of times, but this is a spot that looks to be too tough for him.
Beach Boy Al, all of his success to this point has come at Finger Lakes.
He didn't break all that quickly last time. Maybe you give that as an excuse for him, but would need a better effort to compete here.
Here is the quick Icy Flavor. Again, blinkers on.
We know where he's going to be early on. He likes to set the pace.
Jose Gomez on Messi, the Magician, went gate to wire in a maiden win last start.
And this warm-up might indicate that they have the same idea. They want this horse to be forward as well.
Donegal surges 5-2 off since October of 22.
He at least passed some horses in his debut, and while those aren't the fastest numbers, he could easily improve as a 4-year-old.
No question. He has faced the best company of anybody in this field, but a long time away. Here's the 7 Lightman, a long time away for him as well.
Another one of those layoff runners, a horse with that early speed. What will the tactics be today off that long layoff?
And another Finger Lakes horse with some pace outside, Flowing River.
We'll see how he translates that form to this circuit. It seems like he would also need to take another step forward to be successful.
3 minutes to post. Race that kicks off this double pick 6 carryover. Let's bring in Richard Migliore for the first time on our FS2 coverage. Mig, how you doing?
Hey guys, yeah, pretty nice out here. A little overcast, but mild enough. And we're going to start down on the inside with the 1, Kaz Sugarbank, 5-year-old son of Bankheist. Just making a really nice impression. I just love this horse's coat. Making, to me, what looks like the turnback should be making a late run. And I do think there's enough speed in here that could aid his late run. I've liked him in the warm-up. He'll be my top selection. This is connections that reach out for Trevor McCarthy. It seems like when they have a live runner, and I just think he makes a lot of sense coming from up the pace. He will have to work out a trip from the inside. The 4 Icy Flavor, who I believe could be the speed of the speed, especially adding blinkers here, has always flashed speed in all of his starts, save the first one, and he'll take a lot of catching, especially if he's able to shake free early. You're getting a 5-pound break in the weights with apprentice Louis Rivera Jr., so he gets in with 115 as opposed to 120. And then the 8 horse, I have to talk about at a big price, Flowing River. This horse is coming off a bit of a freshening. This horse is completely dappled out. And this time of year, that's just telling you a horse is doing extremely well from a physical perspective when their coat is all dappled out and shiny, rich, hydrated the way it is. And I do think this horse will outrun his odds.
17-1 shot. Thanks, Mig. Flowing River coming in from Finger Lakes, 5-year-old debut. Mig likes the look of, so that would shake things up to start off this pick 6 carryover.
Triple carryover. Potentially. I mean, this is a horse that the numbers aren't necessarily there on paper, but it's not outside of the question that if there is some hot pace up front and a couple of the main players that we think will be closing in don't show up, it's not out of the question that this horse could certainly run better than he might look on form.
No, there's question marks with the 2 shortest prices, 2 of the 3 shortest prices on the board. The big ones being the big time away. Donegal surges the 6 off since October of 22. No question has faced the best company. And Lightman, 1.5 years away for that one. It was impressive first time out.
And when you have those 2 horses that are making a similar return to the racetrack, I tend to look at the trainer statistics for how horses come back in their first start off of time away like that. And of course, with Todd Pletcher, you have a bigger sample size. So he has a 20% rate off 180 plus days, non-maidens, dirt sprints, versus Bruce Levine, 19% over the similar type of situation. But Bruce Levine is a 16 horse sample size. So can't really read too much into it based on those numbers. And we'll have to see these horses as individuals more so than what those numbers could indicate.
A positive sign, obviously, that they both won first time out, so they can win fresh as well. Will they be ready to fire today? Will this one, Icy Flavor, be the speed of the speed. You think they want more out of him with those blinkers going on for trainer John Kimmel. Double pick six carryover pool begins here in the 5th. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Flowing River to the outside. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze the start was Donegal Surges, who's the early trailer. It's Icy Flavor, sprints clear. Icy Flavor right out to the front. Messy, the Magician, is trying to make up some ground. There's right there as a pair with Lightman. They're second and third. Up at the far outside, Blue Silks, that's Flowing River. At the rail comes Bourbon's Hope. Further back comes Donegal Surges, who was off slowly, was at the tail end, is now third to last. The ball behind that is Beach Boy Al with the trailer. Kaz, Sugarbank. 22.53. Ripped through that opening quarter as Icy Flavor is the target. Icy Flavor is up by 3. In pursuit, here comes Lightman. As dropping back there was Messy the Magician. Moving forward is Bourbon's Hope. In the blue cap and the orange silks, Donegal Surges is under full drive, was in 6th, but is about to challenge for that 3rd spot. But Icy Flavor is trying to sprint away. Icy Flavor is up by 5. It's Icy Flavor at the top of the stretch, just kicked on. Here comes Lightman, is in pursuit, is coming after the leader now. Also trying to rally up on the far outside. Here comes Beach Boy Al, and Beach Boy Al is absolutely rolling. Beach Boy Al from way out of it. Beach Boy Al is 20-1. Beach Boy Al covered in the mud, but Beach Boy Al wins impressively at a number to kick off the pick 6. Looked like Lightman to hold off Kaz Sugarbank, and Donegal Surges in 1 minute 12 and 4.
Yeah, I would say a number 20-1 to start this pick 6 carryover on the Saturday card. Beach Boy Al, all prior 4 wins had come at Finger Lakes. Dylan Davis for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
And Dylan Davis has been riding so well over the past several races, and he is a horse that really did not get out of the gate all of that well last time, but it's not as though a performance like this could have been seen and anticipated based on that last race or even ones prior to that. The pace was honest, but he really made up significant ground way out in the middle of the racetrack and drew away impressively.
3rd biggest price on the board. 3 horses really who were completely dismissed in here, and he was one of them. Comes up with a 5th career victory. He'd been 0 for 4 in the money at Aqueduct prior as Icy Flavor tried to do it all alone on the front end. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 6.
Donegal Surges did not have an easy time of it out of the gate. You can see there 2 horses bump in front of him. He has to check back to avoid being a part of that incident. Kendrick Carmouche able to stay aboard, but he lost some significant position. Did rally on to finish 4th in this race. Maybe you give him another opportunity next time, but no threat whatsoever to Beach Boy Al.
Now, early in the stretch, it looked like Icy Flavor is going to run away with this. Not to be. Weakens in this stretch after going fast early, and Beach Boy Al takes advantage. Dylan Davis, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Greyhound Stables, Christopher Dunn. Springs a huge upset, and we're just starting in this pick 6 carryover. What's still to come? Many knocked out. The good news, we have a late pick 5 ahead. We'll be back.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring breeding stock and yearlings from the complete dispersal of Lotenbach Stables, including Grade 1 winner Bell's the One, and graded stakes winner She Can't Sing. Plus mares in foal to these top sires. And yearlings by the sport's leading stallions. Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mixed, featuring the dispersal of Lotenbach Stables, February 5th and 6th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one, very gifted, Fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknight has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. Cyberknight ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Double pick 6 carryover might turn into a triple if things continue like this. 20-1 shot. Beach Boy Al starts things off and ends an early pick 5 that returns over $98,000.
Incredible. I mean, this is a horse that I could not have come up with if you had me go through this race 10 more times. But credit to Dylan Davis. He knew that he had some horse to be able to close from so far out of it like he did. And it's not like this horse barely got the job done. He won going away.
What a result. Late pick 5, as many will be starting anew coming up next. So if your pick 6 tickets are done, we have that to look forward to. Meanwhile, back in Hot Springs, mile and a 16th coming up in the 2nd at Oaklawn. Non-winners at 2 lifetime, all for sale for $30,000 in this race coming up. And wide open betting board. We start with Doc Higgins for Carl Broberg, claimed off of Steve Asmussen.
Going from one high percentage barn to another and still fairly lightly raced, only making his 3rd career start.
15-1 next door on Dual Monarchy.
A horse that's returning to the dirt after a try over at Turfway on the synthetic. Seems to prefer the dirt surface. Ran into Reddington, a horse that we know pretty well.
Sir, he broke his maiden on this track, and he just ran 3rd at the level.
And he goes from one high percentage barn of Cipriano Contreras to another that it doesn't have quite as much success first off the claim.
Speed next door with the 4 Dance Simone.
A horse that is getting a little bit of class relief as well, and he has shown that he can handle going a little bit further.
Ignitus should be forward as well. Sprinter stretching out for D. Wayne Lucas.
Absolutely agree. A horse that has gone further in the past and will be getting more ground to work with today.
Ben Dreaming, and this is your favorite now at 9-2, was just 2nd at this level.
And 2nd ahead of Sir, who we saw a moment ago in the post parade, but he's staying in the same barn and goes 2nd off a layoff.
Harleasy drop in class in 7-1 for Gary Hartledge.
And he was a little bit anxious early on in the race last time, pulling his rider and just facing much better horses.
Auto Glide. Steve Asmussen with his son Keith aboard.
2nd off of a little bit of a break and returning to dirt where he's run his better Beyer speed figures.
And major player here, Cannavale with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Absolutely, a horse that is getting some very key class relief.
There was an allowance non-winners at 2 last spot. Season Normandy gets in. Blinkers coming off on the outside. Kelsey Harr aboard.
Debut for the 2024 season for this horse, last seen over at Churchill. A possible contender from the far outside.
One of the more wide open betting race, Paulie, we're going to see probably all afternoon here in the 2nd at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Greg. It really is. Anytime when you're dealing with these non-winners of 2 races, you have a lot of horses in here that are getting bet that are 1 for 18, 1 for 17, one for a lot. So it's kind of a guessing game, and you're going over a sloppy racetrack as well. I'll start with the 4, Dance Simone. You know, this is a horse that, for Cody Rosine, like Sarah said, is getting some relief in class and has shown speed before and has had an outside post 2 back at Churchill Downs. I thought that was an okay effort. Seems like, you know, the form declined a little bit, but that was a way tougher spot last time, and he really had no chance to get to the front end. Now he's 0 for 12 the last 2 years, so I don't know if you want to take him at 4-1, but you could knock a lot of different horses in here. The 6, Ben Dreaming, was at this level, like you said, Wolfie, last time out and ran well. And he was off a little bit of a layoff. And, you know, he hadn't been on the dirt since May of 2023. He had 3 turf starts, and Jimmy DeVito put him back on the dirt. He does have 2 wet starts. He has a second and a third. So not over this type of wet, but we'll see how he reacts. And, you know, right now he's 7-2. I just can't argue where anybody goes in this race. Season Normandy, the 12, I thought was a player in here. Hasn't ran since November, but, you know, they protected this horse off a layoff. Maybe going the 2 turns is a little bit of a concern, but this horse has won here at Oaklawn. Does have a couple races on a wet surface. I thought the 12 had a little bit of a look. And, you know, the 1 looked really well on the racetrack and warmed up good. Doc Higgins and Harry Hernandez and Carl Broberg are going to team up. And this horse was claimed for 20 from the Steve Asmussen barn to Carl Broberg, and is getting played a little bit on the board. But I just, for some reason, I think the 4's day could be today. I'm not, you know me, Greg, I do not like to play horses that have not won in 2 years. And at 4-1, I played a little bit because I think you should get more value. So I did pick Dance Mo in here. If I had another alternative, it'd be the outside horse. I think Season Normandy is getting overlooked at 6-1. The horse has got giant numbers in here. Just maybe the layoff is what's maybe turning away the public.
He's getting the overdue angle with Dan Samo. Look, no one in this field has remarkable records. That's the nature of non-winners at 2 lifetime, and as a result, that's why we're seeing a wide-open betting board.
Exactly. You're not going to see horses that are the most consistent types and always show up with the same types of races, and I think that's why you see a lot of horses that have tried a variety of different things throughout their careers, trying to see what it is that they really, truly want to do. I think Autoglide's a little bit interesting, getting back to the dirt for the Asmussen duo of Keith and Steve Asmussen.
And Paulie brought up maybe he's a long shot alternative. Doc Higgins on the rail taking money 8-1, at least 1 on a wet track, stretching out. And it was here at Oaklawn. I know it's sloppy today. It was muddy sealed when this horse won and broke his maiden last time out. This is a lot tougher company. We'll see what happens for the Carl Broberg barn. Tough to claim off Steve Asmussen as well. Matt Dinnerman the call. Here's the start of the early pick 4 from Oaklawn.
2 more runners to round out the field. Ignitus and Seas of Normandy. We're ready to go. And they're off. Ignitus gets the first call. Doc Higgins sent out from the inside to get forward position. Doc Higgins strides to the front. Ignitus takes a hold in the second spot early. Dance Samo third. Canaval outside of him going into the turn. Then Ben Dreaming kept on the outside right now. Now tucking back over to race 5th with Dual Monarchy around the turn. Sir is next. Autoglide third last. Seas of Normandy second to last. Harleasy, the early trailer, approaching the backstretch run. Doc Higgins coming off a maiden win first off the claim for Carl Broberg, leads the way under Harry Hernandez, a length and a half in front. Dance Samo takes the second spot, slips inside of Ignitus in a 3-deep Canaval. Another 2.5 to Dual Monarchy. Ben Dreaming has lost a position. He's 6 lengths off the pace with a half mile to go. 4 ahead of Sir. Seas of Normandy, Autoglide, they're side by side, and Harleasy well behind now with a half mile to go. Doc Higgins sent along to keep pace. Canaval, without being asked, moves up alongside of him, and those 2 kick on together. Canaval on the outside, going better than Doc Higgins, who's under pressure inside, loses the lead, trying to fight back. Canaval, a neck in front. Doc Higgins right there. Dance Samo right behind them, third, a length and a half behind. Ignitus is dropping in the wrong direction. Dual Monarchy passing him. He's got 5 lengths to gain. Ben Dreaming plummeting back. He's gone. Autoglide 6 behind, trying to pass rivals at the top of the lane. It's Canaval off the turn in complete control. Canaval by about 2 now, putting away Doc Higgins. Autoglide. Dual Monarchy continues to grind away. Some bumping there as Dual Monarchy drifts out. Coming on late, Harleasy from well behind. He was dead last, and he's going to go from last to first to win it. It's Harleasy and John Court drawing away. Harleasy by 2.5. Autoglide was second. Canaval holds third. Dual Monarchy fourth.
Harleasy for Get Up Stables and 63 years young jockey John Court.
and rallied from far back. This horse, you can see he's covered with all of that mud. He avoids some bumping going on in the center of the racetrack, steering clear of all of that drama and able to get up for the win. And this horse made some sense. He was getting some class relief. He'd been in spots in his last 2 races that were a bit tougher than maybe what he was able to handle, and he got the right kind of trip and set up today to stay clear of all of that inside traffic.
10-1, Harleasy facing easier company, although it struggled against this level. Churchill, a few starts back, gets the money today going easy late. See John Court wrapping them up there. Prices when we come back. Early pick 4 with a 10-1 shot. 2 big numbers to start off the card at Oaklawn. When we return, we'll talk the winningest trainer in North American history, trying to do it again in the Southwest. Silver Prospector, Tapiture, Private Emblem. Can he get Otter the Conqueror home next week? We'll be back.
And here comes the champion, Essential Quality. Essential Quality off the top of the turn, and he's opened up a 2-length lead, but Spielberg is running a massive race after him in second. Jackie's Warrior has been defeated. It is Essential Quality and Spielberg 1-2, a 16th out, and Essential Quality is just too good. Essential Quality, the champion, wins the Southwest.
Yeah, the 2-year-old champ came back strong as a 3-year-old. Essential Quality on that low visibility wet track at Oaklawn, and stamped himself as just as good as he was at 2, maybe even better as a 3-year-old.
And nice to see that he was able to come back, start the 3-year-old season right with a big win. Of course, we know what he went on to do in his career. Your Belmont Stakes winner, your Travers winner. And this is just the earliest taste of what we might see later on in terms of the Triple Crown Trail. Not only the Kentucky Derby, but those other 2 classics later on.
Extreme weather pushing this year's Southwest back a little bit in the calendar, so it's going to happen next week. We're going to have expanded coverage for this race coming up next weekend. The MiG will be out there along with Lafitte Pinkai joining Pauly. This is a look at the probables. Steve Asmussen, of course, will try and win another one, his last to do it, Silver Prospector. And he's got Otto the Conqueror, who brought him his 7th Springboard Mile victory in his 2-turn debut.
And this is a horse that had run so well in his start prior to this that he and Glengarry, you can see the gray horse inside of him, were really regarded as the two horses in this race at Remington. They put on a show down to the wire in this race. It was a really good battle between these two talented colts, and Otto the Conqueror able to get the better of that rival to the inside, and maybe he won't have to work quite as hard for the kind of hard-fought victory that he ended up earning in this race.
You give him extra credit for that performance. I mean, battling neck and neck the entire way and still pulling it out.
He was just so game in that race, and previous to that, Glengarry was undefeated, so I think that he was facing a solid horse.
Things, though, change quickly on this Kentucky Derby trail, so we're going to have expanded coverage again coming up next weekend. Lafitte, Mig, Pauly, all going to be there. Southwest move back a bit, 20 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby. Then the Withers next weekend as well from Aqueduct. Out west, Robert B. Lewis. And we will see the 2-year-old champ back in action at Gulfstream Park in the Holy Bull.
We will. It'll be an exciting Saturday with all of those preps now on the same day. Really looking forward to all of that coverage.
All right, busy Saturday coming up. A lot can happen. I hope you join us. And that's Sam F. Davis the following weekend out at Tampa Bay. Back here to New York, late pick 5 coming up. A lot of people putting a pick 5 together after what just happened in the pick 6 with a 20-1 upset. We're going to kick things off in this pick 5. 7 furlongs maiden special weight coming up at Value Area. Todd Pletcher, even money favorite right now. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, it's a real interesting group of maiden fillies here. Starting with the 3-horse, Your Forever, who debuted for a maiden 40 tag, was claimed that day by Rob Falcone. Rob Falcone had a terrific year last year, 48 winners, 18%. And I will say, I was in the paddock the day she ran here for that maiden 40. I think she's taken a big step forward from a physical perspective. To me, she just looks like a fitter filly, a little bit more complete. You know, she's had a couple months to, you know, develop a bit more. And I just really like what I'm seeing from the 3 Your Forever. She's going to have to improve off of debut, but we've seen a lot of horses take a big step forward. And she is making a first start for Rob Falcone Jr. The 4 Martingale, daughter of Curlin, ran okay going 6.5. I thought maybe it was just a touch green, not as clued into the proceedings as she needed to be. Then they tried her at 1 1/8 miles. She gets Lasix for the first time today, and I think it could be the Goldilocks effect. Maybe 6.5 a bit sharp on debut, not really knowing what to do. 1 1/8 miles maybe a little bit far because she's not a typical Curlin. She looks more like a sprinter type body. Now she gets 7/8 in her third start. Could be just right, and I like what I'm seeing from her. She does exit a same race on debut. She ran against Value Area, who was second when she was 4th, and she was well beaten by Value Area. Value Area's come back and continued to run well consistently. I do think she's the horse to beat, but I think there's a big step forward in the 4 Martingale, and unless something changes watching them warm up, she is going to be my top selection.
Mig, thanks. Yeah, I'd like to see that shortening up from 1 1/8 miles to 7/8 as well. This is the 4 to 5 favorite, though. All the money right now on Todd Pletcher's filly. Value Area getting Lasix here. Start number 6 after 4 seconds in her first 5 tries. We'll have the post parade for the late pick 5 when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Into second, Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Muddy going on the main track in New York as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up. Meanwhile, out in Hot Springs, Arkansas and Oaklawn, it has been prices to begin the first 2 races on the card. Harleasy 10-1 after a 12-1 shot won the opener.
And you can't even see him at this point now. He's just coming into your screen, a horse that was coming from off the pace here, and he angled out into the clear for that running room where some horses were sort of bunching up in the middle of the track in this race, but he was able to avoid all of that, got that nice clear run, and was able to get the win with a little bit of class relief.
At the shift outside, an anxious moment there as the 8 Autoglide looked like he was coming into him for a moment, but did not impede his run down the stretch. Easy time for John Court on Harleasy. Loving the wet track, $23. That double to kick things off, $112.80.
If you're live in this pick 5 at Oaklawn, you are pretty happy going forwards as far as what sort of prices you've been able to capitalize on as of yet.
Back to New York. Late pick 5 includes the Innerborough, the feature later. Fillies and Mares sprinting, where Linda Rice has 2 mares on 3 race win streaks. Dr. B back as well, the back-to-back winner of the Grade 3 Gopher Wand. This is the favorite, though, in the first leg of the sequence. The 8 Value Area, 4-5 for Todd Pletcher, but all those seconds are starting to accumulate. 4 seconds in 5 career starts.
Her chances are kind of running out, right? A horse that she's only been the favorite once so far in her career, but she's never been a gigantic price thus far. And once Todd Pletcher starts experimenting with things like adding the blinkers to his maiden, stretching them out in distance, changing things up, I kind of wonder if she is who she is. And while she did run a good second to Regulatory Risk, who had the run of the racetrack that day, she's just kind of been a little bit disappointing overall. And maybe you make the argument that she's facing an easier field than some of the ones she has in the past, but at the same time, she's 0 for 5, and these are connections that have horses get the job done.
Kendra Carmouche with the mount. He was on a 4-5 favorite earlier for Linda Rice. Looked like he was going to get home, and then the 29-1 shot was able to come down and run him down in that race. We'll see what happens here. The 2 inherits the rail, first-time starter.
A horse that's working very well, working very quickly coming into this race, and the Dam was a 7-time minor winner as well.
Rob Falcone barn with Your Forever. Just claim this horse.
Stepping up in class to the maiden special weight level after running into a class-dropping progeny first time out.
I'm with Mig. I thought this 4 very interesting for Chad Brown.
She was a little disappointing to me last time, but perhaps the cutback in distance will really suit her.
Growth rates for Chad Brown as well in Klarovich Stables with Manny Franco.
There's enough pedigree to suggest that she will handle the switch over to the dirt after not really running too much on the turf.
Shake the Sugar for Brittany Russell will get Lasix for start number 2.
I like this horse quite a bit. I think she needs to get a little bit faster, but I was impressed by her debut.
And the 4-5 favorite, so here she is, second-itis to this point for Value Area.
She has those races that make her the winner, and here it's just kind of a question what you're going to get from her going in and if she's just run out of opportunities, especially at a short price.
Pick 5 pool, $164,000 and growing. Let's go back to Martingale, 1-2 in here for Chad Brown. Here she is. She's taking a lot of money in those first 2 starts, but it looked like she was running an effective race, and maybe the distance might have just been to her detriment at 1 1/8 miles.
Well, on debut, she was part of a short-priced entry with Catherine Wheel, so that kind of explains why she was as short of a price as she was that day, though she did run well, finishing 4th in that spot. And then last time, it was a short field. She was favored, but I was just a little bit disappointed by the fact that she was a horse that ended up finishing third, not only behind your winner, but behind a horse that was such a big price that I think had a tougher trip, more against the track bias than she did. And while she may benefit from less ground, I just wasn't overly enthused off of that last effort.
Dylan Davis on board. We'll see if 7/8 is just right for her. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, everything I thought that I liked about the 4 Martingale in the paddock, I continued to like, and if anything, it enhanced what I liked in the paddock about her. Really nice warm-up. Looks like she's traveling great over the sealed racetrack. A lot of animation and energy to her stride. She will be my top selection. The 6 Growth Rate, who honestly, when I looked at her in the paddock, it was very clear why they started her on the turf, this daughter of Into Mischief. From a physical perspective, she has that kind of wider, flatter foot that you expect on a turf horse, but I do like the way she warmed up, and she elevated in my eyes on the racetrack. And your favorite, listen, there's nothing I can say negative about your 8 horse, your favorite here, Value Area. I just prefer the 4, even though she was well beaten by the 4 on debut. I just think there's a much bigger step forward with number 4, Martingale.
Well, meanwhile, thanks, Mig. Still even money on that 8 for the Pletcher barn. The other Chad Brown, we talked about Martingale the 4. This one here for Klarovich Stables. And the only race on her resume to this point, it came at a mile and a 16th on turf this past summer at Saratoga. And now the quick switch to dirt.
And the dam of this horse, a half to the Grade 1 winner, Her Smile, who is the dam of your current favorite Value Area. So I guess these two are technically cousins on the racetrack together. And so there's some pedigree to suggest she will be able to handle this surface switch and shorten up a little bit in distance. But she will have to run an improved race given what she showed us first time out.
Barn has a knack for making that surface switch on horses often that don't even appear to want to run on that particular surface and have success with them.
You're right, but at the same time, it's also a barn that gets things right away with a lot of the horses and what they ultimately want to do. So perhaps this was a situation where this will be what she wants to do, but usually this is a trainer that isn't frequently wrong about where his horses want to be.
Shake the Sugar 12-1. This is the Brittany Russell filly who debuted in Maryland at Lorac. She was favored in that maiden special weight. That was going 5.5 furlongs.
She finished second at day behind a horse with a little bit of experience, and while that was overall a field that perhaps not the strongest in comparison to this one, to put it mildly, she closed from last, going 5.5 furlongs, and I think she can get a little bit more in the game, a little bit more position today. Brittany Russell does well with her second-time starters as well.
Price continues to just get shorter on the favorite Value Area, the 8 for Todd Pletcher, even despite those 4 seconds, those first 5 starts. 3-5 now from that outside post with Kendra Carmouche. Can she deliver as the short price favorite to kick off this late pick 5? Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Value Area goes in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow was Best Impression. Speed from Growth Rate has got early speed, and there's Value Area, and to the inside, You're Forever. You're Forever leads the trio here up the backstretch as now Value Area wants to challenge, is out in the center of the racetrack. They're now head and head. You're Forever to the inside and Value Area to the outside. They're 1-2, and Growth Rate's going to take back in third. Moving forward, that's Dylan Davis and Martingale. They're on the move. They are 3 lengths clear from Best Impression, who's second to last, and Shake the Sugar is the trailer. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. The battle continues up front. At 3-5, Value Area is now kicked on, is up by a half length, is trying to put away You're Forever, who's down at the rail as they move into the far turn. Here's Growth Rate is in third. Moving forward still Best Impression, Eric Kensell. Going to split rivals here and chase this leader. Losing ground was Martingale. The trailer is Shake the Sugar. They're chasing the big favorite in Value Area, and Value Area is still up by 2, is well off the rail, and Value Area is in hand. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. It's Value Area and Kendra Carmouche as they reach the top of the stretch. Best Impression continues to just rally on down towards the inside, and Best Impression is now put ahead in front. Value Area is going to have to come right back to the outside, and these two are shoulder to shoulder. Value Area still got more. Best Impression continues to just grind away down towards the inside, approaching the 16th. Will Value Area put away Best Impression, who's back for more to the inside? Value Area, Best Impression, Value Area, Best Impression, Value Area got it done at 3-5. Value Area, very hard fought there, was Best Impression second best. Growth Rate and You're Forever in 1 minute 27.70 seconds.
Nothing easy about this win for Value Area. Took everything she had to put away this 13-1 shot on what is going to be the shortest price favorite we have all day long.
And Value Area finally able to get a win of her own, hard fought or not. But how well did Best Impression run after breaking slowly, weaving between horses? It was this horse's debut, so to show that kind of recovery after the less than ideal beginning, to be so game towards the inside of a horse that had so much experience, and to almost get the job done at 13-1. I mean, you are not going to get this price next time on Best Impression.
What makes you think that? 3-5 favorite. Big debut, but comes up on the short end of the stick for this too. Best Impression, valiant effort, but Value Area gets the win. Let's go back to the start.
And I mean, this horse just breaks a little bit slowly, a hop up in the air, last early on, and Eric Cancel, he doesn't panic. He's able to get this horse into a comfortable rhythm going forwards, and then he just starts weaving between horses to be able to secure himself some racetrack and to almost get the win. I mean, this was a big effort from Best Impression. Take nothing away from your winner, Value Area. She had the experience, she was forward early on, and she was still able to seal the deal in here, but this was a big debut effort.
We're going to take a look at the head-on here in a second. Kendrick Carmouche defeated on a 4-5 favorite earlier on in the card. So Kendrick on the outside with the 8. And this long shot to the inside, 8 coming in a little bit there to make it tight.
Shoulder touching, perhaps. Again, there's a little contact there.
Right up to that line. Does he ever cross it?
It depends. I mean, I don't think that this was a situation where you could have a huge opinion on that situation.
Let's go to Meg. Meg, obviously you've been involved in a lot of these. How tight did Kendrick make it?
I think he rode the line just perfect. You know, there's a fine line between race riding and a foul, and he rode that line perfectly. Put his filly down on top of a first-time starter who has a lot of size to her. Best Impression made her just a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit intimidated. They might have rubbed just a touch, but this in no way would warrant or constitute a foul. This was the definition of race riding.
That's what you're supposed to do. And Kendrick Carmouche seems like rode this one to perfection, made it uncomfortable and tight for that first-time starter. And to this point, yeah, it's official.
Yeah, they wasted no time in making that decision very quickly. So obviously, Richard Migliore knowing a little bit more about what that line is and whether or not Kendrick Carmouche was right on it. And it seems as though he was well within the bounds to just ride that race and make that first-time starter a little bit uncomfy.
So this 3-year-old filly for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners finally gets her moment in the winner's circle after 4 seconds. First 5 starts of her career. Connections had to sweat it out, but finally gets that first win. 8-2-6 here in the first leg of the Pick 5 with an odds-on favorite, short price to begin the sequence. We go back to Oaklawn Hot Springs, $50,000 maiden claiming 6-furlong sprint coming up. We're going to kick off the post parade in a moment with one of the major players in here for a barn that's having a terrific go. Really, the first winner, I believe, came January of 22. It's been a rapid rise for Lindsay Schultz.
She's just had a lot of success in a very short period of time, and this horse makes a lot of sense. Came back off that layoff, ran well to finish second last time.
For 10 Strike Racing and Portillo Racing, the 2 Just Ask Watts.
A horse that ran okay in the maiden special weight ranks and is now getting that little bit of class relief.
Handsome Rascal is a first-time starter for Todd Jordan.
Yeah, a Rascal Cat. You don't see many of those out on the racetrack. We'll see how this one does at first time.
Express Cruiser going to take a slight step up in class.
Ran okay last time. A horse that maybe makes some sense coming in here based on that 57 buyer.
20-1 on Golden Diversion, took no money first time out.
It didn't show a ton either in that race that Corked also comes out of.
Drop in class, Steve Asmussen with Fastened has his son Keith aboard.
A horse that tried the maiden special weight ranks on debut at Fairgrounds. We haven't seen him since November, and now he takes that quick drop in class.
Commander Storm didn't finish last time out. We'll see if today goes better.
And his races at Horseshoe Indianapolis were versus the State Bred Company, and this drop in class seems extremely warranted for him.
Another big price next door. Here's the 8 Phenomenal Dream moving to a new barn.
It seems as though his better efforts are on the grass, and his dirt race doesn't really put him in the mix in here.
In for a tag for the first time for Kenny McPeak, top of the street.
They waited a little while to drop this one in class, and he'd faced some good ones early on in his career. Maybe the class relief helps out.
Mirage sprinting in the debut against Softer Maiden 20. Ran a decent effort and went a little backwards against Tougher last out.
We'll have to find that debut race versus Tougher company.
Another Steve Asmussen runner. Hold your applause here.
Going from the turf back to the dirt, a surface that he originally debuted on.
And first time in for a tag, Nullify D. Wayne Lucas trains.
Ran into Nash, Air of Defiance, Deterministic. He certainly will benefit from this class release.
Yes, definitely faced the toughest probably of anybody in this group. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, a difficult race to handicap in the sense that your two favorites in here, the 1 and the 9, Corked and Top of the Street, are two horses that are kind of not good gate horses if you look at their past performances. The 1, Corked, has gotten left in the gate in both of his starts. And, you know, granted, ran giant last time out, but in this type of race, you just can't really afford to make that same mistake. Now, just like all the other 3-year-olds in here, they're getting Lasix for the first time, besides the 4 in here who obviously ran on January 6th. You know, the 1 Cork does have a ton of talent. I was talking to Lindsay Schultz right before the race. You guys were talking about the rise of her barn. I mean, she's just a phenomenal conditioner, and she told me, listen, this is a horse that I always thought could go a little bit longer, but I need to solve his gait problems first. So she has high hopes for this horse. I don't love the rail draw, but I'm going to, you know, pick him on top, give him one more shot to maybe get out of there. Because his first start, he didn't really break flat-footed. He got more bumped out of there and steadied. So I'm hoping that maybe that he can just break kind of with the pack in here and run along. Now, the 9 in here, Top of the Street. Now, the Kenny McPeak horses already, we've seen 2 run back-to-back in the first race that we covered, and the higher price horse won. Now, he does have the 9 in here, and I thought the horse looked tremendous on the racetrack. Julien Leperoux aboard, but another horse, like I said, cutting back in distance. So the 1 and the 9, your 2 favorites, probably going to be pretty far back in this race unless the 1 breaks right on the square. The 12 in here, Nullify. I see where you guys are going. You know, this horse has been facing a lot tougher for D. Wayne Lucas. You do get Nicky Juarez aboard, who is a jockey that's very aggressive and will try to be forward. And then the other horse in here was Fasten, the 6. You know, he ran in a pretty good race first time out at Fairgrounds. And this horse is going to drop second time by Bolt d'Oro. They do like a little bit of wet conditioning, do the Bolt d'Oros. So, you know, a tricky race. I can understand why the public is going with the 9, because Kenny McPeak horses have been firing so far at this meet. But I'm going to land on the Lindsay Schultz runner, the 1 at 9-2. I think you're getting a decent price. We got to hope Cork breaks today, guys.
Yeah, Paulie, thanks. First 2 starts from Cork, issues both times out of the gate. That debut at Monmouth, and then last time out at Oaklawn as well. Lasix here for start number 3. And, you know, Lindsay Schultz has gone from in just about 2.5 years, from about 7 horses to more than 30 in her barn, and just late in the summer last year, her first graded stakes win.
It's incredible with the success that she's been able to put together over such a short time period. And even at Oaklawn this meet so far, she's already had 2 winners, a $3.31 ROI for those 2 winners from 11 horses to start. So already having success at the young meet at Oaklawn.
And there is the colt she's going to send out in this one, Corked at 4-1. What are your thoughts with this one?
He makes sense. I mean, this is a horse that still has that upside, being lightly raced, and I think that they were just really realistic with where they wanted to spot him for his best chance of success last time in dropping him in for that $40,000 tag out of that maiden race at Monmouth. And so I have nothing majorly against him. You always worry about a horse that's had some issues getting out of the gate, breaking from the inside rail. And so I think that perhaps that could be a detriment to him at a shorter price. Maybe you want to look elsewhere to a horse that's a little bit further outside. I would give Nullify a big look, a horse that is dropping in for the tag for the first time for the Lucas barn. I think he's just kind of kept the best company in the past.
It's the 12 horse for the coach. Right now, second choice on the board. Nick Juarez will ride. You see the 7 step in. 5-2 favorite, though, top of the street for McPeak with Julien Leperoux. That another one facing the easiest company he has faced yet in 5 career starts. Matt Dinnerman the call. Here's a third from Oaklawn Park.
Express Cruiser. Mirage. Golden Diversion. Hold Your Applause. Fastened. Second to last. Nullify. To round out the field, Nullify. He's it. We're ready to go. And Leroff. Good beginning for all 12 runners in the race. A scramble for the lead. Fasten's got speed. So does his stablemate Hold Your Applause. The gray horse Handsome Rascal is in that group as well. Commander Storm in that lineup. So is Just Ask Watts down the backstretch. Commander Storm there with Fasten, Handsome Rascal, and Just Ask Watts down on the inside of that trio. Those 4 across the track with a half mile to go, and they lead by 2. Hold Your Applause runs in the 3rd position. Express Cruiser Cork joining him. Then Nullify caught deep into the forward turn. He's about 5 lengths off the pace. Another 3 to top of the street. Golden Diversion needs to do more, still 3rd last. Mirage has 1 runner beat. That's Phenomenal Dream as they round the forward turn. They've sorted themselves on the front end with a 1/4 mile to go. Just Ask Watts is a clear leader with a 1/4 mile left. Leads a length and a half. Uncorked is unleashing his rally into 2nd. Fastened is giving way. Commander Storm's done. Hold Your Applause trying to get rolling on the extreme outside. But as they hit the furlong pole, Just Ask Watts is scampered away to a 4-length lead. He's green under the left-handed stick, just drifted out there because of that, but he's maintained a very cozy lead, and at this point, it's all over. Just Ask Watts gives Manny Esquivel his 2nd win today. Battle for 2nd. Mirage was in the photo with Nullify. Corked ran 4th.
This was one of a few dropping in for a claiming tag for the first time, 16-1, even though things got a little dicey here in the stretch with that riding crop weaves out a little bit, but no harm, no foul.
No, and we were thankfully no one else was around to have it be any sort of issue whatsoever, and there were a lot of horses that wanted that forward early position. He ended up proving to be the speed of the speed and still had so much left in the tank to be able to seal the deal in this race. Kind of a cluster for 2nd there as well. Ended up going to a horse that was a decent price, but I didn't really see a big excuse for Corked in this race. I felt as though even though he didn't break super sharply, he got a nice inside trip and had every opportunity.
Maybe 10-12-1 for the minor awards, but wow, long way back to everyone else in here. Just Ask Watts, 16-1, 3 races into this card, and it has been complete chaos.
That's how Oaklawn goes, right? I mean, you usually see quite a few big prices able to be successful there. It's a great betting track.
12-1, 10-1, and now 16-1 through the first 3 on the card out in Hot Springs. When we come back, $3 million on the line in the Pegasus World Cup Invitational. Can the Preakness winner get it done for Bob Baffert, National Treasure? We'll have a preview ahead. Back with you on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races. Continuing live coverage from Aqueduct and Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn coming up. A lot of the racing world, their attention down in South Florida today as well with that $3 million Pegasus World Cup Invitational. We've seen some huge matchups in the past in this race. Life is Good, Knicks Go. That was so anticipated. This year, in a lot of ways, maybe more interesting because there is no standout in this race.
And when you don't have a star in a race like this, you have this full field of 12, and it's a great wagering race because you don't necessarily have that big, overwhelming favorite. And so you have some opportunities to make some money.
No, we say that, but National Treasure 9 to 5 in the morning line. Preakness winner from last year for Bob Baffert will make his 4-year-old debut coming up.
This is a horse that I think gets very comfortable when he's left alone on the front end, and he was able to secure the lead in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. This was a game effort to just finish second behind Cody's Wish, now your 2023 Horse of the Year, but he fought him every step of the way in this race. I don't know that the Pegasus sets up the same way for National Treasure that this race did, where he is alone on the lead. I think that other horses want to be forwardly placed, and that could be his undoing. But when given the opportunity and the front end, he's very dangerous.
And a horse who was third behind him that day, Skippy Longstocking, I think he's intriguing too, but that is a tough post with that first turn coming up so quickly.
And you have to imagine Tyler Gaffleone is going to want to get over to secure some race track for himself. So he's going to have to use his horse a little bit early on the front end.
Meanwhile, top 3 finishers coming out of the Grade 2 Clark, late November at Churchill, including Trademark, who won that race for Victoria Oliver.
And he was sort of the upsetter of that race. You see, First Mission was your favored winner at a short price there that day. First Mission had dueled with Film Star throughout this race earlier on, was able to put that one away. He did all of the dirty work. He's still trying to hold off a horse in Trademark who had that nice stalking trip. It ends up being pretty close in this race at the wire, with Trademark willing to secure that win, but I wouldn't discount First Mission. I thought this was a very game effort.
Interesting, wide open edition of that Pegasus World Cup Invitational coming up. That happens a little bit later today. We'll have a full recap what happens on tomorrow's program. Let's get back to today's action here in New York. Odds-on favorite kicks off the late pick 5 after a big upset to start the double pick 6 carryover. Up next, race 7. 1-turn mile, allowance optional claiming field. Maker's Candy, short price here, trying to make it 3 straight.
And if he runs his last race, he's going to be very, very tough to beat. He was able to earn a 100 buyer speed figure for that effort and beat a nice horse too in Drake's Passage.
Let's head downstairs, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
And Maker's Candy, he looks great here. I have no problems with your current heavy favorite in this field, but I do want to talk about some others that are making good impressions. And we'll begin with one off of a layoff, off a trainer change in number 3, Champion's Dream. And Rick Dutrow will take over training duties on this son of Justify, who showed so much promise as a young horse and has ultimately lost his way a bit. We'll see if Rick can rectify that and get him back on track. If paddock impressions have anything to do with it, I'd say he might be getting him there. Now he's gonna put on a very, very shortcut cheater blinker here. I mean, really, that's not doing much at all, to be fair. But a horse that just seemed kind of dull and listless in his demeanor the last time I saw him up at Saratoga, it just is a lot brighter today. He's strong in his physical appearance, carrying great conditioning, and I kind of was intrigued by him going the 6 furlongs, I will admit, but he's proven that he can be effective at this 1-turn mile. So we'll see how he negotiates that coming off the bench, but definitely on the positive end of the spectrum for Champion's Dream today. And then number 1, Stolen Base, I kind of want to give another shot to him. He's a horse that has had limited starts on the main track. And last time when he was switching back to it for the first time in a long time, it was almost as if he didn't know what to do, especially when that kickback started hitting him. He found himself a little bit out sprinted early, and he was getting the kickback and he kind of throwing his head. So Dylan Davis decided to keep him outside and went up and kind of circled the field, if you will, around the turn. And very rarely do moves like that win races. I'm wondering if this guy kind of settles back into a rhythm a bit, having that race under his belt, back on the main track, if he can just handle it a bit better, if you will, because he looks spectacular. If I was blindly picking horses on appearances, it would be Stolen Base in here. So we'll see what he does. He will have to do it from the inside post. That might not be the best post position for him, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. 10-1 right now. Lane Luzzy for Bruce Levine on the 1 Stolen Base.
And this is a horse, if you go back to his last dirt race prior to that last time we saw him, he was finishing second in and off the turf race behind Trademark, who we'll see a little bit later on today in the Pegasus World Cup. So I think that you do sort of have to maybe take him a little bit more seriously if you think there's an excuse for his effort last time, and Maggie does.
Horse everybody's got to beat, though. This race certainly goes through the 6 Maker's Candy, and there's a look at this 4-year-old for Mike Maker, trying to make it 3 in a row in a mile distance. That's what his forte is. 3 wins and a second, including the last 2 times out.
And perhaps a horse that has maybe been a little bit inconsistent throughout his career overall, but this was one of his bigger performances to date. He was able to earn that 100 Beyer speed figure against Open Company rather than just against the New York breds, and he did hold off a pretty good horse in Drake's Passage as well, and these two were very much so well clear of the rest of the field. So anything like this, again, you're looking at way the horse to beat in this spot.
So can he make it 3 straight? Manny Franco on board for those last 2 wins. He's back aboard today. And it just seems, you look at that last start, and it was the biggest figure he's ever run. It was a big jump from his prior start. Any kind of negative there at all?
Maybe if he had never had a number somewhat like that in the past, but I think when you go all the way back, he ran a 90 Beyer in his second start. So it's not as though these higher numbers, faster races are so completely out of the question for him. And he might look like that 1 number horse at first glance, but I think the talent and the ability has sort of always been there.
We have some older veterans on the outside. Bold Endeavor, Trafalgar. There's a look at Bold Endeavor for Gustavo Rodriguez. The hot hand, Dylan Davis, will be aboard. This was the last time we saw him, December 29th, muddy, sealed track, and just missed against Guntown.
He did have some trouble in this race. He was saving ground, but when he goes to angle for racing room, he doesn't have it. You see there, he's highlighted. He has to try to switch out to secure some racetrack in order to rally on. He also has to sort of move behind horses again, check again, and make more of that move outside of horses to be able to secure that racetrack for himself, and he finishes strongly. My only concern with him is that he got a really good trip up to that point. He was able to save a lot of ground, and I also feel as though this is just a tougher field than what he faced last time.
6-1 right now for this 8-year-old who's won over $430,000 in his career. You got Trafalgar outside as well, the 8, Kendra Carmouche, Linda Rice. Strange to see Linda Rice at that kind of a price. Almost any time on this circuit.
Very true. And this is one of the horses that she had claimed from Kentucky, and she was claiming this one from the Chris Hartman barn, and he's been in some pretty tough spots since that time. He was able to run 3rd 2 starts back behind 24 Mamba, a horse who's in really great form right now for the Charlie Baker barn. He's just kept some really good company throughout his career, and I think that if you want a horse to come from off the pace, he might be the one that's more class tested than his rival towards the inside, Bold Endeavor, who also will be running late.
He's at 6-1 as well. 7 minutes to post. We have our post parade coming up here for the 7th. It starts this late pick 4 on this double carryover pick 6 day that started with a huge upset. Then you have really some anxious moments on the horse, probably going to be the shortest price, will be in this entire sequence, but was able to get the job done in the last race.
And I think that had Value Area not gotten the job done, we could have been well on our way towards that triple carryover. But perhaps if you were able to come up with Beach Boy Al, you were able to lean with some confidence on Value Area, and we'll see how things play out going forwards. I don't think it would take too many big prices to shake things up and have us heading towards that triple carryover.
There's the Dutrow runner moving to his barn for the first time, 4-year-old by Justify, who was on that Triple Crown trail last year after a win in the Nashua as a 2-year-old.
He makes some sense. I think that he's very interesting and kind of a wild card coming into this spot because he had shown that promise early on.
Here comes our post parade. We're going to start with Stolen Base. Again, Bruce Levine trains. They'll have Lane Luzzy aboard.
A little disappointing last time, but perhaps some reasons to excuse that effort. He hadn't run on the dirt in quite some time, and last time he did, he was running behind a good one.
Alternate reality, Jackie Davis at 15-1.
Fresh off a win, but getting quite the class test in here as he tries to go back-to-back.
Here's the former Grade 3 Nashua winner for Rick Dutrow now with Jose Gomez.
A horse that looked promising to start his career, didn't quite pan out that way, but is making a big barn switch.
Linda Rice with Un Ojo, Trevor McCarthy aboard 6-1.
Able to get the win last time, his first win since taking the Rebel Stakes at 75-1. He needs to get a little bit faster, but he's not out of this.
And he is named that because, yeah, indeed, just one eye for the former Rebel winner. Maker's Candy trying to make it 3 in a row.
The horse to beat looks to extend that win streak and has been progressively improving his Beyer speed figure over his last 3 starts.
Bold Endeavor, we talked about. Dylan Davis rides for Gustavo Rodriguez.
If you think the trip really impeded him last time, he's worth betting back at a decent price.
And on the outside, Trafalgar, another one from the Linda Rice barn. She goes to Kendrick Carmouche.
A horse that will be running later on if you think the pace might heat up. I think he's also a fair price, and he's a little bit more class tested as well.
Still listed as Muddy on the main track. Late pick 4 begins in this race. You can play all the action at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, play along. New members, that's the offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Punch that in. Match 200 at sign up. And it is yours at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this 7th coming up that, again, kicks off a pick 4 ahead. 4-5 favoritism for Maker's Candy. You think either of those last 2 races wins this race?
I don't know that the race 2 back does. I really think that he needs to run something like his last race or possibly even an improvement to be as successful in here. And he hasn't been the most consistent throughout his career overall, even though he has won his last 3. Maybe he's putting everything together now. Maybe we get a repeat of that last performance. But I think there could be some other alternatives. And for me, I would think that Champion's Dream is kind of your big wild card coming into this race off of that barn change.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Sarah and I on the same wavelength. The more I watch Champion's Dream, the more I like him. I mean, he came out to the racetrack like, yeah, let's do this. And I just hadn't seen that from him in that last effort up there at Saratoga. So I'm going to land on him. But a horse that moved very well over this racetrack is number 7, Bold Endeavor, who certainly has the go-back races to make him competitive here. If you're like me and not truly believing that Maker's Candy is that consistent 100 to upper 90s Beyer speed figure type. So Bold Endeavor, I wish he looked a little bit better in his coat, but that's really the only drawback with him. And his last race indicates that maybe he can get back into form. He was in the second flight. He was on the rail. He had to swing out. He had to wait, swing out. Then he had to check and steady again, and then he had to swing out another time, and he still kept coming on, only to be beaten half a length in the end behind Guntown. So a good effort by him. Looks as though he might be rounding back into that good form, which we saw from him over the summer, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. So 3 Champion's Dream for both Sarah and Maggie, 5-1 right now. Everyone's a bit of a price because of all that money on Maker's Candy.
And I mean, he deserves it based on what he's done so far on the racetrack, particularly that last race that I'm sure people will be looking at. And a horse like Champion's Dream, you're kind of betting on the potential of what he could be for this new barn. And an example of what we saw happen where Rick Dutrow got a horse first off the claim, 10 Cent Town, who his last couple of races, they hadn't really popped off the page in any way. He was bet down significantly, and he was able to run a race that was decent enough to get the job done in there, and a big improvement off his last couple of races. Champion's Dream, he at least has those good races to go back to, that if he can find them again and improve upon them even a little bit, make him very interesting.
So even money on a horse who, he did run a big race, second start of his career, but that was next level, what he did last time out. So it's really a one-off. Can he do it again? And you're asking him to do it again, thinking, because if he doesn't have that race on the resume, he sort of fits in with a lot of these in here. And now you're asking him to do it on a track that's muddy.
I don't see any problems with the wet track for him. It's more just if you can rely on him to repeat that kind of performance, and perhaps you can, perhaps you can't. Time will tell in just a moment.
Tommy was on and off track. It was a sloppy sealed track, different surface, obviously, than what we have that muddy today, but fourth that day against the likes of Frat Pack and Skylander. We'll see what happens here. He is a short price, trying to make it 3 in a row. The 6 Makers Candy. Manny Franco aboard for the Maker Barn. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Maker's Candy. 2 out. Bold Endeavor. And Trafalgar. Trafalgar to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed to the inside from Stolen Base. Has got some early kick, and right there, here comes Champion's Dream, is trying to join that leader. Out wider is Maker's Candy, and now Maker's Candy presses on as a neck in front, and Bold Endeavor right towards the outside is a challenging second. They get set to come out of the chute, and it's Maker's Candy. And Manny Franco, they lead the proceedings, and here's Bold Endeavor right to the outside, stalking from second, in between horses, Champion's Dream. Unoho is out in the center of the racetrack, is now challenging for the 3rd spot at the rail. Pink Silks at Stolen Base. Behind them, it's Alternate Reality with the trailer, Trafalgar. 23.54 for the opening quarter mile, and on the front end at even money, Maker's Candy. It's Maker's Candy in front. Bold Endeavor is chasing right to the outside, still from second. At the rail, here comes Stolen Base at a number at 18-1. In between horses, that's Champion's Dream, who's starting to lose a touch of ground as they move into the far turn. 46.59 for the half-mile time. Unoho is 4th. Here comes Alternate Reality from the back, and Trafalgar with more than double digits to make up. And they're still chasing at even money, Maker's Candy. It's Maker's Candy in front. Bold Endeavor. Unoho is on the move, and here comes a 3-wide move from Unoho. Alternate Reality starts to go through the gears of the back there with Stolen Base, and Trafalgar starts to rally as well. They reach the top of the stretch, and Maker's Candy's got more. It's Maker's Candy, 111-4 for 3/4, and Maker's Candy kicks away. Here up on the outside, Unoho is in pursuit, and back for more is Bold Endeavor. Maker's Candy drifts, but here comes Bold Endeavor muscling on through in between horses. Bold Endeavor to the outside. Maker's Candy battles on. Unoho is trying to run them both down. 3 across the racetrack. Maker's Candy back on the inside. Bold Endeavor head and head. Maker's Candy back in front. Maker's Candy, wow, that was resilient. Maker's Candy looked like by a nose over Bold Endeavor. Trafalgar rallied on late with Unoho in 1 minute 38.3.
Gritty stretch drive from Maker's Candy, who slugs this one out and makes it 3 in a row.
Here in that one. I mean, this is a horse that he didn't get an easy time of it on the front end. He had Bold Endeavor attached to his hip the whole way around the racetrack. Thought Unoho might have a chance at this point at the top of the stretch. He had to fight for this win all the way down to the wire, and this was an effort that you have to have a lot of respect for. A horse that maybe looked like he had that one-off number, maybe some inconsistencies. This was a big game effort from him.
That's what it takes right now to beat Dylan Davis, too. 6, 7, 5, 8. Was there any drifting in the stretch?
I don't know. Remains to be seen. I mean, I think that there was a little bit of bumping with Unoho. Kind of see horses come together at that point. We'll have to see ahead on to really tell.
So Maker's Candy, short price, looks like it's 3 straight. And the last 2 has really had to fight for it and showing he has a ton of heart.
Yeah, and I mean, really, kind of the first time that he's shown that sort of determination in a race like this. I mean, he was fighting against Drake's Passage last time, but this was big effort from him. And now we'll take a look at this head-on here. What do you think?
So he is certainly moving out quite a bit to that point, but has made no contact.
Some drift.
Continued left-handed, well, no left-handed crop there.
No change of the crop by the rider in terms of which side. So I really think it's just the initial move.
Yeah, it was a dramatic move initially, and there was no contact at that point. Would like to see it one more time, but
I don't know. I don't think it's anything.
Manny Franco Mike Maker, Paradise Farms. And it looks like 3 in a row here for Maker's Candy. Short price, back-to-back races here as we continue along in this Pick 6 carryover. We'll be back right after this.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale. The last mixed sale before the start of the breeding season. Featuring a deep catalog of quality racing and broodmare prospects, yearlings, and mares in foal to the sport's leading sires. Plus 65 entries of breeding stock and yearlings from the complete dispersal of Lothenbach stables. Recent sale graduates include Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, Kentucky Winter Mixed, February 5th and 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. 4th at Oaklawn. Approaching the 2-minute mark to post. 10,000 starter allowance, 2-turn mile, and an 8th race ahead on the sloppy going out in Hot Springs. Get a look at this field here coming up. We'll start off in a moment with Chapel Barn, Ricardo Santana Jr., and a horse that wants to be forward inside.
He definitely wants to show that early speed. He hasn't been able to sustain it as of late, though.
Truculent, the 3, at 9-2. It put together back-to-back wins at Saratoga over the summer.
We're familiar with him on this circuit. Comes in from a second-place finish, and No Burn, who beat him, came back to run very well the other day.
And our buddy Tom Amos with Bear Oak, second off the claim. Christian Torres rides.
The horse to beat. He's run well going this far on a track with some moisture in it. That 91 Buyer a few starts ago and a 93 two-back, he's going to be tough.
Sitting on go. He wants to be up close on the lead. He won by 8 lengths, gate to wire last start.
Aggressive ride last time, and it paid off. A big 93 Buyer for him in his last start.
More potential pace with the 8, Coach Adams.
Yeah, it looks like there will be a lot of horses that want to have that same kind of position. He goes third off a layoff.
23-1 next door. This is no more Mr. Nice Guy, who's a 2-time winner on a wet track.
He does appreciate some moisture on the surface, but he has been a big price in his last several races. He'd need to improve quite a bit.
Yet more pace. Toma Toto. Bentley Combs claiming off of Steve Asmussen.
Not an easy thing to do, but goes out for a capable outfit. He'd need to take a little bit of a step forward, though.
And a winner last time out, T-Bone's Trick with Chris Landeros.
One over at Remington, needs to find a little bit more to get to some of the top contenders, but not completely out of the question.
So that's your field. Was even money, now 6-5 on this one right here. That's the 6. Bear Oak. So Tom Amos claims off of Norm Cassie. Horse was 4th at Oaklawn on a muddy sealed track last time out, but going to get a little bit easier going today.
And he's just been so consistent. Going back to this summer, he's just run so well. Dirt, turf, he just likes the distance, and he's shown that he can handle as short as a mile and an 1/8, which is short for him as well.
Minute to post coming up in that 4th at Oaklawn. Back in New York, Maker's Candy guts this one out in a terrific stretch duel. Manny Franco makes it 3 straight on this 4-year-old?
I feel like I've gained respect for him from this performance because this was such a hard-fought victory. And while he does have that one moment where he drifts a little bit in terms of his lane, there was no contact, as we mentioned, and the results went official, so nothing was done about it. But he fought every step of the way for this win. And this is the kind of stuff that you can't teach horses to do, to have the heart to get races like this done.
Never easy to string wins together because it just gets so much more difficult, the fields you face race after race. But now Maker's Candy's made it 3 straight as the going has gotten tougher each time out. So good for him and his connections. Pick 6 follow-along pool on this double carryover day. With the exception of Beach Boy Al, everyone's in good shape.
Right?
Unfortunately, Beach Boy Al started it off at 20-1.
Right, and we'll see how things go later on, but very formful since then, but he had to be creative to come up with the one to start things off in Beach Boy Al.
All right, we'll get to the 8th in a little bit. It's back to Oaklawn right now for this 10,000 starter allowance. So 6-5. Do you see Bear Oak? Is this short a price here?
With scratches in this race and the resume that he's been able to put together up to this point, yes, kind of. I mean, he just seems like so much so the horse to beat. But I guess you have to ask yourself if we're going to see a repeat of the performance that we saw last time from Sitting on Go. I and you also think that there's going to be a lot of other speed in this race. I don't think that he's going to be able to clear off from this field like he was able to do last time. That could work against him. But he has a number last time that does make him competitive in a spot like this.
All right, now 7-2. Ramon Vasquez will ride for David Jacobson on Sitting on Go. 8-length gate-to-wire score at 1.25 miles. That was at Aqueduct last start. But public has been all over Bear Oak from the get-go in the wagering.
And I feel like they should be. I mean, he was a horse that had sprung some big upsets, specifically at Saratoga when he was able to win on the grass at 17-1. But since then, he's just been ultra consistent. He was a little bit disappointing maybe last time, but that was a good field he was in running behind Money Supply. So I don't hold that against him too much. He's way the horse to beat.
Looking for the 11th win of his career. It would be a second off the claim win for trainer Tom Amos with Bear Oak. The favorite here in the 4th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Tamad Tado goes in. Sitting on Go's second to last. And T-Bone's Trick to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Pretty uneventful start. Coach Adams up on the pace. He's prominent. Truculent's got speed from the inside. Chapel Barn there to snatch the lead. So with 1 lap to go, it's Chapel Barn in front from Truculent and Coach Adams side by side. Bear Oak down on the inside of Sitting on Go, and then comes Tomato, parked 3 deep into the clubhouse turn. He's about 4 lengths clear of T-Bone's Trick, and no more Mr. Nice Guy can see them all as they round the clubhouse turn. Chapel Barn assumes control on the front end, leads by a touch more than a length. Coach Adams running in the second position. Truculent third with Bear Oak and a 3 deep Tomato. Sitting on Go is a little bit keen behind the speed today. Not a great go for him in the early stages. He had to check off fuels midway around the first turn. He's back in the 6th position, about 4 lengths off the pace, a length in front of T-Bone's Trick, and 3 more to no more Mr. Nice Guy, already pushed upon a little bit at the back of the pack. They approach the half-mile pole, and now Coach Adams is coming up to challenge Chapel Barn on the front end. These two a neck apart, approaching the turn. They a length and a half in front of a trio. Tamad Tado, between them Bear Oak and Truculent into that turn. T-Bone's Trick down on the inside of Sitting on Go, who tries to re-rally. He's pumped upon now, but tries to advance position. He's out of harm's way. Sitting on Go outside in the 3-path, passing some runners now. No more Mr. Nice Guy, still well behind as they hit the top of the lane. Coach Adams putting giving away Chapel Barn, who's completely given way to second. He's under a hard ride and can't keep up with Coach Adams, who drifts a little wide off the turn, but is still in control. It's Coach Adams. Here comes Sittin' on Go. Sittin' on Go's coming with a serious rally. And T-Bone's Trick is unleashed from the far outside. Up the inside, Bear Oak coming with his rally. Bear Oak and T-Bone's Trick to decide it. Bear Oak saved the ground, goes to the front, and Bear Oak, Christian Torres to win it by 2 1/4. T-Bone's Trick second home. Third, Sittin' on Go, and then Coach Adams.
Bear Oak, short price favorite, wins second off the claim for Tom Amos for a little while. Christian Torres in a tough spot, but then room opened up.
He really wanted to save all the ground. He went right to the rail after the start of this race. We expected there to maybe be a little bit more pace early on, but he was able to actually be fairly close and thankfully got the split. An anxious moment there as your pace setter Chapel Barn was backing up, but once he had the room, he kicked on nicely.
11th career win, and public gets this one right here. Even money on Bear Oak. Third win, 10 career starts here at Oaklawn. And T-Bone's Trick checks in for second, but a short price favorite with the victory. Feature on the Saturday card still to come. That's the Innerborough. Linda Rice with 2 mares on 3 race win streaks, but Dr. B, impressive. Last time out, I know, on a racetrack that was aided by going to the front, but back-to-back winner of that Grade 3 Go for One.
She just still has the class coming into this field and maybe gets the right kind of trip. Maybe she doesn't need the lead, and if she's the third choice and wins, we'll all be shaking our heads.
That is still to come. That's it for Sarah and I. Coming up next, Andy Serling and the MiG going to take over the rest of the way. FS2 coverage continues. At Innerborough still to come with those two right after a break, and we'll see Dr. B, multiple graded stakes winner, back in action. That feature ahead.
DeMarche, he's the only son of Dubawi that stands in North America, and he's been well received, and he continues to get plenty of mares and support from his from breeders. His first foals are 2 years old now, so he's a first crop sire. Likely be turf, but the turf is just as popular here in America, it seems like, as dirt anymore. This summer, you look for them once they start running on the turf, and in New York and Kentucky, for that matter, I think we'll start seeing some more DeMarche's hit the track. Peter Brandt was a huge supporter, sent some off to France, and they should be running here pretty soon over there as well. So Hopefully he gets started off well on both continents. His foals are very uniform. They're just like him, kind of smaller made for American standards. A little bit turfy, which is, like I said, you'd expect being a son of Dubois. We need a good turf sire here in America. Hopefully DeMarchelier can slip right in there and be at the top of the list.
Today's races are brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Nice to see DeMarchelier. He's actually off to a pretty nice start down there. Happy to be back on here in America's Day at the Races, joined by my good friend Richard Migliori, as we got some good racing left to go here. Got some interesting racing to wrap up here. See how that pick six carryover plays out. A couple of logical results after a big long shot, and a little Oaklawn as well.
Yeah, a little Oaklawn, just great racing all around the country today, and very rarely we get to be paired up, but here we are in the desk together, so take you the rest of the way, and we should have a good time.
No, looking forward to it, absolutely. We'll talk about a lot of the racing going on here, there, and races coming up as well. And down at Oaklawn, our good friend and co-worker Tom Amos got the job done here with Giant Oak. I actually spoke to Tom the other day and asked how Giant Oak was doing, and he was a horse, Bear Oak, excuse me. Giant Oak, he was a nice horse. You know, Bear Oak was kind of horse, Richie, that if he showed up, he was going to win, and that's why he was a heavy favorite.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And, you know, it was interesting. Christian Torres he does so well at Oakland. Got off to a really kind of slow start to the beginning of this meeting. Yeah, at one point, I think he had 2 wins, 11 seconds. Well, he's got untracked, and he's riding in great form. And Bear Oak just kept finding down towards the inside.
Yeah, he's a really nice horse, and he has things going along. He handles those distances well, and we've had rain. I mean, we had rain. We didn't have any rain yesterday or today, but we had so much rain the night before. The other thing is we haven't had a ton of wind, and we haven't had any sun. No. So there's no opportunity for the tracks to dry, and boy, it's been a rough go at Oaklawn. They have had tough weather down there this winter.
And what compounds how tough it is there is they're not allowed to put the different kind of chemicals or salt in their track because it is on a national preserve. So it just makes it a little harder to have track maintenance done properly.
Yeah, no, it's been a difficult go. You know, they had good fortune there last year. This year has been the opposite, but hopefully things will turn around. A big day in racing going on, and we see the cross-country pick 5 sequences, race 8 and 9 here, and 7, 8, and 9 at Oaklawn. We will not be showing the 9th to 5th season. Of course, you can always catch that on YouTube and probably on the Naira Bets app as well. So much more to go here on America's Day at the Races. Richie, Maggie, and I, Paul LaDuca at Oaklawn Park. We'll be back after a quick break.
Breeders' Cup champion Good Magic by Sire of Sires Curlin was the sire of first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage, one of 3 Grade 1 winners to date, along with Muth and Blazing Sevens. In 2023, with just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with $9.5 million in earnings. 2-year-olds sold for up to $2 million, and yearlings sold for up to $725,000. Good Magic, the classic sire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Today's show is brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. Well, race 8, they're in the paddock for race number 8, and nobody better to go to find out how they're looking than our friend Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Andy. And we'll take a look at the 2 for trainer Todd Pletcher. He'll send out the current favorite in Overstep, but let's check in with the 1 coming back off a little bit of a layoff. That's number 3, McAllen. I must admit, I have never seen this horse prior to a start. Now, he's going to go back to the mile and an 1/8. He tried it once before at Churchill, and that was a year and a half ago, followed by a subsequent layoff. So maybe we can't really hold that race as an example of how he'll perform today, but physically looking at him, he looks like he wants every bit of this mile and an 1/8. He's tall, leggy, much more of that even frame. Now, he does have a little bit of trouble staying on the racetrack, as we do see him coming back with another line in his form, but he looks fit. He's just resplendent looking in his coat. He's gotten a touch warm, which I don't love to see with horses coming off layoffs, and it's pretty chilly and damp down here. But again, other than that, I really like what I'm seeing from him. And Todd Pletcher's just oftentimes very potent with these types of horses coming back, especially off this at this type of distance. As Overstep, he'll try the 9 furlongs again here after getting away just a little bit slower into stride. Several horses wanted to go for the lead, and he was having to do it from the inside, and they all kind of folded over on him. And a horse that projected to be forward, being the one who was stretching out in distance. So I think put in a somewhat uncomfortable and compromising position from the word go. He still kind of, I thought, ran decently in defeat as the beaten favorite, and I was pretty confident in him getting the distance last time. So he's definitely worth another shot again, maybe with a more comfortable trip. And I think the public's seeing it the same way right now at 5-2, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. And it is sort of a question mark with the number 7 Overstep. And it is interesting how far behind he was last time. Now, the pace was fairly honest, but it's like he didn't show any interest in running last time, Richie. And that's what worries me. Was it him? I don't really know. And he could win, but how do you trust him after his last effort?
No, and you're right. He was just lethargic. Here's a horse that can show good speed. I mean, he was attending a 22-2, 45-2 pace, going 7 furlongs, stretched out to mile and an 1/8, and it was him. He just didn't show up. No speed whatsoever.
No, it's unusual. Listen, this was a horse that looked extremely promising. Stakes quality New York bred last year. Obviously, something went wrong, and he's off for 9 months. He came back. He ran okay in his return race, and they didn't run well last time. It's kind of a pivotal race for him. He needs to run a lot better. Whereas Suerte, who's turned out to be a terrific buy by Jordan Wyckoff and Mike Maker, and he's just been in great form. And the other thing is he has speed, but he doesn't need the lead. This was a third-place finish 2 races back for him, but losing to some pretty good horses, including the eventual winner, Olympic Dreams.
Olympic Dreams is a really solid racehorse, and he set fast fractions, 46-3. And I think what you said is key. He has natural speed, but he doesn't need the lead, and that gives the rider options. You still want to come out forward, get your position going forward, let it sort out from there. If a horse like Mama's Gold wants to go, then it creates separation, and you have the right kind of trip.
It's hard to believe that Mama's Gold isn't going to go in this race, and who knows what Duke of Gloucester is. The one horse who seems to be a new horse completely. Both those horses can be forward, and I think, as you say, I know how you would ride him, Richie. You get that position going forward, but it feels like both of those horses could be faster than him early.
Absolutely,
One or both,
but make them be faster. Don't just give it to them, and now everything's bunched up and you're stuck in behind them. Allow yours to use his stride. They kick on, and now you've got a legitimate pace, and you've got run of the race.
And look at how well he ran last time, Richie, where he was on top of a very rapid pace for this, this horse, this time of the year, going a mile and an 1/8, so he can be forward and still be able to finish at the end. This is an interesting race, and you can see on the board, frankly, there's no horse that's being disregarded on the board. The longest price is 7-1, and the favorites are 5-2. So it's not like they love anybody and they hate, or not like they hate anybody.
Well, I think it shows just how competitive a race it is, and the horses that are contenders, there are some question marks too.
No, I agree. I totally agree. McCallum, horse I'm interested in, he has a bad habit of kind of taking himself out of races. I mean, his last race was bizarre, and he was flying at the end, but he can't keep taking himself out of races and making these late runs. The one, Duke of Gloucester, in terrific form, Trevor McCarthy riding for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, it took this horse 16 starts to break his maiden, but it looks like he decided he liked getting his picture taken because he's been in good form since he broke his maiden.
Number 2, Suerte, we talked about. A very fair price at 3-1, Dylan Davis riding for Maker.
Versatile, has natural speed, should get a good trip.
1-2 for Todd Pletcher, McCallum, Ruben Silvera with the mount.
Yeah, horse that definitely tends to want to lag, but will he get the right kind of setup? There is enough pace in here depending on riders' choices.
The number 4, Mama's Gold. I am stunned. Somebody just made a big 2-1 on this horse right now with Manny Franco for Chad Summers.
Well, this horse has been in good form. This horse has had good speed. Last time kind of regressed. Did the clock strike midnight?
Yeah, I think I'd like to book every set at 8-5. The number 6, Rocco Strong, against by Eric Cancel running overstep for Todd Pletcher.
And I think this horse needs to be forward. I think this is a horse that wants to be, involved. Some horses lose interest if they're not outside post. Eric needs to be aggressive.
I agree. You'll know early with this guy.
Yeah.
If he's not in the game early, then he's not going to be effective. Get a $20 bonus for every $100 you bet on Aqueduct and Oaklawn today. You got to opt in over at Naira Bets. $20, win or lose. Better to win, but not bad to get that 20 back. I've certainly gotten the 20 back after I've had a disaster at both racetracks. It happens. It's horse racing. We keep coming back for more. We're taking a look at McCallum there. And Richie, I mean, you watch his last race, you might have thought he was going to be eased around the turn.
Yeah.
Some riders might have given up on him, but he was absolutely flying at the end, and Signator won that race, came back with a win, and he's going to be one of either the second or third choice in a very competitive Fred Hooper race 11 at Gulfstream today.
Yeah, and again, we talk about company lines and the way horses, are finishing. McCallum really did drop his head and run on. Now it's been freshened. Sometimes horses coming off a bit of a freshening are a little bit closer just because they're more enthusiastic off the freshening.
Yeah, I like him. I wonder if he's better, though, suited to the one-turn mile types, and I'm curious what Maggie thinks of him, and I know she likes McCallum a little bit as well.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Andy, because he does feel like one of those horses that appreciates some pace to run into. And they don't run them on paper, and a lot of times we don't see the paces develop on the racetrack that are projected on form. But it does feel like there's several horses who want to go here. So I'm going to take McCallum, and Ruben Silvera has given him a nice warm-up over this racetrack to ensure that at least he's not totally out-sprinted and losing position early on here. But a horse that will be forward is number 2, Suerte. And I think he's a very, very logical contender. And I think he makes, of the 3 short price horses, I think he makes the most sense and is the most trustworthy. And if anything, a horse that I've been fairly critical of not carrying great conditioning, today, for whatever reason, his weight looks better than normal. So, and just bright and happy and disposition and moving very well and freely out there. So of the shorter price ones, I would take Suerte, but as McCallum continues to drift down, Andy, I'm going to try with him, though, because I think this 9 furlongs and the setup, at least today, may suit him.
Thanks, Maggie. I'm with you on McCallum, but I'm with you, Richie, too. And Matt, I think we all agree here. I mean, frankly, you look at the 3-5 to 2 shots. Isn't Suerte kind of the one you want the most because at least he's the most reliable? He always shows up.
Well, that's kind of why I landed there. I think the horse looks terrific in the flesh. I thought he made a lot of sense on paper, and I think he gets the right trip as long as Dylan Davis allows him to run away from there and let the race develop by making other horses use their speed. Listen, Dylan got off to a slow start. He's really hit his stride. I mean, he had a couple days that vaulted him right up into the standings, the top of the standings, and like any other athlete, confidence is key. When your confidence level is high, you're going to perform better. And I see Dylan riding much more confidently lately.
Well, I mean, listen, you're winning races. You come out, it's like anybody. It's like a horse player. Sure. Everybody in the game feels the same way. When things are going well, you come out and you're wondering what's good is going to happen for you that day. When things are going badly, you wonder what bad thing is going to happen.
Yeah, you're waiting for the shoe to drop, right?
Yeah.
It can't work out for me. Absolutely. Quickly, let's get back to the 7 horse here. Overstep for Todd Pletcher. He got a solo warm-up under Eric Cancel, who the last time this horse won 3 back, Eric was aboard, and he showed very good speed that day at 1 turn mile. Even though he left the pony, he didn't get what I would deem an aggressive warm-up. The key to warming a horse up and getting them kind of fired up so they get more involved in the race is making them pull, make them get tough, make them jump in the bit. He kind of let him gallop, but he was off the bridle and almost sedate. And I'm not a fan of that. I like a big warm-up.
And he's not that kind of rider. I mean, I know he was forward when Eric rode him before, so he's done that. But I almost wonder if he looks and he sees the speed of the 2, the speed of the 4, the potential speed of the 1, and thinks, well, I can't run with them early, and makes that decision beforehand. And is this a horse that needs to be forward? Now, to be fair, maybe the reason he just wasn't forward last time is he's just can't really run competitively anymore. That also could be part of it.
Maybe he just had an off day, right? I think today we'll find out a lot more. But I agree with you, though. Unless Eric is specifically given instructions to go, he'll tend to kind of defer, and that's the worst thing a rider to do. Grab the bull by the horns. Let them adjust around you.
Well, let them adjust to the situation in the race as well. If they're slow, be close. If they aren't, then you drop a little more. We'll see what happens. A fascinating 8th race coming up. They're going to the gate. Chris Griffin has the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Mama's Gold. Wants the lead, goes right out to the front. There's Rocco Strong towards the outside, and Overstep makes it 3 across the racetrack, and they look to be moving at a quick tempo. Mama's Gold, Manny Franco, they secure the front, but had to work to get there. There's Overstep to join this leader. Is going to stalk from second. Now taking back a touch is Kendra Carmouche with Rocco Strong in third. They're 2 in front of a patiently ridden Duke of Gloucester. Trev McCarthy, they're in the clear, followed by the gray up on the outside is Suerte. The trailer is McAllen. They're chasing Mama's Gold, who will take him to the backstretch. Mama's Gold, 24 seconds flat for a pressured opening quarter mile. There's Overstep right to the outside, hounding this leader. They're a clear 1-2, and just off of them, that's Rocco Strong, now holding third. Suerte the Gray is moving up from fourth. Then Duke of Gloucester, and starting to inch closer is McAllen, who's still the trailer, within about 6 of the lead. Mama's Gold is still in front, and Mama's Gold is doing it easily so far. Is 3/4 of length in front and extending the margin just a touch on Overstep. They're still 1-2, and they went 48-3 for that half-mile time. Here's Rocco Strong starting to move in on this leading duo. Suerte following that move at the rail. Duke of Gloucester starts to be encouraged, and McAllen still at the back. They're well into the far turn now, and Mama's Gold is still in command. Suerte is the gray, starts to move to the inside. Rocco Strong to the outside. Overstep is chasing as well. Duke of Gloucester in those yellow blinkers. McAllen continues to trail. 1:13-3 for 3/4 of a mile. Can Mama's Gold take them all the way? Here's Overstep, who's back for more up on the outside, and here's the run from Rocco Strong 3 wide. McAllen is going through the gear. Suerte looking for a way through Duke of Gloucester, and the new leader is Rocco Strong at 10-1. Rocco Strong took off that early pace, and Rocco Strong is doing it nicely, is up by 2. Battling on is Overstep. Duke of Gloucester from way out of it, but it's Rocco Strong approaching the 16th pole, 3 in front. Rocco Strong is almost there. McAllen is challenging for a minor placing. It's all Rocco Strong wins it well. Rocco Strong gets the win. Overstep holds second over McAllen and Duke of Gloucester in 1:54.1.
Interestingly enough, Richie, it was Rocco Strong that was the one getting his position going forward in here. And Kendrick knew what he was doing riding this one over Overstep.
He came out with a plan, and he executed his plan perfectly. Came out running enough that it made the 4-horse Mama's Gold go on. Aggressive from Eric Cancel with Overstep, gave that horse his opportunity. He backed off, was in the perfect spot. And this horse was good. He was traveling well, but he got the right setup, the right trip. And Kendrick Carmouche, this is going to sound maybe a little arrogant, but when I watch him ride, he reminds me most of the way I rode, of anybody in this colony.
Poor guy. He's probably never had a bigger insult in his career. He may retire if he... Let's give a little love to Michelle Giangiulio as well for the training job with this horse. I mean, this is a horse that was floundering in $25,000 claiming races. He was good today. He just crushed this field. And also, let's give Eric Cancel the love he deserves.
Absolutely.
You know? He was super aggressive with the 7. He rode exactly the way we thought he was supposed to ride. He was the second best. That's not Eric's fault.
No, he gave his horse every opportunity, and he was aggressive, and that was apparent from the start. And listen, Michelle Giangiulio, her horses always look good. They're well turned out. She won it better than 17% last year. She does a good job.
No, this horse, he crushed the field. Okay, Suerte didn't run. He was down towards the inside, but he wasn't really forward. Maybe he didn't love the track. He's been so consistent. He threw in a clunker. Obviously, Mama's Gold was ridiculous. Was probably a quarter to a tenth of the price, and he should have been in there. And you know what? My 3, Macau, I think with Maggie and I think we need to move on from this horse. He's just one of these horses that runs well, but he does his running when the races are over.
Yeah, he's coming forward with a run. Maybe a one-turn race helps him because at least there's more pace on, and it'll play to his strength.
He had enough pace in here. He's just that kind of horse. I agree with you. He's that kind of horse. Well, we got lots more to come. Heading down to Oaklawn. Looking forward to hearing from my man Paul LaDuca down at Oaklawn. Time for a break. America's Day at the Races continues. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Heading down to Oaklawn Park for the post parade for race number 5. And boy, they could use a stretch of some good weather down there. I'm sure Paulie could as well. It's just been really hard so far as they're lining up. The number 1 code for success goes out off the claim. A dangerous man off the claim, Chris Hartman.
Chris Hartman does good work off the claim, has to work out a trip from the inside, does not possess much early speed.
That's to say the least. This horse could be back at last. The number 2 is Scratch, the 3 Pioneer Parade, Aaron Shorter, and Manny Esquivel.
Yeah, a horse that's the opposite. This horse should be involved early, should be up on the pace.
And the Scratch, the 2 may help him. The 4 Key to Success, Rocco Bowen riding this horse for Kim Poole.
Another one stepping up in class off of the claim. Landed, I think, a pretty salty race here.
Christian Torres riding Jubilant Joni for Robertino Diodoro. Just went by. The 6, oh my God, John Horan and Walter Dela Cruz.
Yeah, both starts were good, albeit at a lower level.
Must have to step it up a little bit. It's tough to move up that much off the claim. The 7 Harmonica is going out for Ingrid Mason.
Last couple races leave a lot to be desired. Would have to find better form.
A horse who's taken a lot of money, the 8 Toffee, off a maiden win at Fairgrounds.
It took this horse a while to break his maiden, but has run consistently decent enough figures to be competitive here.
Big price coming in from Remington Park. So Jordan.
Yeah, horse that's been running exclusively against Oklahoma breds at Remington, now steps out into open company.
I feel like Chris Landeros riding at Oaklawn full-time for the first time, at least in recent years. The number 10 is the one I like, Richie. That's Chinisa, Steve Asmussen, and Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, top flight connections, taking a slight drop in class, and a horse that should sit a good trip stalking from the outside.
The number 11, You Little Vixen, goes out, Francisco Arrieta.
Another one taking a drop in class after flashing speed in every start.
And the number 12, Greek Heiress, Carl Broberg trains this one.
Yeah, first start off of that Carl Broberg claim, adding blinkers.
Getting in off the claim for Robertino Diodoro, another one. I don't think Christian Torres is riding both of these, though. I could be wrong. You never were able to ride 2 horses in one race. Well, you tried to, but you never
may have tried. Didn't maybe pull it off as successfully as, let's say, Angel Cordero Jr., who probably could ride 3.
All right, I'm having a little Paul LaDuca withdrawal, so let's get a little dose of him as we head to Oaklawn.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, this is a really, really tough event. I mean, when you look at the betting board, at one point these horses were 4-1 all the way to 20-1, and you can find so many different angles in here. And I do think when you look at the one in here, Code for Success, and the outside horse in here, Mean Sue, that got in, they're both Barnes and Chris Hartman and Robertino Diodoro that, you know, they play the claiming game, and then sometimes they'll drop out of that claiming game. And the fact that the one has taken a little bit of money and the 13 means I think both of them are very, very live in here. Now, being that said, they're going to need pace to run into. I don't understand why the 11, You Little Vixen, is 7-1. I get where you're going with the 10, Andy, with Chinisa at 4-1. The 8, Toffee, I think bred for the off track, did a little bit of a better dimension, was able to pass horses last time on the cutback, but I just don't love first time against winners, Andy. I landed on the 11, You Little Vixen, at 7-1, but I do think the 1 or the 13 is very dangerous in here, especially the way they're getting played.
A couple off the claim. Thanks a lot, Paulie. Heading into the gate, Matt Ditterman with the call of the 5th.
The field, Harmonica and Mean Sue. Harmonica goes in, Mean Sue to the outside. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Key to Success out alertly. They all were. They all broke pretty well. Line up for the lead. Harmonica is there. So Jordan in the black jacket has early lick. Oh My God in that group as well. So Jordan, Oh My God down at the rail. And Harmonica in the middle, easing off the pace as Oh My God leads the way. Opens up now. 1.5 lengths on Pioneer Parade, who takes the 2nd spot with Harmonica, So Jordan, and a 4-deep Chinisa. 1.5 lengths to Greek Heiress into the turn. Mean Sue and Code for Success are next. Jubilant Joni shuffled back to race about 7 or 8 lengths behind. Toffee being sent to log, and the trailer is Key to Success as they round the forward turn. Oh My God, the leader 3/4 of a length. So Jordan's 2nd, and Chanisa's 3 deep on the course. Now Pioneer Parade's got run in the blue jacket, is going to try to get into the 2-path, but is blocked behind horses. Greek Heiress, Code for Success rides the rail at the top of the lane. They come down the stretch. Greek Heiress on the grandstand side trying to pick up Oh My God, and here comes Code for Success. Code for Success up the rail to the front. Code for Success opening up now 2-3 lengths. Key to Success coming out of the pack to try to make a race of it, but Code for Success is in front, and Code for Success wins it. Key to Success was 2nd. Chinisa 3rd. Greek Heiress 4th.
Tough to stop Chris Hartman off the claim as this one gets it done with Rafael Bejarano, and not the easiest of trips for a horse who had a little more speed off the claim, too.
Yeah, actually put himself more, or herself, excuse me, more into the game and kept finding. And another horse coming first time off the claim, Key to Success, rounds out your trifecta, wended her way through the field, ducked to the inside under Rocco Bowen, but Code for Success was very good off the claim.
Interesting that both horses around 1-2 came up the inside. My 10 had no excuse, a little bit wide, but he was 3rd best in this race. But the 2 claims running 1-2, good call by Paulie. Heading into the winner's circle, there he is, Kendrick Carmouche. He knew what he was doing, staying on this one. He stayed on the 10-1 shot, didn't ride the 5-2 shot, and he got the money in a big way.
And this is a race, you know, for people when we talk about, you know, riders getting their position going forward and how important position is. Watch Kendrick leaving the gate. He left with a purpose, with a plan, grabbed that position, allowed the other speeds to go and commit to that idea. Then he kind of kept him out where it looks like he's trying to find that tire track out there, right, Andy?
Well, I'll say something else, Richie. If you were going to do a video of your, which I think is, brilliant in its simplicity and correct, getting position going forward, you would use this horse.
Yes.
As you say, he rode that horse out of the gate, but not because he was getting overly aggressive to get that position, the position he wanted, and then he let the other two horses go. As Rocco Strong pays $22.40, and this is an interesting Big Six. We've got that double carryover. I think the double carry, 73,000. We probably have another 100 and change added to it if there's 100. If it's not today, where you have these two big prices, including the very difficult to have Beach Boy out, and then you got two heavy favorites that both won in narrow photos. Either one of them could have lost, in which case we'd certainly be looking to carry over. But depending on what happens in the last race, particularly wide open, anybody but the 2, 4, and 6 win here, though, and we will likely be looking at a carryover, but that is half the field.
Yeah, and this is a race that I've always had a great affection for, the Innerborough. For many years, Andy was run on New Year's Day.
How many times did you win it?
I want to say 3. But it kind of, you always felt like it set the tone for the year when it was on New Year's Day. Like, oh, we get off to a good start and win the first stake of the new year.
Well, it's not New Year's, but the Innerborough is coming up next. Horses are in the paddock and ain't broke. Getting ready to go out for Linda Rice in great form. So much more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Disarm takes the mat win. Ultima, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes.
Nobody catching Society.
Ring, one. Cyberknight has won the National over Tama and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the Next Gen Breeders' Cup Abilities.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As the field comes down to mid-stretch.
Racetrack Television.
Extra Heat in front. Still there. 2 lengths ahead. 2 lengths ahead of Look of the Lynx and Find the Back at City Fair. They're down to the final 16th. Extra Heat turns them all back. It's Extra Heat. This remarkable filly winning for the 18th time, this time by 6 lengths.
There weren't too many more amazing horses than Extra Heat. A horse who started out running for a tag, and as you heard the announcer say, winning for the 18th time, and remarkable filly who finished second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint as well. Just an incredible racehorse.
This was a phenomenal race, mare. 35 starts, 26 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3, $2.3 million in earnings. And she was bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale at Timonium for not a lot of money. She was just a sensational little runner that showed up every single time.
She really was amazing. I thought one of the best races she ever ran was a defeat when she lost the test to Victory Ride and she got involved in that wicked pace. 21-2, 44 for 7 furlongs, and she still managed to finish second that day to Victory Ride, who's got a race name for her. That's how good she was.
Yeah, exactly. But, Extra Heat was not very big, but, boy, she would bring the heat so naturally fast. And I actually ran second and third to her a bunch of times. Never could catch her.
Not a lot of horses did. When you're 26 for 35, that's pretty impressive. That's really amazing looking. We have our PPs here and our ABR Race of the Week coming up. America's Best Racing, the Race of the Week, the Innerborough, and this is a bring back from last week when we canceled on Saturday. And the only horse that's a new player is White Chocolate, who should be the speed in this race down on the inside, and she likes a wet track. But you've got 2 for Linda Rice in terrific form. Ain't Broke, 2 for 2 off the claim from Linda. Hot Fudge has won 3 straight. And Dr. B, who she's kept very good company, but she seems to prefer races named for Go for Wand.
Yeah, that's, the last 2 editions of the Go for Wand. I like the fact, though, that she's had plenty of time since that Go for Wand effort. She has shown an affinity for racetracks with moisture in it. I think she's quite interesting here, but how about Hot Fudge and the form she's in, and last time having to come from just off the pace?
Yeah, my problem, and we'll look at Ain't Broke. I mean, this win by Ain't Broke, and listen, she's running against significantly better horses today. But, I mean, Richie, it's hard to win a race a lot easier than this horse did. She moved. She looked a little like a turf horse, like Yabir. Remember when Yabir made that move in about 3 strides, came from last to first? You don't see this on the dirt that often.
No, you don't. And she wins with consummate ease, and she's in obviously good form. And that race was 7 furlongs. Today's Innerborough 7 furlongs. For years was run at 6, but now it's 7.
Let's head down to the paddock to get more from Maggie.
And guys, checking in with the horse you were just discussing, that is number 7 in here, Ain't Broke. One that, I liked her with the effort she was coming in here when Linda first claimed her. In these Linda Rice horses and claims from Kentucky were just so potent throughout the summer and fall. But I didn't love her in the paddock. She just looked a bit light. It didn't look like your typical Linda Rice horse, but then she comes back after that big win with yet another one, and before that last race back on December 14th, you could tell she was starting to fill out and get stronger, and today this is the best that she's appeared before in effort, and it's a great kind of 1-2 punch that Linda has with her 2 entrants in here, where we'll see Hot Fudge more forwardly placed, one would think, and Ain't Broke, who it doesn't seem to matter what kind of pace she gets. She'll be coming from out of it, but she'll be coming well within hand. She is really transformed for this barn. She looks excellent and exceptional, taking on stakes company here in New York. As we'll turn our attention to number 4, Dr. B. She's already multiple graded stakes winner, primarily the Go for Wand. But Dr. B, I thought, coming off a little bit of a freshening last time, I thought she could look just a bit better in her coat and her weight. And today, coming out of that race, she does. She's very forward, very aggressive here in the paddock, which isn't necessarily what I see from her oftentimes. So we'll see if it's a good thing, but definitely came out of that race in better form and better physical shape than I think she went in for it. So maybe she's getting her groove back and getting the confidence back that she needs to possess, Andy, as she's one that doesn't often win, but maybe she just needs these types of conditions.
Yeah, and maybe she just needs slightly easier competition. I mean, I'm not knocking in any way both of Linda's horses, but this is a horse, I mean, she's running against, the boys in the slop at Parks, 2 back. Gunite is in there, a 40-1 shot in the Pegasus later, won the race. Echo Zulu a couple times. So she's getting some real class relief. I didn't love her winning the Go for Wand because she took advantage of a track that was extremely kind to this running style and still didn't get that big a fig. But against these horses, to disregard her as possibly the 3rd choice could be a mistake.
I think you make a great point. Look at the running lines. Echo Zulu, Goodnight Olive, Caramel Swirl. I mean, she has faced the best this division has to offer.
No question.
And I think she's going to sit a really good trip. I think White Chocolate goes committed from the inside, and she's the one setting up shop just outside of her. I think she's to me, projecting to get the right trip.
No, I have absolutely no argument with any of that. I don't think that you can have a real argument that she can get it done. And her price is fair. Right now, she's the second choice. I did pick Ain't Broke, but listen, this is a bit of a class test for her. These are the best horses she's ever faced. Now, Starship Defiant, who she beat last time, did improve her buyer figure 11 points in a sort of surprising, easy win for trainer David Jacobson. Did she get better, or is she that good?
Well, you also have to say, though, Ain't Broke's last 2 races, making her first 2 starts for the Linda Rice barn, have been completely different than anything she showed before. I mean, she really took her game to another level.
Could not agree more. Maggie has a special guest in the paddock.
Yeah, please be joined here by Linda Rice, and she's sending out Hot Fudge as well as Ain't Broke in this Innerborough. And Linda, both of these fillies/mares riding win streaks coming in here as Hot Fudge looking for her 4th win in a row. Linda, you brought her back on a kind of short rest last time out when taking the Garland of Roses. Was that just kind of striking when the iron's hot? And how is she doing now with a month plus in between starts?
Yes, she had trained great coming into that race. She won impressively, and I just felt like, let's go with her. She was doing super at the time, and you never know what might show up in a month. So, but she's had more time this time between races. She's trained great into this race as well, and she's, this race is a pretty solid group. So we'll see how it turns out.
Linda, she sometimes has a propensity to want to drift out on the turn. Then she kind of straightens herself up in the stretch. Do you ever feel like that's a detriment to her?
I do, and frankly, she was drifting out pretty aggressively at Belmont last summer, and we decided, look, let's just send her the farm, turn her out for a couple months, and try her in the fall. That worked out great for us, and she still does it a little bit, but I think that she needed the time then when we gave it to her.
Ain't Broke, she has truly blossomed under your care. She looks completely different as a physical than when you first brought her in here off the claim.
Yeah, she's done wonderfully. She's obviously not near as accomplished as Hot Fudge, but she's well meant in this spot as well. So we'll see. We'll see how she does.
They certainly complement each other. Linda, best of luck, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, with this redrawn and rescheduled Innerborough, still looks to have a strong hand. Andy.
Thanks a lot, Maggie. Always good to hear from Linda Rice as well. And Linda had such an incredible, you say she had an incredible year last year. Richie, she had an incredible career.
Well, listen, she hits on all cylinders. Not only is her horsemanship top-notch, but she's also very sharp at the management side of it. So you've got that perfect blend of horsemanship and knowing where her horses belong and placing them in positions to succeed.
Yeah, that's the thing. Listen, you win in horse racing by running your horses where they can win. And I know that almost sounds like sort of ridiculous and obvious, but it's that's the secret to the game. You got to run them where they can win, because if you run them where they're over their head, they may run their A race and run 5th.
And you've wasted an A effort, and horses have only so many A efforts, and they could run the race of their life. You set your horses up and put them in a position to succeed. And Linda Rice does that consistently. So not only does she have them well prepared, they're well placed.
No question. I mean, she's right. She's not afraid, and then they'll have that big drop and the horse will win. But the horse will win by a half length, running where they belong. The one white chalk with the speed Jose Gomez riding.
Speed from the inside simplifies things. Got one way to go.
First of 2 for Linda. Hot Fudge. Kendra Carmouche looking for 2 in a row.
Yeah, been in great form. 6 for 11 lifetime, and needs to work out a trip, though, a little more towards the inside.
Long shot outside of her. The 3 Secret Love goes out for John Kimmel and Dylan Davis.
Just going to have to find a better race than we've seen from her.
Dr. B goes out for the always dangerous Butch Reed.
Yeah, I like this horse quite a bit. She's getting away from some of the heavy heads she's had to face, and I think she sits a good trip.
The number 5, Mozienko, my favorite for my man, Dennis Lalman, Louis Rivera with the mount.
What a great claim, 11-time winner. She's just a tough old mare that shows up, and I love her name, Mozienko by hat trick. Mozienko scored the fastest hat trick in NHL history.
7, she's a closer, so she's in the paddock. She's giving them a head start.
Taking her time. Obviously, they had to change blinkers here, so they, either she had the wrong blinkers or needed a different set. And that's one thing they keep in the paddock, Andy. Every single piece of equipment you could possibly have. There's several different types of blinkers with different blinker cups. There's bridles. There's all kinds of equipment in the paddock. In case there is a problem with equipment, they can change it right there in the paddock. Even at the starting gate, there's a bunch of equipment, too.
Well, we've seen plenty of things happen at the starting gate. Linda Rice's other horse, Hot Fudge, getting that warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche. You know what? It's interesting. She's a big price at 4-1, by the way. Wait a second. The people that love Chad Summers horses that can't win, they didn't lose enough money in the 4 in the last race, and now the 1 is the second choice at 5-2. If you like White Chocolate and you think 5-2 is a fair price, you shouldn't be betting.
Well, listen, I'm not going to disagree with that, but she does have speed, and
she should.
Speed can be dangerous. I get you.
It's the second race in a row, though. I'm just pointing out it's the second race in a row that a horse from this barn has taken an enormous punch and was a significantly lower price than the horse should be.
I won't disagree with that. And listen, Hot Fudge has been in terrific form. She showed that she was able to just sit just off the pace last time and get it done, and now she comes right back. Maybe 7 furlongs is the absolute best distance for her, right? She's been able to win going a mile. She's been able to win going 6, but she's 2 for 2 at the 7 furlong distance.
Yeah. Listen, I think Hot Fudge is a ridiculous overlay. The idea that she's 9-2 in here and the 1 is 3-1, and frankly, even her stablemate, who I picked at 8-5, I don't think their chances are that significantly different.
No, I would agree with that. I think there's a lot of similarities, and the one thing about Ain't Broke, she's going to be coming from further back, so she becomes more pace and trip dependent, right? Although I do believe there's enough pace on in here. I like Dr. B. I like her because I think she's going to set up the right trip. And if you just look at her company lines, this is considerably different kind of group than she was facing earlier last year.
Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Dr. B, who, as I said, was fairly aggressive in the paddock. And I think for her now, while she doesn't need an outright lead to win, I think she is best when forwardly placed and draws favorably to the other 2 speed horses to her inside, who we'll get to it, including number 2, Hot Fudge. You saw Kendrick Carmouche flagging her with his crop in the right hand last time out, because she does do that drifting a little bit, but straightens herself up nicely down the stretch. She looks fine here, and if anything, sometimes she gets a little crampy and girthy after they put the girth and the overgirth on her. I didn't really see that from her today, which is a good sign, but does she look... did she kind of grab me as much as Dr. B or her stablemate Ain't Broke? Not necessarily. So I don't know if that's... I'm sure we're going to see the odds kind of, correct themselves as we get to post time here. But I definitely preferred Ain't Broke over Hot Fudge with regards to the 2 Linda Rice horses, guys.
As do I, and they're a little bit closer in price now, as obviously the 1 is drifting up. But still, even for the 1, White Chocolate, I mean, I would say that White Chocolate wins, and we probably have a carryover in the Big 6.
But she does have speed, and speed can always be dangerous, right?
Yeah, I guess. Listen, I just don't think she's good enough. But I've been wrong before. I think this is just a considerably much more difficult field for her at 7 furlongs. It's funny with speed. We've seen speed do fine, but I don't think speed is carrying on either yesterday's track or today's track.
I would agree with that. It feels like horses setting up shop and then being able to kind of tip towards the clear seem to be having the best of it as far as what I've been seeing.
Yeah, I don't think in any way we've seen a speed track. We've also seen some horses run okay towards the inside. I was looking at yesterday's races and speed. Speed did okay, but horses closed, and we saw them close up the inside. So sometimes a lot of times riders just stay away from the rail on wet tracks.
Yeah, just automatically.
Safe.
Best impression, first-time starter from Phil Serpy's barn, ran extremely well and rallied up the inside after a slow break.
Exactly.
So you're making a very good point.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful when you see outliers. Sometimes the outliers prove that it's not a bias that you might think exists. And a lot of times because the riders are staying away from the rail, so you don't see many horses running on it.
Well, and then it takes a little bit of more strength of conviction to go, well, everybody's out, but I'm going in because I think it's fine.
Right. I completely agree. Or you have to be an apprentice, and you always stay the rail regardless of anything. Heading into the gate, we'll get the call from Chris.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Dr. B breaks well from in between horses. Mozienko and At the Rail. Here comes White Chocolate, and Hot Fudge is in that early mix. Plenty of pace on here. It's going to be Hot Fudge to take it to White Chocolate. Now they split apart here. They're well apart as they work up the backstretch, and Dr. B is tracking right in behind them from third. At the Rail is a tight hold here. Secret Love is progressing forward, is now challenging for the fourth spot. Mozienko out wider. Ain't Broke is the trailer. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. It's White Chocolate in front. Hot Fudge is chasing this rival here from second, starting to move closer still. Here comes Dylan Davis and Secret Love progressing at the rail. Dr. B is there in the red cap right towards the outside. That's the leading four. Mozienko loses a touch of ground, and from the back, here's Ain't Broke, who starts that rally from the back of the field, and Ain't Broke is on the move. Here's that big move from Ain't Broke. The stablemate Hot Fudge is taking the lead. It's Hot Fudge who's in front. Battling on is White Chocolate. Down towards the inside, Dr. B is in the hunt as well, and Ain't Broke is out there 4 wide, about 6 in the 6th path on the grandstand side. It's still Hot Fudge who's in front. Dr. B is resilient and game in between horses, and Ain't Broke is trying to run him down. 3 across the racetrack, and Dr. B is now in front. It's Dr. B. Hot Fudge battles on. Ain't Broke is losing ground. A 16th to go. Hot Fudge won't go away. Hot Fudge is back for more. Dr. B is back to second. Hot Fudge ahead in front. Hot Fudge, much the best. Hot Fudge wins the Innerborough. Dr. B was there second. Ain't Broke finished third in 1 minute 25 and 4.
Now that was a horse race down the stretch. It looked like, first it looked like Ain't Broke was going to swallow him up. Then Dr. B looked like she had it, but Hot Fudge. And that was a quick pace. She ran super to win this, Richie.
Another race. You can go back, watch Kendrick Carmouche leaves the gate with intention, sets up his position, came out a little bit off the rail to kind of establish his spot where I'm comfortable, and he made the first run over the speed of the 1 White Chocolate. It looks like here Ain't Broke's going to, like you said, swoop them, right? Now you can see she's flattening a little bit, and Dr. B looks like she's going to win it. No, Hot Fudge had other ideas, an ultra game performance in a terrific edition of the Innerborough.
No, this was a very exciting race and an excellent and a well-deserved victory. She did the dirty work there. I mean, obviously, White Chocolate, she should have been 10-1, 15-1 in here. She was overbet, but she was right on top of her, put her away top of the stretch. All the closers came like they were going to swallow her up, and she fought them all off. This is a well-earned victory by a horse who's in great form, and once again, Kendrick Carmouche getting his position going forward.
7 for 12 now, lifetime. The gem of consistency, so it was Hot Fudge with a cherry on top.
Ooh, we'll see how those pick sixes look as she gets it done. There's Kendrick. So rare to see him showing off like that, you know? It really is. It's so unlike him.
The fans love him. There's pandemonium behind us. They're
you can hear him. You can hear him cheering. It's
cheering his
fun.
name, Kendrick.
Yeah, look at this. It's awesome.
It's fantastic. That's his 3rd win of the day, right?
It's at least his 3rd. I know he won on that maiden for Todd. We were talking about the Phil Serby horse who ran second that, and we saw him win the last 2, so that's at least 3 for Kendrick. And I'll tell you something, a horse that may have been missed a little was the first winner, Spiteful Lily. Based on her time and her win, she's a New York bred stakes horse. See what happens. Still another race to go. The pick 6, Oaklawn Park. Lots still happening as America's Day at the Races continues. Well, welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nyrabets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. Horses are on the track for race number 6 at Oaklawn Park. They'll be going 6 furlongs. This is a $30,000 claiming race, and once again, another full field. The AEs did not get in here. I hope that we can get some help from Paula Duke. The one, a roller coaster ride, Walter Dela Cruz has them out.
Yeah, horse turning back in distance hasn't been seen since September at Hastings Park.
Chris Landeros on Husker Bush.
This is Chris's first full time at Oaklawn. Got off to a good start. Kind of got a little quiet lately. This horse would be a bit of a surprise.
Nick Juarez on the long shot, City of Clouds.
Yeah, a horse that can be forward, though, should be able to grab some position.
This is the horse that's supposed to be favored, the 4 Ram. Interestingly enough, this horse has been running out of conditions over and over again, is finally in the right spot for Wayne Lucas.
Certainly well placed and comes in off a couple of sharp works at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, I've been running open claiming races, and this is a conditional claiming races. Yep. The 5 League of Legends will John Court with them out, and the 6 Gold Baron, a long shot going out.
Yeah, another one just moving up in company would have to improve.
The favorite Infiltrator for Eddie Mulligan and Christian Torres.
I thought this horse was pretty interesting. Was claimed last time off of Wayne Lucas, off of a layoff, and ran extremely well after not having any early speed.
I don't disagree. Did hang a little bit, though. The 8 Communication Memo.
Yeah, you get Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana. Can't ever count Steve out, particularly at Oaklawn.
Al's Romeo.
Another one feels like it's going to have to improve. You get 10-pound apprentice, Joey Belmere.
The 10 is Forever Cool off the claim for Robertino Diodoro.
Listen, ran extremely well last time and now makes that move to the Diodoro barn. Horse that's definitely a player.
Number 11 coming up, Fire Brian, Randy Morse off the claim. Randy's 0 for 14 off the claim with Shippers. Horses coming in from out of town.
Horse should be forward, though. Does possess some early speed.
You would think so. And rounding out the field is the long shot, the 12 Midnight Majesty, Rocco Bowen with the mount.
Yeah, a horse that had speed at Thistledowns, and last time just uncharacteristically didn't show up with any of that speed.
All right, give me the push I want on the 4 Ram, and I'm jumping in, Paulie.
Well, I'm in agreement with you that he's been running definitely against the tougher horses. When people are asking about condition claimers, I mean, none of these horses have won 3 of the races lifetime, and he's been running against 5, 6, 7, 8-time winners. So I can understand definitely he's the horse to beat in here. And you're getting at a square price at 7-2. I mean, these 12-horse fields, you're going to get your price that you want. Now, the 7 in here at 9-5, you know, this is a horse that was in for the 30-3, where we're at right now, and was protected last time out. And did miss the break and was caught behind the 8 ball, but, you know, they did go quick up front, and speed did not hold that day. And I'm kind of against the 7 a little bit, you know, even though, especially in a 12-horse field, if he breaks slow again, and he's done it before, but he's got some back numbers with Lucas, but he's been voided claim a couple times. But by being protected last time, would think those voided claims are behind him. So I can understand him being favored, but I don't know, at 9-5. I think the horse that's a ridiculous price on the board is the 8 at 10-1. If you look at the 8, you know, I get it, the one muddy effort's not good, but you could argue the race at Remington Park, 4 back, sprinting, was a very good race. Lost to Camp for Creed. His races sprinting are way better. He drops for 30. Bolt Dioro's pretty good on a sloppy track. I think he's the value, along with the 1, a roller coaster ride in here. I know this horse has been favored in a lot of different races, been running up in Canada to Hastings, but his numbers are not awful. You're getting 16-1. I thought the 1 and the 8 were the long shots in here, Andy, but definitely the 4 Rams, the horse to beat.
Thank you, Paulie. I'm throwing in your long shots. Paulie with the horse from Hastings Park. You ever ride up there in Vancouver?
I actually never did. I never rode in Western Canada at all.
I'd love to go to Vancouver. I've never been. I hear it's a great city.
I hear it's really beautiful.
Cutting back in distance. The trainer actually has a good record cutting back in distance. 5 for 16 with a 296 ROI over the last 5 years. I'm with Paulie. I'm against the favorite, the 7 Infiltrator. I like Ram as they're loading in the gate. He's just been running against, I mean, last night he ran against Eclipse. For those wondering, Eclipse, who won that race, is currently the 3-1 second choice in a 12-horse Hooper down at Gulfstream Park, or 11-horse, I should say.
Definitely kept much better company lines, and now gets in a restricted claiming race. Isn't it the beauty of Oaklawn, Andy? Like, you get horses from all these jurisdictions, now one from Hastings.
They're coming in. The money is good. They're coming in, and good to see a horse coming in from all over the park. And, of course, all that dirt racing as well. We'll head to Matt Dinnerman for the call of the 6th.
Majesty to round out the field, starting the late pick 5 here. Midnight Majesty. He's it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Great break from Al's Romeo, strides in front. League of Legends takes the second spot with City of Clouds, Ram, Midnight Majesty right behind. Now Al's Romeo being swarmed on both sides. City of Clouds coming up to challenge and head Al's Romeo in the first quarter mile here. Midnight Majesty 3 deep on the course right there too. A gap of 2 to Fire Brian, then Ram, Forever Cool. He's about 7 lengths off the pace in the black jacket. Then comes Husker Butch, Infiltrator, and Communication Memo into the far turn run. A roller coaster ride at the back of the pack with Fire Brian, and actually that's League of Legends and Gold Baron as they round the far turn. So we come back to the front end. Al's Romeo, the leader by just a neck. Midnight Majesty right there to press as they come to the top of the lane. City of Clouds shaking up right behind them in the 3rd position. Ram's trying to get into it. Fire Brian on the extreme outside coming on now. Ram and Fire Brian, they're moving after Al's Romeo, who's fighting on, and up the outside of the track. Here's Infiltrator. Infiltrator's coming strong and down the center. Communication Memo. Infiltrator up the rail. Infiltrator's gonna get there. Infiltrator wins it over Al's Romeo, Communication Memo, and Ram 4th.
Second race in a row, they camped the inside. The favorite Infiltrator, Paulie and I were against her. We were wrong. Got the job done here. Ram could not have gotten a more perfect trip and had absolutely nothing. Paulie's calling the 8th, though, Communication Memo to Price. Actually ran very well. You see him rallying out the middle of the track. Can't remember if he went 2nd or 3rd here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, tale of 2 trips, right? The winner, the 7 Infiltrator, got to save the ground, where the 8 Communication Memo had a circle, but good effort there. A terrific ride. Christian Torres, like you say, got up to a slow start, but boy, has he gotten on track in a big way.
Heading into the winner's circle for the Fasig-Tipton winner's circle, I should say, for the Innerborough. Kendrick Carmouche, shockingly, kind of happy to get that win. Winner's circle lead brought to you by Lauthenbach Stable Dispersal with 90 horses of racing age offered at Fasig-Tipton Digital. Bidding begins January 29th. Online only. Get the prices. Hot Fudge, $8.80. Gets the job done under Kendrick. Dr. B and 8 broke 2nd and 3rd as the 2nd and 1st choice, but it was Hot Fudge outgaming them all as we head back to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Kendrick Carmouche and the fan club, Kendrick. We're always guaranteed to have a lot of fanfare when you're in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you know, they enjoy coming to the races, and I like that they come support us. You know, it's a big part of our career. I just love the way they cheer for not just myself, but for everybody. But they really do put it on whenever they see me come to the winner's circle.
And Hot Fudge, she deserves it too. She was determined in her effort.
I tell you, she's kind of a little quirky filly. You know, you don't have to, if you move on her, she want to lean out. You know, she's one of those filly, but you always can correct her. And man, Linda done such a good job with this horse. I just have to say, the last 1/8 of a mile, it wasn't even me. It was just the horse. If you look at it, you can see her just stick her head out. She wasn't gonna let that filly beat her, and she was just as determined as me to win this race. And just glad that we could have get it done together.
And Kendrick, having ridden her now a 2nd time, you almost seem to flow with her better, and you just seem to be very simpatico with her today.
Yes. After the last time I rode her, you know, Lascano told me a couple of things that she do, and I watch a replay, and this time I knew just what not to do to her, and you could have felt her. She was just so comfortable and relaxed. Even in the post-parade, you know, I never messed with her, and she was just nice and relaxed, and I said, this is perfect, you know. These fillies, when they're ready to win and fight, I mean, it's indescribable to feel what I feel whenever these horses stick their head out to win. I mean, I just love it, man. It just makes me happy, you know. all my horses try hard, and that's what we want every day when we come out here. And for me to give a good effort, just like them, you know. And as you can see, we prevailed today.
Well, you're smiling. Looked like she was smiling. Linda's smiling. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie. Louisiana, baby.
And the fans are smiling, guys.
You know, he's a tough guy not to like, Richie, and nice to see him get it done. And, you know, and not only that, you got to ride the right horses, and obviously the winner of the race before, much the best, but Kendrick deserves an awful lot of credit for that win.
Well, of course, you got to ride the right horses. It's horse racing, not jockey racing, right? I've never seen a jockey get off and put the horse on their back. But being the rider, you have to put horses in position to excel, and he does that consistently. And he has so much enthusiasm. He loves what he does, and it shows. And I'm a great believer in horses feed on energy, whether it's positive or negative. It's positive energy, they perform better. When a rider goes in already negative, horse got no chance.
Well, Kendrick, a positive guy, and obviously giving that horse a very good ride. Has 3 today with 1 race left to go, and haven't looked at the pick 6 Will Pays. I'll do that right now, actually, Richie, as we look at the follow along. And it's a hard to sort of look at the parlay and look what they are, because you don't really know when you get those outliers. So you've got a 400, and you got about 1,000, you got about 800, you know, around 1,500. You got around a parlay that's over $6,000 for $2. But I'm looking through it right now. It looks like everybody is covered, but the 10 and the 11. So it's pretty likely to be hit. But the lowest payout appears to be $21,000 on Reddington, the favorite. Good luck to that one. Good luck to anybody that's alive. And we do have horses that are paying $202,000 as well. 1 ticket on Guard of Honor. I like the 6, Magianera, but this is a very competitive field. I think the favorite is very, very vulnerable here.
It is a very competitive field, and you get the 6-horse Magianera coming off of a bit of a layoff. Hasn't been seen since June, but certainly has races good enough to win here.
No, I agree. It's an interesting race. Looking forward to it. A lot more to come. America's Day at the Races continues after a quick break.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Antiva, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Cybernite has won the Haskell over Tama and Ghana in the forego.
Echo Zulu wins the Nature Breeders' Conjunction Fillies.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale joining me at Aqueduct. Our friend Paul LaDuca holding the fort down at Oaklawn Park, as well as we see the winner, the favorite Infiltrator, heading into the winner's circle. Another win for Christian Torres.
Yeah, terrific ride coming from off the pace, finding that path to the inside, and kicked on strongly. The source claimed last time from Wayne Lucas by Eddie Milligan. Gets it done. You see about 6th or 7th on the rails here, looking for room. The horse on the lead tripped out. Christian Torres says, thank you. I'll take the easy pass route.
Yeah, but a lot of horses don't love coming up the rail. I don't know that the rail's an advantage, but there's certainly nothing wrong with the rail, the way horses have been running up in the last couple races at least.
No, and you're getting to save ground, so I think that makes a huge difference, particularly if, I don't think it's particularly a better place to be or a worse place to be, but you're saving ground, and he got it done. Infiltrator as your favorite. Alice Romeo with a 10-pound apprentice that actually has made a nice impression. I was there at Oaklawn when he won his first race. And he's a kid that can do very light. That horse came with 102 pounds, and I think he can do 102 pounds.
Did you participate in dumping a lot of garbage on him?
I did not, although I did watch. And years ago, they weren't nearly as kind as they are now. Now it's just water and shaving cream and things
like that.
Such
a kinder world now.
Yeah, years ago, it got a little dicey.
And what year did you win your first race?
1980, and they never got me.
Really?
I won my first winner at Meadowlands, and I told everybody there, no, I already won at Aqueduct or Belmont, which I hadn't. And then when I won my first race at Aqueduct, I said, no, I already won at the Meadowlands.
I knew you were gutless. I knew it all the time.
Listen, they were not holding me down in the jockey's room doing what they do or what they used to do.
You know, I'm going to speak to Santa Gata, and maybe it's not too late. Maybe they could still do it to you.
They better get tied on. I got a little more weight on my side now.
I think we got more stuff going on. What are we doing? Oh, let's look at some earlier stakes action. Bergen, the heavy favorite for Brad Cox, a facile winner. And interestingly enough, these 3-year-olds, and I mentioned to you that first-time starter, Spiteful Lady, very, very similar times between that first-time starter and this stake. Yeah, not only to knock on this one, I think shows how good the firster was.
Yeah, firster from the Jimmy Bond barn really ran extremely well and always traveled like a winner throughout, much like Bergen did here in the Jimmy Winkfield, and kicked on. And this horse looks like a miniature version of his sire, Liam's Map. Just really reminiscent of him. Finished well, galloped out well. This was a nice effort.
Brad Cox, he's got an army of 3-year-olds can run at 6 furlongs, and if he wants to stretch them out, and he did run, I believe, longer last time. I think his last race was at a mile.
A mile, yes, yeah.
You have to imagine he's probably thinking the Gotham on the first week of March back here, a one-turn mile for him.
It's the next logical step, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Particularly the way he finished this Jimmy Winkfield, and you kind of find out how much further maybe you really want to go.
And let's also mention Jimmy Winkfield, one of the great riders. I mean, an African-American rider, but a great rider nonetheless as well. And how many derbies did he win?
He won back-to-back derbies in 1900 and 1899, I think it was, back-to-back. He was actually blackballed in America because he
went to Russia, right?
He wound up going to Russia, rode for the Tsar there, won the Russian Derby, the Russian Oaks multiple times, wound up settling in France, was successful as a rider in France, but had an amazing training career in France as well. So he was a really intriguing character that was not only a great rider. Yeah.
I love that.
And then he eventually came back here and was inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2004, long overdue. A right that was a wrong that was finally righted there. But read his story, his life story, an incredible adventure.
That's an amazing story. Maggie's down in the paddock for race number 10. Maggie, it's a skullbuster, but one I think there's a lot of opportunity.
You said it, Andy. I going through this race, I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, one horse after the other where you could say, well, maybe, yeah, this horse has a shot. And I know one that you're interested in coming in off of a layoff is number 6, Magianera, who comes in as a new gelding for trainer Carlos David. And watching that last race at Monmouth, he wanted to get rank and kind of wanted to run off, throwing his head in the air, but still ran on well. And I'm wondering, just kind of a little bit of an attitude adjustment possibly. Now he's got about a whole sheet of cotton stuffed in each ear, so must be a little bit of a nervous type, is coming back wearing the front wraps too. He's always been a good looking type. I mean, the few times I'd seen him running here at Aqueduct, he always made a great impression on me for previous connections, but very relaxed here in the paddock today. Wondering if the gelding ultimately does move this horse up. He looks very, very fit coming back here off the bench. And then speaking of geldings, a second start for a new gelding is number 12, Magical Ways, and he's one that I thought never looked that comfortable behind, and I really thought that gelding might help him out a bit. And he didn't run too badly last time, but looking for him off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez and back out to this mile distance, which I think physically suits him best of all. might see him run even better. He looks sensational here in the paddock. He's very calm, very relaxed, and I've seen Rudy do well with these types. So he was the other one that really caught my eye in here. And a lot of times it's not first time gelding, sometimes it's second time gelding where we'll really see the market improvement, Andy.
Thank you for that, Maggie, and looking forward to this race coming up. It's a real skullbuster, and I think there's a very vulnerable favorite in Reddington, and he ran very well off the claim for Rob Atras. And while it was an honest pace, he kind of had the run of the race that day. Richie, there's so much speed in here. How can he possibly be in front in here? And even if he is, I think he's going too fast.
I agree with you. There looks like a lot of pace signed on here, and she's coming off back-to-back wins, and we know how hard it is to string together multiple victories. You're going to face tougher company. You've got to stay in good form, and then the way the race projects the setup, it does him no favors. And this is a big field, and you tend to see more pace on in big fields because everybody's more conscious about position in a big field.
I have trouble seeing this pace not being extremely honest in here, and I just think he's in a much tougher spot. Now, to be fair, his 86 buyer would make him very, very tough in here, so it's not as though that number's not good enough to give him a chance. I just think it was earned under very, very positive circumstances that he is not going to get today, Richie.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think that he was able to control, and now he may make the lead, but he's going to have to work for it today. At least that's what it appears like on paper.
Yeah, I don't see him making the lead in here, Richie. I really do not see him making the lead.
Well, you've got horses stretching out off of sprints that have had sprint speed. So I would think a horse like the 8, Assume Nothing's got to be very forward, no?
Yeah, I think the speed looks like the 2 being scratched takes speed out. But the 8 horse definitely should be forward here. I think the 1A Mandatory, who's a very dangerous horse, is supposed to be forward. I think not a bad price as well in here. I just think, I think there's other horses. I think Von Huff is going to be forward in here. I think the 9 horse, Assume Nothing. Any of these horses can be forward in here.
Yeah, that's the one that stood out to me was Assume Nothing because this horse showed very good speed sprinting last time. Was stalking the pace, but they went 22-2, 45 and change at Laurel, and this horse was in touch with that pace, and now we're stretching to the mile, back out to the mile where this horse ran decently at Laurel 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, you look through this race. I'll tell you who I used. I used all of the 1. I used the 6 with the 1, 4, 9, and 13. I think the 13 is dangerous for Linda Rice. Based on his last race, he has no chance. But his race before it is good enough to be a contender. Can he run better second off the claim? I think he's usable in here.
And the fact that Linda does not drop this horse down either off of a subpar effort.
Yeah, she's not going to just dump this horse right. She could have run much, much lower. Horses are on the track. And we'll look at the other half of the entry, the 1A Mandatory, the stronger half, Louis Rivera.
Yes, I agree. And you get Apprentice Louis Rivera, so you're getting a little bit of a break in weights.
The number 3 horse is the 2 is scratched. That's Night Effect.
Yeah,
off the claim.
Comes off a nice victory last time, but that was for 16. This is considerably tougher.
Von Huff improved last time for Brittany Russell.
Another horse that could be forward as well. This horse fought it out gamely last time, just second best to Duke of Gloucester.
The 5 Reddington, the current favorite.
Coming off some big efforts for Rob Atras. First time off the Rob Atras claim with Kendrick.
Kendrick looking for his 4th. Magia Nera going out for Carlos David.
Yeah, not a big, work tab, but a sharp work in between 2 slow works.
Long shot, Guard of Honor.
Yeah, would be a bit of a surprise.
The 8, you can pronounce this name, Kerry Bryan.
Horses run consistently well and has improved with each start stretching out to the mile for the first time.
I've heard the pronunciation. I just forget it. Assume Nothing.
I'm leaving it there.
Horacio de Paz. No, there's the 10. I'm sorry, Modern Era. We can get back to that horse.
Yeah, took a horse a long time to break his maiden and has a lot of efforts. Leaves a lot to be desired.
A lot of money off the claim for Magical Ways for Rudy Rodriguez. Surprised this horse is this low.
Yeah, but, Rudy is certainly a trainer that pay attention to, especially when his barn is starting to go well, which, he hasn't been winning at a high percentage, but his horses have been running well.
The 13 is the number we mentioned, Barnstorming. Linda Rice, second off the claim. Eric Cancel.
Well, this horse making a nice impression on the track, and that start two-back certainly puts this horse in the frame.
And we'll go back to Young Frau, the 11, off the claim as well for John Bernardini.
Yeah, you get Lane Luzzy, who got off to a nice start this winter. He's won 7 races so far. A horse adds blinkers off the claim. Maybe trying to get him a little more involved early. When he was younger, he had more speed.
Head on over to NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com. If you're not a member, no better time than the present. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Use the promo code MATCH200. We'll match $200 of your initial deposit. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the current tepid favorite in Reddington, who I thought looked sensational against the field of non-3 for 35 that he faced last time out. And again, he looks great. A horse that just seems to be thriving right now. But as Andy said, there's a lot of other options to go with in here. And you would have to think that, I mean, you guys talked about some other speed, especially the horse right to his inside, and Von Hoff, who was very aggressive in the paddock, indicating a keenness and an eagerness that he should be forward in here. He's a bit of a heavier type. If he didn't have that good effort in the mud here last time out, I'd be a little concerned because he's very rotund. He carries a lot of extra conditioning. But again, I think he just especially makes the job of your current favorite that much tougher. And as Andy mentioned, the 13 in here, Barnstorming, I know he didn't necessarily pick up his feet last time, but I just think he was out sprinted. He was drawn on the inside. He had a very, very slight bobble, but he just couldn't get his feet underneath of him quick enough to be contentious at the 6 furlongs. Now he's out to a mile. He's suited to that physically. He's a lot more long and, you know, kind of ropey looking than a sprinter. You know, if anything, you look at him and Von Hoff next to each other, which one's more of a sprinter? And you would think Von Hoff, but definitely like Barnstorming with the extra ground today, Andy.
Yeah, there's just so much going on in this race and so many different chances. I think that's another reason that, I mean, the 5 is 5-2. Is it, I mean, are they going a little crazy because of Kendrick? Or are they just sort of looking at that big win, a big figure, and not really taking into account the difference between the competitive nature of that race and this one, where there's so much more speed and so many more real players? Because he was in a race where he almost couldn't lose last time if he ran his race.
Well, I'm sure the day Kendrick's having is going to attract more attention. Rob Atras is a trainer. When his horses are good, they hold form. And that 86 buyer figure is kind of a standout figure in this group, no?
It is. But it's also a kind of a standout figure for him as well, right?
Sure.
So did he improve for Rob Atras, or did he improve because he found the right field? I mean, that was a $35,000 non-winners of 3 lifetime. Now, to be fair, this is a race for horses also non-winners of what is it? It's a non-winners of it's a starter. Excuse me.
For horses that are run for 50,000 or less.
Right. And in general, he's meeting a lot of horses that don't have a plethora of wins, a lot of 1s in the year and 2s. So he has had he's won 3 races and all those things. I just feel like the pace scenario makes it so much more difficult for him. And there's nothing about his PPs that suggests you can be comfortable betting him trying to win closing.
Well, no, I agree with that. This is a horse that went wire to wire his last 2 starts. He's never won a race when he hasn't made the lead. He's run well. He's run well enough from just off the pace. But he hasn't actually finished first when he's had to come from just off the pace.
And I think that matters. People say, can they rate? No, unless they show they can win rating.
Right.
Rating and running second and third does not mean you can rate successfully. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to beat him. Different ideas. See how it plays out. Heading into the gate for the last race, the 10th race, Chris Griffin has the call.
There's Magionera goes in. Young Frau. Guard of Honor. Just a few more left to load. Magical Ways. Mandatory and Barnstorming to the outside. Barnstorming steps forward. And in. All set. They're off. Broken a pretty even line. Reddington's got early speed down towards the inside. There's Von Hoff is trying to get in the early mix and at the rail here moving forward. Here comes Night Effect. It's going to be Night Effect challenging Reddington in between horses out wider. That's Neusch von Stein, who's trying to make up some ground up on the far outside. Here comes Jungfrau as well. Actually, Jungfrau's towards the back end of the field. As they get in the clear into the backstretch, Reddington's got the lead. Is now a nose in front. Reddington on the front end went 22-4 for that pressured opening quarter. There's Night Effect, and in between them, that's Von Hoff. Out wider, there's Mandatory. Mandatory is now in fourth, and at the rail, getting over towards the inside is Magical Ways. Magical Ways is now followed by Magia Nera. Losing some ground there was Neusch von Stein. Gets passed by Assume Nothing, who's trying to make up some ground mid-pack. Then comes Barnstorming. Very strung out here. He's got it. Is towards the tail end of the field. There's Jungfrau. Second to last is Guard of Honor. And far, far back, that's Modern Era. Who's the trailer? 46.31 for the half-mile time. Reddington is back in front. It's Reddington with a head in front. Under a full drive is Night Effect. Von Hoff is dropped out of it. Mandatory is looming up on the outside, and Mandatory is in hand right now. And here comes the run from Magical Ways and Ruben Silvera. They've taken fourth. Barnstorming is trying to follow that move. The rest with some running to do. Magia Nera down towards the inside. They reach the top of the stretch. 1 minute 12.44 for 3/4 of a mile. And here comes a big run from Magical Ways in the red cap. It's down towards the inside. Night Effect. Reddington is still doing all the heavy lifting, and Reddington is still there, but here comes Magical Ways to the outside. Barnstorming's got a late rally as well. Can Reddington get home? Magical Ways is trying to push by. Reddington is still in front. Reddington with a nose in front. Magical Ways, Reddington. Wow, what an effort. Reddington gets the victory. Kendrick Carmouche, 4 wins on the day. A big Saturday for KC. It's Magical Ways finishing second, tied for third, 1 minute 40.24. Kendrick Carmouche and Reddington, they win the finale.
He fought it the whole way in a super contentious pace, and it was narrow at the end, but he was best, Richie.
He was the last man standing in a barroom brawl. He had horses inside of him, outside of him, everybody taking shots at him. Mandatory loomed up on his outside like he was going to take him. He kind of flattened out and hung on his left lead. Then here comes Magical Ways with Ruben Silvera. Looks like, well, he's got to have his measure because he's got to be softened up from all this pressure he took. And he just stuck his neck out. You know, Kendrick talked about it from the last race, Hot Budge, when a horse doesn't want to get past, stuck his head out, pinned his ears, and refused to lose. And I told you earlier, Kendrick reminds me of the way I used to ride his 4th win of the day.
Yeah, you'd have got beat in the photo. And lying to up here. Nice win for Kendrick, and he really had a great day. And this horse, listen, I didn't like him at all. Thought he was a total pitch in here. I was dead wrong. The 2-1 favorite gets it done here. It was a fast pace. The other speeds dropped off. The closers came, and they could not get by Reddington. He has improved immensely for Rob Atras. And another horse who improved immensely was the second-place finisher, Magical Ways. Because I'm going to tell you right now, you can't make him on paper. And he's 9-1 in here. And he strictly was bet off the claim by Rudy Rodriguez, and he improved off the claim by Rudy Rodriguez.
Well, he improved, and he got there with that full head of steam, and Reddington just dug down and refused to get past. And again, taking all that pressure and a more than legitimate pace, and he was in between horses. This was a very game performance by your winner Reddington.
No, this was a terrific performance, and it's getting dark out there, but Kendrick, he's still playing the fans, and we can hear him chanting from up here, Richie.
Well, he's a bright spot as it gets a little darker out.
Well, he definitely was a bright spot today with 4 wins, including the last 3 races, and he closes out the pick 6, late pick 5, everything in the last race. More to come on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race number 7 at Oaklawn Park. My head is spinning around here. Where are we going here? Race number 7 at Oaklawn Park at 1 mile and 16th. They're on the track. Let's head to our man, Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Andy. And the rain is starting to come down again here, and kind of a mist a little bit, and it's getting a little bit chillier and chillier. But we're on to race number 7, and I thought a tricky race. Again, another full field of horses in here. In the 9 Flashy Lass in here for Ron Moquette, you know, this is a horse that transferred from the Brad Cox barn to the Ron Moquette barn from Mr. Gus King. And, you know, this horse was, I get it, 3 to 5 that day at Remington Park, but didn't like a 3 to 5 shot. She just drew off from a field. And, you know, the 3rd place finisher out of that race did come back to win. And, you know, the time before that, I thought her race was, you know, pretty good at Keeneland when she was in the Brad Cox barn. She almost repeated that effort. And if she repeats this, what you're watching today, you know, she is the one to beat in here. Keith Asmussen will be aboard. Now, Magic Bubbles, the 8 for Steve Asmussen and Ramon Vasquez. I'm a little bit surprised this horse is your favorite. I do get this horse is, you know, been in the trifecta in all 3 of her starts or 5 of her starts, excuse me, at this distance. But I just don't understand where the races are coming of late. She has 1 good sloppy race. I just know if that warrants her at 7 to 2. I thought Jubella, the 5 for Robertino Diodoro, who's 13 for 17 in exacta and just likes to be there at the wire, is a horse you had to include in here. I know well-traveled, but she can get back to some races. You know, the horse that I'm going to choose in here, I like Malibu Smart. This horse was getting some early money a little bit for Keith Hartman. We've seen some of the, Chris Hartman. We've seen some of these English channels run well on off track. And again, like a little bit earlier, this horse took some early money. I think it can come from a little bit off the pace. This field is shortened a little bit. I'm going to go with the 3 for Pipe Dream Stables, Malibu Smart, 4-year-old filly here, Andy.
Thanks, Paulie. A nice price if you like that. Malibu Smart for Chris Hartman has that win earlier that Paulie had mentioned. Wanted a nice price that race, 7 to 1. Looking for another one as they're going the gate 1 mile and 16th. Richie, I really don't have a prickly strong opinion. I'm not in love with the 9 Flashy Lass though in this race. I thought there would be some other speed.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, particularly horses that have been sprinting, stretching out here. Chris Hartman has another runner here, the 6 Honey Run with Chris Landaros. That's one of those stretch outs.
See how things play out as they're heading in the gate. Matt Dinnerman has the call. Race number 7 at Oaklawn Park.
Malibu Smart coming up. 2 back. Honey Run and Bow Draw to the outside. Here's Bow Draw. We're ready to go. And we're off. Bow Draw popped out of the outside gate nicely. Isn't quick enough to go to the front at this point. Magic Bubbles strides in front with Marina's Gold hustled along. Jubella aggressively ridden from the inside to get out there. Marina's Gold, Jubella, and a 3-deep Magic Bubbles. Those 3 stretched across the track as Flashy Lass moves up to claim the 4th position from Bow Draw. And Lady J and the White Jackal shuffled back. She's about 6 lengths off the pace with Malibu Smart and stablemate Honey Run. The trailer is Paris Style early on. Approaching the backstretch run, and Jubella is set up shop on the lead, leads by 3/4 of a length. Magic Bubbles is second. Now Flashy Lass makes her way into 3rd. She's down on the inside of Bow Draw, a gap of 2 to Honey Run. Lady J next with Malibu Smart. Paris Style second to last, and it was not Marina's Gold's day today. She's lugged out to the middle of the track, was up close early, didn't appear to like that mud really out there today, and she's dropped to the back of the pack. So they approach the 4th turn. Jubella still on the lead. 3/4 of a length ahead, now a half length as Magic Bubbles gets closer. Flashy Lass 3rd around the turn. She's in a pocket down on the inside. Bow Draw's pinning her in. Honey Run not being persevered with. Passed by Malibu Smart. Paris Styles on the move following that rival as they come to the top of the lane. On the front end, Jubella still in front, 3/4 of a length. Now it's a length. Magic Bubbles second. Flashy Lass in an all-out drive needs to get going as they come down the lane. Jubella leads by 2. Flashy Lass trying to get off the rail, takes second. Bow Draw, Malibu Smart next chasing. But as they come to the 16th pole, it's all Jubella pouring it on in the final 16th. And Jubella will give Christian Torres back-to-back 3-win days. Jubella crushes him. Bow Draw holds off Malibu Smart for the second spot, and Flashy Lass was 4th.
Jubella, she was dynamite dropping down here a little bit for Robertina Diodoro. She was getting a little class relief, I think. I don't know, dropping down, but class relief maybe.
Absolutely, and she was just much the best, put herself up in the game. And Christian Torres, I mean, what do you say? The guy just seems to be able to ride any kind of horse. Forward, from off the pace, and he has a steady supply of live mounts from really good customers.
And Paulie's pick at a nice price, just narrowly beaten for second. And there he is, the man of the last hour plus, Kendrick Carmouche. He's sorry we didn't run 11 today. Might have been a little dark.
Well, Kendrick had a wonderful day here, just riding terrific all day, putting horses in the right spot and having live horses underneath him. And, you know, listen, he had a little bit of a blow when he didn't get to ride integration in the the Pegasus turf. But he wound up having a really terrific day right here at home at Aqueduct.
No, that's a great point, Richie. He got a very raw deal getting taken off integration. Owners can do and choose to do whatever they want. It's their horse. They can make those choices. We felt a little unfortunate, but you know what? He stayed in New York and he won 4 races, so I'm sure Kendrick is feeling fine right now and happy to see him in a day he really deserved to have a big day.
Yeah, absolutely, and you don't sulk about it. You don't take your ball and go home. You dig in and make the best of your situation and ride hard, and that's what Kendrick does on a daily basis.
And in a day like today, when you thought you were going to be a Gulfstream, they probably gave up some mounts on a day like today. So for he and his agent, Jimmy Riccio, to string together these 4 wins, a good job by them.
Absolutely, and sometimes you get caught in a position where you're trying to salvage a day. Well, they did more than salvage. They went and had a terrific day.
So let's take a look at this parlay. It's around, if I'm going to do rough thing, I'm going to say about $350, $700, a little over $1,000. Let's say $1,200. So the parlay is about $25,000 for $2, and it paid $21,000 with the KO of the pick 6. Congrats if you had it. I couldn't have had this under any circumstances. There's no amount of money I could have put into this thing.
Honestly, I'm just very impressed with your math, okay?
I would have had Maker's Candy, Value Area, and Hot Fudge. I missed the other 3.
Okay.
A lot more to come next week. The Withers will be here. We'll be at Oaklawn Park, of course, as they're rescheduled not the Southwest. Southwest next week?
Yes.
Southwest. Next week, we'll have the Withers here as well, and El Grande O. He'll look to be the speed. Can he get the distance? America's Day at the Races continues.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fasig-Tipton Digital presents the Lotenbach Dispersal of Horses of Racing Age, offering more than 75 horses of racing age from Lotenbach Stables, a leading national stable that produced more than $30 million in earnings and over 800 wins since the year 2000, including a large selection of Kentucky and Minnesota breds from one of North America's top owners. The Lotenbach Dispersal of Horses of Racing Age, online only. Bidding opens on digital.fasigtipton.com January 29th and closes February 2nd. Let's get digital.
This is Maxfield. This is a Maxfield foal. Maxfield, the G1 Breeders' Futurity and G1 Clark Hero by Street Sense. Maxfield foal. They're just like him. Walking, standing, looking perfect, and selling. This one made $500,000, the most by any freshman in 2023. Maxfield. He's the best in his field. Inquire now.
Curlin's obviously one of the great sires today. He's currently the second leading sire. He's a horse that gets Grade 1 winners, he gets champions, he gets classic winners, so he's really, you know, in a league of his own. I'm very excited about Army Mule, off to a great start at stud as well. His first crop are 3-year-olds like Good Magic, and you know, he's getting stakes winners and a very good progeny that can really run from a book that probably wasn't of the highest quality. So we think that he's a very good sire in the making. McLean's Music, top sire of Jackie's Warrior, and other Grade 1 winners. Cantharos is having a big year this year. The Charlatans are foals this year, who we're very excited about. Violence had a champion last year, or second Forte in Belmont, so he's had a great year. So we've really had a great representation right across the board on really all of our stallions. Good Magic looks like he can be special. The newest horse is Loggins. So Loggins is a horse that I thought had tremendous ability. He got hurt, and you know, in his second start, he was just beaten a Forte, who I think is a very good champion. And he's a great horse to look at. He's well bred. He's got the right names in his pedigree. I know there's always a critique when horses have a limited career that you're bringing unsoundness into the gene pool, or you know, those kind of things. But you know, if a horse takes a funny step or hurts himself, for me that doesn't demonstrate unsoundness or a genetic predisposition for unsoundness. You know, you take a funny step, you get hurt. That's bad luck more than anything. So, you know, we've had good luck with you know, horses like McLean's Music and even Candy Ride, who raced limited number of times. So, you know, we don't specifically look for horses with abbreviated careers, but I wouldn't discount those horses either because something went wrong. It's very rewarding when they separate from their peers and they look like they're going to be very important stallions. And you know, the hope is always that you'll stand a breed shaping stallion like Curlin.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Heard it's gorgeous down there at Alapa. Like to check that out. Get down to Oaklawn, get down to Lexington one of these days. Head back to Oaklawn Park for race number 7, where you had a very facile winner of race number 7 in the number 5, Jubella, getting it done. Another win for Christian Torres.
Yeah, and just got her position going forward, was always traveling comfortably. Just seemed like she was skipping over the top of the ground and had plenty left in the tank. Drew away at will through the stretch.
Kristen Torres is like the Kendrick Carmouche of Oaklawn.
Maybe not as animated, but
they're having very comparable days. I feel like he's been dominating since we've been watching, Richie.
Well, and you know what was really interesting? He got off to an uncharacteristically slow start, a lot of seconds. But those seconds are turning into winners, and it didn't take long for Christian Torres to catch his stride, and he's winning multiple races on multiple days. Jubella, much the best for one of his main clients, Robertino Diodoro.
And so Ryder's only been riding for about 4 years, I think, right now. He's really got a good future ahead of him. Race number 8, the last race that we'll be bringing you from Oaklawn Park today. And you've got a sizable field again, a couple of 5-2 shots between the 7, Life is Hard, and the 12, Easy Action on the outside. We've got much more to come, though. Talk about some of the races we'll be showing over the next week. And there's Just Steel over the Wayne Lucas barn. He's heading to Southwest. Wayne never misses a dance. America's Day at the Races rolls along. welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Arcangelo, crowned the 3-year-old champion, unsurprisingly, last week, and we've raised that purse $2 million for the 2024 Belmont Stakes, being run at Saratoga.
I love it. I'm excited about it. You've got an American classic, the Belmont Stakes, at America's classic racetrack, Saratoga, and it should be a wonderful celebration. 4 days of incredible stakes action at the spa.
And listen, if you guys don't mind commuting and driving a little far, Richie's going to be renting rooms out of the place up in Millbrook. So it's, it's only a couple hours from Saratoga. And as I said to him, it's an extra bonus. Richie won't be there. Tickets go on sale on February 15th, and you're not going to want to miss that Belmont at Saratoga. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be a great, great weekend. 4 days. We just released the stake schedule, actually, and it's really going to be just an amazing, amazing experience.
No, it really is. I'm excited about it. Years ago, the Belmont was run right here at Aqueduct. Now we're going to take it on the road up to Saratoga. And again, Saratoga is so rich in history, just such a classic racetrack with so many great moments, and kind of another, part of the history written into the fabric of the place.
Now, I know Damascus won the Belmont here. Was that was the second to last one that they ran?
67, right?
Yeah, and I think 68. They run into Belmont in 68. I can't remember.
No, I think that was the last one. I think it was 65, 66, 67 was run here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and they
also
were rebuilding Belmont at the time.
And special rates to anybody who wants to do farm work and or muck stalls at the farm.
Really, and the other thing is that when Richie does this and doesn't tell his wife, she'll be changing the locks for when he gets back. It's going to be a really fun weekend, and I mean, it's hard to say how. I don't think I've been this excited this far out for anything in a long, long time. The road to the Derby. We've got the Southwest, the Withers, the Robert Lewis, and the Holy Bull, the return of Fierceness, the 2-year-old champion crowned this week as well. And the Sam Davis is following the next week as well. And we'll take a look, Richie, at the probables for the Withers. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not that familiar with these horses.
Not all of them, but there are a couple that we are familiar with. Obviously, El Grando, who's been a gem of consistency, the New York bred, owned and bred by Barry Schwartz, who comes off a really nice effort in the Drome.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a very fast horse. The question with him is how far he actually wants to go more than anything else, right? I mean, he's got to get 1 1/8, and I didn't love this effort, even though second, not that fast. But if he's the controlling speed, then he could have the man, Kendrick Carmouche, on his back.
Yeah, listen, it was a long way back to the third horse. He was, ground down by drum roll, please, but he's shown up pretty much every start, and he's run well on dirt. He's run well on turf.
That's a neat horse. How far does he want to go? That's really the question.
Yeah, no, listen, I can't disagree with that. Small fact here, Andy, I rode his Damn Rainbow Song, the 2 wins in at Hollywood Park for Patty Gallagher. She was a nice mare, and she probably topped out at about 7 furlongs.
All right, yeah, no, I think he's the early favorite for the Mike Lee, which, by the way, will be run on the Sunday after the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Cool. It's going to be a New York bred showcase day that as well. Take a look at those probables for the Southwest. We'll have a team down there. Of course, Paula Duca does such a great job for us down at Oaklawn all year long. But you'll be heading down, as well as Lafitte. Are you renting out rooms next weekend as well? You haven't decided, a little trial run?
No, not quite, but I will be there. Lafitte and I will be shipping in to hook up with Paul, and we had such a good time last time I was down there with Paul.
Apparently, Paul, you got to get in this race a little cheap if your name of your horse started with L, as 4 of the 9 start with the letter L.
Yeah, right. It's a complex field too, as well as Kenny McPeak has a couple runners that are involved too. I'm going to focus on a horse, Just Steel, for Dwayne Lucas, in a horse that maybe, actually, I had gotten this horse when early on in his career that it was a really nice horse, and he would put stuff together, then he would sort of get lost, and he would put stuff together. He kind of reminded me of a young baseball player that just would go on a streak and then just get lost for a little while and swing at some bad pitches and then get on a streak, and then, kind of had his coming out party at Churchill Downs, and then run second in the Smarty Jones, and I think he benefits obviously from maybe the week going backwards a little bit for him, as the Southwest is being backed up a week. I think it helps him obviously to get another extra week. I thought he was very good last time. Andy, his numbers and his Bayard numbers have exploded in his last 2 races. Let's be honest, and I think he's just kind of figuring it out and might be figuring it out at the right time.
Listen, looking forward to looking at the PPs for that race, a race that we are going to draw tomorrow. They're going to draw tomorrow at Oaklawn, so we'll take a look at that field, but always looking forward to those preps. And then it'll be just 3 weeks until the Rebel, because they postponed the Southwest because of the situation down there 1 week.
Yeah, and the thing that people need to remember with horses this time of year, 3-year-olds, whether it's colts or fillies, they change and develop a lot over this period of time. So who might have been better at 2 might not be, or the horses at 3 might have caught up. So.
Well, I think one of the reasons Triple Crown Trail has gotten even tougher predicting things is these horses are so lightly raced now.
Yeah.
That often you don't really know who they are. It used to be that you had a very good idea of the horses were going to the Derby, and your opinion may have stunk anyway, as mine often did, but at least you sort of knew. Nowadays, there's so much guessing because, as you say, they're changing a lot going forward, and you got to kind of predict the ones that are ready to take that forward move.
Yeah, the ones that are going to get there, kind of hitting their best form and maturing at the right time. And like you said, Andy, it was almost unheard of for a horse to only have 3 Derby preps years ago. Now it seems like 2 Derby preps is the norm.
Yeah.
And we go back to a day when horses would run 6 or 7 times before the Derby.
I mean, you think back, and it's not that long back, and certainly in the 90s, things have changed, but I guess the game has changed quite a bit. We'll take a look at Otto the Conqueror, who's running in won the Springboard Mile, a kind of a scratch-depleted Springboard Mile.
Yeah, but, conditioned by Steve Asmussen, a trainer who... Horses seem to improve. He kind of prepares them for the next objective, what they have right in front of them. And he's also a trainer that's very aware of not going too far into the well, like to be able to build on it, not to tear them down, to build them up. This was a hard-fought victory. I honestly don't know exactly what he was beating here, but he was very game doing it.
Yeah, I kind of, I'm not, like I said, listen, I am not going to... I'm not looking at this race until they, until we see the draw and we see who's in there. I didn't love that effort. He has run well in the past, but he was beating like a small field. We've seen tougher races in the Springboard Mile.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. But again, he showed gameness, determination. I'm with you. Until we have the race drawn and we kind of see the post positions as well as the form, then we can make a more informed kind of decision.
Right, and take a look at the post positions, take a look at everything. But looking for those races, and once again, you will be down there as well. Your second trip this year to Oaklawn Park.
My second trip to Oaklawn. I actually rang in the new year down there with Paul LaDuca at LaDuca at DeLuca's restaurant. We had a really nice time.
Oh, they got excellent. The pizza there at DeLuca's is terrific.
Pizza's fantastic, and I will tell you this. I think my wife Carmela's meatballs are the best in the world. DeLuca's was pretty good. I got to get that right.
Richie, she's changing the locks. You don't. It's too late. She's got the news and she's changing the locks. We're going to be leaving Fox Sports in a little under a minute. You can catch all the action on the Fox Sports app going forward. We're going to be leaving you as we are still going to have one more race we're going to cover in America's Day of the Races, but we're going to be leaving you on Fox Sports 2. Head over to the Fox Sports app. Of course, you could also catch it on, I'm assuming we're still on YouTube, but also you can catch Naira YouTube channel as well as Naira Bets to catch all the action. We still have that race left. We're going to get more from Paul LaDuca, race number 8 at Oaklawn. They're going 6 furlongs, another big field. Looking forward to that. Still more to come. America's Day at the Races continues.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000, New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and welcome to people watching on the Fox Sports app. America's Day at the Races. Richard Migliori on the desk with me, Andy Serling, and our man Paul Aduca holding down the fort at Oaklawn Park, as well as we still have one more to show. They still have 3 races there as well, though.
Yeah, but we'll get some more help from Paul. Paul's been spot on it. And me and him, we froze out there on that little stand a couple days when I was there earlier. Hopefully we get a little better weather. And
Paul deserves a break in the weather. I mean,
yeah, he does. Absolutely.
Everybody down at Oaklawn deserves a break. It's been a tough go so far. Hopefully things will clear up at some point. Well, I don't really want to discuss the Pegasus as if Castle Chaos had won. He lost by a nose at 25-1. I'd be alive to Trademark, Senor Buscador, First Mission, and Il Miracolo in the pick 4. So at least I know the 4 I'm rooting against, Richie. I don't know what price National Treasure is going to go off, but I think he's a bet against in this race. I don't know about you, Richie. My bet against today have all been doing well.
Well, I guess, I think he's going to take a ton of money, obviously off of this effort against Cody's Wish, who, by the way, Cody's Wish got a sensational ride this day from Junior Alvarado. He saved all the ground before tipping out. National Treasure was game. He fought back. Gave it all he had. But, at the end of the day, this is a horse that's only won 2 races. Now, albeit one of them was the Preakness, and he was beaten a nose in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile by your Horse of the Year. I think there's more accomplished, hard-knocking horses in here that certainly are going to gain more respect from me.
Well, I think it's also important to note that those 2 big performances, I don't know how big his Preakness was when you consider how Mage never ran a step the rest of the year. The second-place finisher just got crushed in the Curlin and Saratoga and didn't run again. And when they were aggressive and sent him to the lead, which is why I picked him to Travers, and then they rated him. Right. So he ran on the front end. Richie, I don't know how he's getting the front end in this race. There is plenty of speed.
I think there's plenty of speed signed on as well. I mean, Hoist the Gold, our Cigar Mile winner.
Johnny's going. And
right?
Johnny used to ride National Treasure, and he's been taken off him. He's going.
Yeah, Johnny won the Preakness on him. It was interesting watching that stretch duel with National Treasure and Cody's Wish. I'm a big Flavien Prat fan. But he did the elbow thing, too, out into Cody's Wish. If you watch the head-on of that, actually the Eclipse Award-winning photo was of that.
He's got a teacher here that taught him that move.
I am so against that. The elbow thing does not fly with me a little bit.
But and I agree with you, but let me ask you a question. Once again, is he doing it because he's seen the stewards allow others to do it, and he says, if these guys are going to do it and they get away with it and they're beating me in races, why am I not doing it?
It's a great point. And absolutely, it's up to the stewards to set the standards and then apply those standards in a consistent basis, no matter what kind of race, what rider, who it is, what circumstance. And once a rider breaks his hold and puts his elbow out into another, to me, all bets are off. I mean, you just don't do that. That's not good race riding. Now, I agree. I think Flavien said, well, I keep seeing it consistently. It's the same thing with horses breaking in or out of the gate. Now, certainly horses at times are going to make a hard left or a hard right, but you can see visually when a rider makes an attempt. We've gotten to a point in North American racing where they don't adjudicate gate fouls. So what's the motivation? If I've gotten wiped out 4 or 5 times leaving the gate and a guy doesn't attempt to straighten his horse, why am I going to straighten mine when he breaks left or right? It's the standard the stewards set that riders are going to adhere to. So I think it's a great point you're making.
Yeah, and I just think that I wish that they would be the ones there. It's up to them to clean up the game. The riders are supposed to do what they can to win for the owners, the bettors.
Sure.
I mean, that's just the way the game goes. Where are we going now to? Oh, we're showing the Clark. What I find interesting here is I imagine at First Mission the 8, he's 4-1 right now. The number 5 Trademark is 18-1. He'll probably win and really make me throw up. Why is Trademark, who beat him, 4.5 times the price? Is that crazy?
That's a great question. I mean, I don't see that at all. I mean, and listen, First Mission is probably a part of that pace, particularly with Luis Saez, where Trademark's going to sit just a little bit off of them, right? Work out kind of a stalking kind of trip. It's always interesting to me when I see these names recycled. I rode a horse, South African champion named Trademark for Kieran McLaughlin, won the 4-star Dave and the Bernard Baruch at Saratoga. Yeah, he was a Darley horse and a really good horse. And, now not that long later, you're seeing a horse with the name. And I guess it's a good name because good horses have owned it.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. There's enough names out there. Stop naming them after stakes horses that ran just a few years ago.
I agree. We've seen it a little bit.
Caress. There's a Caress now. Come on.
And we had a Caress Stakes for how long?
And it's up to the jockey club, to be honest. And maybe people want to break the rules, but I don't like it. Right. Maybe that horse Caress could be in the Caress. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Head back to Oaklawn Park where they're saddling up in the paddock for race number 8. The number 12, Easy Action, Richie, is the favorite, going out for Norm Cassie. A horse that has a lot of speed and an advantageous outside post position, but still, they could be moving up front in this race.
Yeah, and maybe the outside post gives him the opportunity at least to, find more of a stalking kind of a trip. But he also has to avoid getting caught wide as well. Norm Cassie looking for his first win at the Oaklawn Park meeting. Hasn't run a lot of horses, 8 starters. And Alex and Joanne Leblanc have long done extremely well at Oaklawn Park.
Well, they're down there, right? That's their home base. They've done well with some.
They've done well all over the country, but
like the Big Beast.
Yeah, remember the Big Beast there? Man. He was a big beast
for Tony Dutrow, and the Leblancs, of course, owned him. Heading onto the track, I have no idea what somebody's saying in my ear, but I know they're heading the track for race number 8 at Oaklawn Park. Life is Hard and Major Blue. I'll tell you one thing on Major Blue. They got to be happy it rained because he really seems to step his game up on a wet track.
Yes, I mean, he's run 4 times on a wet track, and 3 of his best efforts were on wet tracks. So he's certainly getting the conditions that he likes. And he's the one that'll be coming from just off the pace, too, more of that stalking style we're talking about. Life is Hard. Well, it's a well-named horse because, let's face it, life is hard.
That's good for us. We're sitting up covering. They're getting paid to cover horse racing, so it's pretty good for us.
Hey, this is not that hard.
It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Listen, when Carmelo locks you out, maybe you can sleep on my couch. I'll think about it. Heading out of the post parade, and then we'll get some words of wisdom from Paul LaDuca as this field is lining up for the post parade, and the 1 Derby Date was scratched in here. The only scratch out of race number 8, the 2 Rugs is going out. And I thought this was a very, very, very hard race. I'll be honest with you.
I agree with you.
I had the race 7-12-9-5. Life is Hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my. But I thought it was extremely hard. We'll see what Paulie says. It's rounding around for the post parade. The 2 Rugs goes out for Ron McQuett.
We'll talk about somebody that's based there. Ron McQuett basically lives right there at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, right in the backstretch, as a matter of fact. That's right. The number 3 Stayed In for Half coming up. Steve Asmussen trains this one. Ramon Vasquez has the mount.
Boy, this is a good-looking son of McLean's Music, and we've seen brilliance from the McLean's Music. I think he's a bit too big of a price. He's got races that make him competitive here.
The number 4 Touch Revenge goes out for Shea Stewart. Excuse me, the 10-pound bug has the mount.
Yeah, Joey Belmere has been showing steady improvement. He's basically being mentored, being taught to ride by Robbie Alvarado.
Keith Asmussen riding for his dad off the claim on Radical Right.
Always get a kick out of seeing Keith riding for his dad and his dad's colors there.
The number 6, Mr. Iceman, Francisco Arrieta, riding for Peter Miller.
Should be forward, should be involved early. This horse runs his best when he's close.
Those pink Gary Barber silks. Life is Hard, Jimmy DeVito and Julian Leperoux having a nice meet so far down at Oaklawn.
Could get the right kind of trip to stalking, and he's run well on and off track last time.
Long shot, the number 8, Count de Monet, Tim Swearingham and Chelsea Bailey.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a better race than we've seen in a while, but best race did come at Oaklawn in the mud.
Spend Benjamins. I've blown Benjamins today. Rafael Belgrano riding.
Consistent closing sprinter type. Things heat up. Maybe he's the one coming late.
Ninja Warrior, Robertino Diodoro, and another Christian Torres looking for another win.
Horse that flashes good speed when he runs his best.
Horse that should be forward for the Chief, Nick Juarez, Major Blue. The Chief, excuse me, the coach.
The coach, Wayne
Chief's
Lucas.
not with us, sadly,
but
anymore.
certainly should set up that nice stalking kind of trip.
And the number 12 rounds it out. The current favorite, Easy Action, going out for Norm Cassie and Ricardo Santana.
Consistent, runs hard. Good buyer figures coming into this. Outside post should be forward. Do you ever look at this, Andy? Like, a horse has had 10 starts, 2 wins, 5 seconds, and start wondering if a horse, is one of those horses that likes to run with horses as opposed to running by horses?
Well, absolutely. As a handicapper, my biggest knock on horses is horses that, especially at short prices, they're losing races they're supposed to win. Paulie, enlighten us.
Well, I've been trying to enlighten you guys all day, and I think that the only thing I've been enlightening is the weather here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. But to get to the outside horse in here, Easy Action, I mean, it's a tough call. It really is, because he does have the best numbers in here by far. He gets an outside draw. He is off a layoff. That's a little bit of a worry to me. There is some other speed in here, so can he rate? I hope he doesn't get hung out 4 or 5 wide for his backers, because I just can't back him at 2-1. I get where the public's going because he does have the best numbers, but with other pace in here, does he get to the front? And I think the 3 is actually the fastest horse in the race. I don't know how long that horse will stick around, although that horse just got hit down to 11-1 from 25-1, stayed in for half. I just think that horse is naturally very, very quick and went 21-4 and hung around last time in the mud. So, but when you look at the 12, I get kind of where the public's going. Now, the 7, Life is Hard, I kind of don't at 7-2. I get that this horse ran in 94 buyer, and it says slow gain late. Major Blues now, like Andy said, is 6-1 compared to, you're going to take this horse at 7-2. Let's not forget Life is Hard is, a 2 for 11 lifetime, 0 for 5 at this distance. So everywhere else this horse has ran besides this distance, I get it, improved a lot off the layoff and might be getting to becoming a sprinter, but it's going to have to prove to me to win this race that hasn't won at the distance at 7-2. So, I went to the 9 Spend Benjamins. This horse was launched out of a cannon in his last race. I know they went really fast up front, and then I started playing against some of the horses out of the race, and the horse that ran second came back to win. But it was like Rafael Bejarano was kind of just sitting chilly on this horse, and when he produced the Son of Competitive Edge, this horse absolutely just went by everybody. And I said it that day, this horse started his career on the turf and has really turned himself into a nice little closing sprinter. My only worry would be that he's never been on a wet surface. He has a tiny little frame, which I think would help him a little bit. I'm not one of those people that really knows how to look at a horse, whether they're going to run in the mud or not. But I tell you what, his last 3 races, even his last 4 races, he's really got some good form. And at age 6, it seems like he really likes to sit behind horses and make that one run. So I needed a heat of pace up here. And like you said, Andy, I've been blowing Benjamins. Hopefully, if this horse wins, I can spend some.
All right, Paulie, I know. But one thing I know about our man Paulie, he sends it in. Make no mistake. Paulie Duga gives you a horse. You bet it and you lose. Paulie lost more. He's a man in action.
He backs his opinions. And I tell you, we would meet about half hour, 45 minutes before we would go on air when I was down at Oaklawn, meet by the sports book over there. Does the work, man. He's got his pace figures.
He's been great. He's done listen, He's a coworker. We're supportive of our coworkers, but I can't say enough about the job that Paulie's done for us at Oaklawn the last 2 years. He's been absolutely terrific.
Tremendous. And I, honestly, on a personal note, I had so much fun down there at Oaklawn because of him. I mean, we really had a great
Did you
time.
throw the axe with him?
No, we didn't do any of that, but we
no
couple
axe
nice dinners and just to get to hang out with a friend, you know.
Little axe throwing. Paulie around. Can you get Richie into a little axe throwing next week? He's had enough of us. He's had enough of us. It's cold. It's
I heard
raining.
Lafitte was the one that was really good at the axe throwing.
I'm not going anywhere near that guy in an axe. Or Maggie. I'm definitely not going near Maggie in an axe. Maggie and I work together too long. She's got a lot of pent-up anger at me. That axe could easily be flying my way.
Oops.
Oh, she won't be there next week. You took her spot. Actually, she was supposed to go this week. She can't go next week, I believe.
So I get to fill in, but the only trouble with Oaklawn, and I love being there, is this is travel to
It
and
ain't
from.
easy
It's
getting
difficult.
there.
Yeah,
It
it's
ain't
a little
easy getting
difficult.
there, yeah. No, I agree. I flew direct to Memphis when I went.
Okay.
And it's a 3-hour drive from Memphis, and it's a straight drive. You know, you just get up, once you get up there, and it's the very easy straight drive.
Okay.
So I prefer that because I just hate switching planes. I'm so neurotic.
Well, you know, then you're always at the whim and whimsy of what's going to happen.
Exactly, and I'm always worrying about things like that, so I figure the one plane is better, and I found it. Otherwise, you know, people switch planes and go to Little Rock, and it's an hour and a quarter, hour and a half drive.
Yeah, it's about an hour and 20 minutes from there, but I got lucky because me and Lafitte are hooking up in Atlanta, flying in together, and then he's driving.
No, he really should be driving you, Richie. You're royalty. He's just hanging on.
I can't see it.
He's just hanging on, using that name to get to where he is. You know, yeah. In case he forgets or he doesn't recognize Richie. Yeah, no, that'll be nice to have you guys down there. Of course, looking forward to that as well. We'll be sending a team down there for the Rebel as well. That'll be 3 weeks. So 4 weeks from today, it'll be the Rebel, but next Saturday will be the Southwest. Looking forward to you guys heading down there. Of course, I'll miss you. But Maggie and Greg and I will be holding the fort down here. Heading into the gate for race number 8. I'm rooting for our man, Paulie, with the number 9. Spen Benjamins will be wrapping the show up after this race. But one more race to cover on America's Day at the Races. Matt Dinnerman doing a great job his first year at Oaklawn Park. Good guy. Glad to see things working out for Matt. He'll have the call for race number 8.
Up to the gate, Ninja Warrior in the black jacket. Still working with Touch Revenge behind the gate. Touch Revenge goes in. Three back. Radical Right is one of them behind there. Major Blue. And to complete the line, Easy Action. Your current 8-5 favorite, Easy Action. Coming off a nice win at Churchill Downs, making his 2024 debut. Easy Action. He's in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Count de Monet leapt in the air at the start and drops to the back of the pack. Touch Revenge. Life is Hard and stayed in for half. Now stayed in for half grabs the lead and scampers away to a 2-length lead. Life is Hard chasing, joined by Major Blue and Easy Action, who's deep on the course. Ruggs makes his way into 4th. 2 lengths off the pace. Life is Hard was prominent early, and he's plummeted back here, passed by Radical Right and Count de Monet from the inside. Ninja Warrior well behind the pace today with Mr. Iceman. Those two trying to get going together, and they're 2 lengths clear of Spen Benjamins. There's a lot of ground to make up. Life is Hard. It was not his day today. Plummets to the back of the pack. Around the far turn, stayed in for half, leads narrowly. Major Blue right there to press him. Easy Action, a length off the leaders now and attempts to creep in. Radical Right in an all-out drive down on the fence. Then comes Count de Monet. Mr. Iceman swings to the extreme outside. Ruggs is flattened out with a furlong to go. Major Blue tries to hold off Easy Action, who's grinding away in second. Stayed in for half, back in third. 16th to go. Major Blue's in front. Easy Action's not going to get there. Touch Revenge is soaring forward down on the inside, but Major Blue's going to see it out. Major Blue got it under Nick Juarez. Second home, Touch Revenge, then Easy Action and Mr. Iceman.
I'm not a big believer in a lot of horses running better on wet tracks, but Major Blue, Richie, has shown time and time again, he's simply faster on wet tracks, and he showed it today with a game win.
You pointed that out even before they went on the racetrack, that Major Blue is aided by the wet track. Now he's got 5 starts on wet tracks with 2 wins, a second and a third, and completely better races on off tracks.
I agree, and that's the thing to look for, not so much the finishes, but the the kind of figures they run. Well, that's going to do it for Richie and I. For Richie, Maggie, Paul, of course, Greg and Sarah on earlier. We say goodnight. Still 2 more races to go. You can watch them on the Naira Bets app from Oaklawn Park. Have a great evening. Tomorrow's show, 2:30 to 5:30 on FS2. Check your local listings. Looking forward to covering those races. We appreciate you joining us. Have a great night.